All right. Yep. We're good. All right. We're good. Fixed it. Okay. Fixing things.
All hail the ever mighty Evan Blair.
Hello.
Master of the digital brush.
That's me.
Curator
Maybe.
of the world of Eldora. Servant of the elusive Slurp. And leader of the ever-growing Crumb Army. I landed home yesterday, so my
ever-growing
has returned in real time.
Jesus.
On the North American continent.
Welcome back, Mel.
European one.
Good to have you.
My brain is cooked from the jet lag.
Yes, that does happen. That's a long trip. At least you're not on the West Coast. So welcome back, Mel. Honored to have you back on what American side? Canadian side? North American side? Good to have you back, Mel. Thanks for 100 bits. Appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Thank you for 100 bits, Mel. I appreciate that. Good morning, Joe. Sound broken. Yes, sound fixed. Good morning, Guapo. What's going on? Lobster. Good to see you. Steel. Thorkin. Ruvix. Good to see you, as well as Buttered Buns. Good to see you. What's going on, Garthen? Good to see you as well, my friend. Ashy, even in the first slot. Even though Guapo was here, Ashley's comment is always the official start of stream chat. So, hello. What's going on, guys? I hope you had a good weekend. I had a phenomenal weekend, man. I actually did some video gaming. That's right. I played for the first time ever a video game on the weekend. It was good. I had a lot of fun. Good morning, Atari. What's going on, bro? I played a video game. I did a thing. I had fun, and then I worked my ass off. Holy shit. I worked my butt off, but I also actually made good on my promise to actually spend some time relaxing, in which I played a little Minecraft with Ella. That's right. We started a little Minecraft game together, which is cool. It's always fun. And I also played Monster Hunter. I played the new Monster Hunter with Ashy and Ulner, and I made a new friend named Vixie, and it was awesome. We played some Monster Hunter and played through the beta content, which wasn't too much, but it was enough for a couple of hours, even though we couldn't down the last boss of the beta because I'm bad and I didn't know what I was doing. But I'll get it next time. I think I actually do want to get Monster Hunter when it comes out. I really do, because I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing, and it was... I know that it probably didn't mean that much, you know, just a casual sort of invite for a friend. But honestly, playing Monster Hunter with Ashy and Ulner and Vixie was like a big deal to me. And I didn't realize it was a big deal to me. But let me tell you why. This is so funny. So years ago, when I had this old friend group that I'd hang out with all the time, we played World of Warcraft together, we raided together, it was this whole thing. A lot of them were associated with like Blizzard Entertainment, so a lot of them either worked on the WoW team or the Battle.net team, and other periphery sort of, you know, teams for Blizzard, as well as a couple people that worked for Twitch. And it was this cool thing of like tech people in the industry, and we were all friends and we're all playing games, and they all play like Animal Crossing together with Ella, and I didn't really play much Animal Crossing because I wasn't very interested in it. When it came out during COVID, it was the whole thing, right? Around that time, a Monster Hunter game had come out, and I was so excited because they all said, we're all playing Monster Hunter together. And I said, yes, we're doing it. We're gonna all play Monster Hunter. The problem is Monster Hunter was very expensive. And so I didn't play Monster Hunter with them. And I'm like, damn, okay, I'll get it next month. I'll get it next month. And guess what? I didn't get it next month. So I didn't end up playing Monster Hunter with them. And I really wanted to, because it seemed like a lot of fun. You go out on hunts with your friends. You go and chill. You go do a couple cool things. And I was heartbroken. That's a bit exaggerated, but I was bummed when I finally got up the cash to get Monster Hunter. I bought the game and I said, let's fucking go, guys. Let's all play Monster Hunter. And they all kind of went, oh, are you still playing that, Evan? And I said, yeah, well, no, I mean, like I just bought it. What do you mean still play? I just got it. I bought it. I installed it. I'm logged in. And they all said, oh, well, we're not playing Monster Hunter anymore. We've moved on to whatever game it was. So if you want to come play that game with us, go for it. I was like, oh, but I just bought Monster Hunter. I thought you guys were doing hunts like all the time. You could do like hunts every week. Like, yeah, but that gets a little bit old. So yeah, we're not playing Monster Hunter anymore. Oh, okay. Shit. I was really bummed, man. I was really bummed. I was pretty depressed about it for like a good solid like 3 hours. So I returned the game. I, got my money back from Steam, my $50 or whatever it was, because I had to buy it on sale. And I never got to play Monster Hunter. And so I'd watch friends play Monster Hunter on their streams. I'd watch Ashy or whoever play Monster Hunter, and I always thought, man, I want to play Monster Hunter. And so this new game's coming out. This new Monster Hunter game's coming out. They're having beta weekends, and I got invited to play with some friends. And I got to go play Monster Hunter with them. and there was like a healing of like some previous wound in my heart. Not to be too overdramatic about it, but it was fun. I had a good weekend. I had a really fun weekend playing some games and working hard and watching a bit of a Super Bowl, just a little bit. I didn't catch the whole thing, but I tried and watch a little bit of it. That was fun, I guess, maybe. I know we've got a bunch of Chiefs fans here in the Dragon's Claim. I don't know about Bird fans, so we'll see what today's like for them. But yeah, I had a good weekend. Overall, I did a bunch of stuff, got a bunch of work done. I got a bunch of Astral Knight stuff done, and oh boy, do I need help wording spells. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to release release the class as the PDF today after stream, like right after I end the stream. And it's going to be missing a bunch of spells, and even more spells are going to be kind of poorly worded, and I'm going to, as part of the beta, need to figure out how to word spells. So I'm going to ask for a lot of help during the official beta release. But that's going to happen literally today. And then I need to figure out how to format it. I need to figure out how to format a lot of stuff for the Astral Knight things, because I'm not using Homebrewery. I'm not using GM Binder. I'm not using any of those sort of like tools that kind of everybody else uses, because then it'll look like everybody else. And I want Eldara content to be a little bit different, I guess. I just want it to be a little bit unique, maybe, to Eldara, and less D&D basics, if that makes sense. So I'm going to be formatting myself in Photoshop, probably, because I don't have Illustrator anymore or InDesign anymore, because I told Adobe I don't want to pay over $100 a month for your software package anymore. In fact, Adobe, I would like to not. So today we're going to be drawing Mini, doing the work that I started on Friday, hopefully finishing the line work today, and then I can paint this tomorrow, if not later in the week, because you know how I don't like to really work on projects day, like all in a row. I like to take a bit of a break and move on and do other stuff as well. So we might do a bit of a landscape tomorrow or something. But I need to finish this today. This is gonna be a very busy stream. It's gonna be very focused and dedicated. I am going to make a pledge to you. Yes, on Friday I might have gotten got a little bit when this chat proceeded to throw over what, 100,000 bits at me in the space of 2 hours. I might have teared up. So today, no matter the storm, no matter the meme, no matter the bit, no matter the TTS, I will show you that I'm a resolute, competent, and professional artist about to do professional things. Morning, Blaze. What's up, dude? Smash Castle pre-stream topics for you? Hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's up, Senix?
What is thy bidding?
Bidding today, have a great fucking Monday, Senix, and set the tone, set the scene for an amazing week for yourself. I want to hear about all the glory, all the amazing things you're going to accomplish this week.
Did I hear you say throw bits at me?
No, I didn't say. God damn it. Thank you, Atari. Thank you, Senix, for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Garthen. Thank you, guys.
To keep it in the low hundreds.
Yes. Okay, great. Great. Thank you. We're all going to focus today because I've got a lot of art to do for Mini. Otherwise, I'm going to get canceled. You know how VTubers are. They're very temperamental, right? They're very temperamental people. If they don't get their fan art on time, they lose their shit. They cancel you on Twitter and they make a YouTube hate video about you. So I gotta be very careful, you know?
All members of the Bit Council have been called to this meeting to determine the amount of bits to throw at Sir Evan.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Thank you. It's so funny that it actually wasn't even a hype train the other day. That would have been a channel breaking record hype train for.
Not bits, but here you go, Kappa.
Thank you, Maggie. Oh shit! Wait. You just subbed for tier 1 for 6 months in advance? What the fuck? Holy shit! Thank you, Maggie. I'm honored. Honestly, that means a lot. Seriously, I appreciate that. Thanks for the sub for the next 6 months. What the fuck? I really do want to hit the what is it? The sub plus program thingy or whatever it is, where you get a better split of your subs like forever. So if I could hit that goal through February, March, and April, that's going to be like big for me. So I appreciate the vote of confidence for that next little push on my end. Thank you, Maggie. What's up, Pookie? Good morning to you, my friend. Don't make Mini mad. The worst mistake of my life. Son, you are absolutely right. I've never seen Mini mad, but I'm afraid. The only thing, like the closest to Mini being mad I've seen was like mild flustered combined with a distaste for some sort of an insect flying around her room. But I think that like that girl's got some wrath. All right, I gotta be very careful today. So, yep. I don't want to make her mad. But yeah, we're gonna finish the mini design. I think today probably, hopefully, if I can make good on my promise to not actually get distracted, no matter what. We're gonna do a bit of an art talk, discuss some of the projects coming out for Eldara, talk about some of the things that I wanted to talk about for, you know, our art talk video that I by the way, I said I was going to try and record it this weekend. I did not, in fact, try and record it this weekend. I did not. Nope. I told Ella that on Saturday I am going to hang out and try and be a non-obligated Evan. That I was going to try and relax the whole time. So we'll see how that worked. But I did not record the art talk video. Not art talk like as an art talk on TikTok, but art talk like a talk about art. There we go. I got it in there. And by the way, in case anyone did miss the chaos that was Friday, official Realms of Eldara sanctioned commission slot has been reserved, has been paid for and crowdfunded by the good members of the Dragon's Claim for an updated Sexy Withers. So
all members of the Bix Court, the hype train has been initiated.
Yeah, well, what I mean, listen, it's a bit too early, all right? Like, chill. We're all you know, still getting cozy in the stream, getting into our art and work for the day. So thank you for my bets, Mel. I appreciate that. Heat, let's see what you got. What do you got, bro? Let's see that green dragon check. 58, unfortunately not today. Not today, bro. How you doing? Good to see you. Back to work, we'll hop in later. All right, Steel, good luck. Take care of yourself today. Have a great start to your week. It is only Monday, but you know what? If y'all are good, if y'all work really hard this week, I'm going to give all of you guys Thursday, Friday off so we can take a 3-day weekend. Because God knows only you'll take Thursday off, so.
I should clarify. I have been up since 4 a.m. my time and my brain is already on nap time mode, lol.
Jesus, that jet lag gets you, doesn't it? It gets you.
Microseba Stan Fossi.
What's up, Adaria? What's up, Alf? Yeah, an actual hype train. All of that bits assault the other day. Didn't even hype train. Could you imagine that? What's going on, Alf? How you doing, bro? All right, Daria, what is the meta for today? The what is it? Microcebus danafossi? Is that what it is? Otherwise known as the Danfoss's mouse lemur. Ooh, is this a lemur meta today? The lemur meta is strong. Because of this picture and this picture alone, I'm going to give it a 9-1. That's a great start to the lemur meta. Would pet in jungle and be worried about getting some kind of disease. Yes, that's my take. How you doing, Adaria? What's up, bro? What's going on, man? Adaria, I'm almost done with the rewards, by the way, so I'll be sending you your print and rewards pretty quick here, but I've been sitting on your print for a little while. It's been up on my shelf. Collecting dust, as it were. I'm eager to send it to you. Elsewhere, I've been drawing many dragons, but alas, not today. Right? You've been going hard in it. Like, I'm very impressed by your dedication to try and get this green dragon check. If anyone can do it, it's you, Mary. So good luck. Probably have D&D Thursday. You have D&D Thursday? Well, good. Then I'm giving you the day off, so you don't have to work on Thursday. You have to do shit. Work, school, study, chores, doesn't matter. We're taking Thursdays off, okay? I don't know if I have the authority to say that, but damn it, that's what I'm doing. Just saw the video on YouTube, loved it, and would love more characters that know that they are better than us. God damn it. Okay, so thank you, Garthan, for watching the video. I appreciate it. I hope you watched it in its entirety, because that actually matters on YouTube for shorts. So thank you for that. Yeah, I posted a new video this morning, and man, the last time I tried to draw a really wholesome character, the internet went weird. Like, I legitimately tried to write draw a character that was just big smile, you know, happy, bard, whatever kind of vibes. And the internet went a little wild. Some of the comments that I got in that video, man, if you scroll down a little bit, you will be as disappointed as I was. So it was something, man. So this time around, I tried to draw a perfectly wholesome character that the internet can't make weird this time, okay? You think it'll work? It'd be really funny if you set up a command and never actually roll 100. That would actually be hilarious. But I would never do that. I'd never do that. Yeah, come on. I have standards here, Blaze. I'm an artist that is for the people, as it were, right? And I would never disable the ability for a green dragon check to land. Mostly because I'd be found out after a certain amount of time, so. Impressed by your streaming dedication, 5 days. Damn, you're bringing art and wholesome full time? Yeah, I mean, so last year I wasn't able to do 5 days a week. And this year I decided to add that extra day and to actually focus on the stream a lot more, because last year I was having a lot of problems around, you know, my streaming schedule and things like that. And I wasn't getting enough work done. I wasn't able to stream as long as I wanted to. I wasn't able to get projects done. I'd stream for like 3 hours and have to like take somebody to the doctor or do some shit or whatever for the family.
With these bits I conjure fuel for everyone in chat, and Evan too.
Thank you, Pookie.
Doing art right now.
Yeah.
Be blessed by art juices.
All right, I'll take it, Pookie. I'm in need of it this week because I got a lot of projects. I'm being very ambitious this week. So, gee, thank you for the 200 bits. God, I thought it was 100 bits. Thank you, Pookie. That means a lot. God damn. Y'all trying to set an all-time monthly bit record or some shit this month. I'm gonna manage. I'm not gonna be distracted today, no matter the bits or anything, okay?
Hey Evan.
Yes.
You wanna know how bad the jet lag is?
Yes, tell me.
It's so bad that within a week,
Mhm.
I managed to forget how to work with a corporate keyboard. Not my home computer, solely my work computer.
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be bad. Well, you're still in vacation mode, right? Did you take any days off after your trip to like actually kind of like relax? Because I feel like that's like a big thing. When you come home from a trip, you need a day after the travel day to just like spread out your I don't know, spread out your energy a little bit back to the norm. Doing side profile practice. I hope the art gods are on my side for this one. Side profile is actually pretty interesting. I think it's actually a lot more difficult than people give it credit for, unless you're doing something very stylized where you kind of need to follow a formula. Then it's a little bit easier, but yes, we're hoping the art gods are on all of our side this week. I'm gonna be very ambitious with my projects, so I need to really focus this week out. I need to make sure that every single day I am staying on task, not getting distracted by doing things that don't matter, like emotes, like nonsense little memes and stuff for my Monster Hunter game. Nothing like that, right? Oh shit, something of the tier 1. Okay, listen. I will not be distracted. Son, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Welcome to the Dragon's Claim, by the way. I don't know, son, if you wanted there to be lore for your emotes for Twitch channels you subscribe to, but there's actually lore for all my emotes. All the emotes, since I don't have like a channel mascot, because I'm not like an adorable VTuber or like someone cool or whatever, I have no mascot, and thus all my emotes are actually D&D characters or NPCs from my setting. So I don't know if you wanted lore in your D&D or your emotes, but
no, sadly not.
There they are.
I lost the day because my flight was cancelled on Saturday and I had to fly home on Sunday, which was my original recovery day.
I see.
No working means no money, so had to jump into it.
I see.
But I am honestly not doing anything, just sitting at my desk talking to all of you. Smile.
Oh, well, perfect. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. And Pookie, Jesus, thank you for converting your sub to a tier 1. Thank you, Pookie. God, what the hell, guys? Chill out. Chill, man. Chill. Jeez. I'll try to make me emotional again. Won't happen. I'm focused today. What's the next crowdfund? What do you mean, what's the next crowdfund? What do you want the next crowdfund to be, Alf? I haven't even done the last commission. I reserved a slot for it. I actually did reserve a slot for it. I had to turn someone down, Alf, and say, hey, my commissions are actually closed. And they said, oh, but I thought you said you had a couple slots left. I was like, yeah, my chat crowdfunded a commission slot. They just gave me a question mark back in the DM, so yeah.
Don't tell me to chill.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll get back in my locker. I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus, Pookie! Thank you for the 300 bits. God damn. What the fuck? Thank you. Seriously. Okay, I missed a bunch of chat. Sorry. Doing an art challenge this month, and it's been a lot, but it's really helping me get in the habit of making pros and stuff. Like a daily art challenge, or what kind of art challenge here? I mean, what's the next crowdfund? Jeez, what do you guys want to see? What do you guys want to see, man? You've already crowdfunded one meme into existence for Sexy Withers. Like, do you guys want a degenerate crowdfund or like a important for Eldara crowdfund? What do you want to crowdfund?
What's next on Elderal or Evan? New race, new class, or even a landscape?
So all of the above in the form of the Astral Sage, Senix. All of the above. The Astral Sage is going to require a bunch of art for the actual like release kind of PDF thing or whatever. So we're actually working on a couple pieces for it right now.
Ralph, an excellent question to pose to the Bit Council. Our next mission is to provide another crowd fund for the next Eldaro installation.
God damn it. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Shit. Next funded project. What could I do? What do you guys want to see that I wouldn't normally have time to do? Do you guys want to see something like a big formal painting for the Astral Knights that's like all cool and like, you know, majestic and that I can make cool prints for and stuff? Or do you want to see an update of hold on. Or do you want to see an addition to Sexy Withers? Because what I could do is I could crowdfund here. You guys want to see the degenerate option? Where's Yurna? So what I could do is just start, you know how like gacha games have like those like beach like splash party things where they have all the like the female characters in like skimpy bikinis and shit. I could just make the Withers thing expand out on the level of like degenerate Withers-ing. Whoops.
2025
you know,
to 2026 calendar for Sexy Withers pinups.
Like we could just start adding characters. So you could add like Yurna. You know, I could do an updated Yurna art because this is like a you know, just an addition. I could just keep adding in characters and just let you guys keep crowdfunding commissioned characters into it. And in order to make the ultimate depraved fucking art piece. Is that what you want? Beach art? You do a large open grove in the Twilight Starwoods? Oh, a Twilight Starwoods painting would be sick, actually. Sexy Withers with 3 heads and 6. I mean, yeah, okay, alright. Okay, wait. Alright, here, I could pull it. Here, we'll pull it. I'll let you guys decide. So, next crowd fund. Let's see. One addition Eldara characters. Additional Eldara beach shoot. Oh, wait. Okay. Or we could do cool Astral Knight painting. Or we can do cursed sketch of Withers. Cursed sketch the Wither. There we go. We'll do a 2-minute poll. Cause alright, there it is. Yeah, alright. Cause this is gonna be like uncomfortable, by the way. No matter the selection. I'll let you guys choose, okay?
I vote Sexy Catgirl streamer Evangeline, not to be confused with VTuber Evangeline.
Oh no, do I have to bring Evangeline? No, Eiley would lose her mind if I had to draw Evangeline in the Eldara Beach photo shoot. Oh, God. I'm gonna lose my art credibility. Any art credibility I've gained in the recent months with my serious art, I'm gonna lose this summer when I have to draw the fucking Eldara Summer Splash 2025 event calendar piece, whatever. Also just rubbed my eyes, and now my vision's blurry, and I'm not sure if what I'm drawing is a straight line or not. Oh well. How about the waterfall dropping in the Shrouded Sea out of Nastareth? So that's a piece I'm gonna do anyway, though. That's gonna happen anyway, Dar. You don't have to crowdfund that. Listen, crowdfunding is for the memes. It's not for the like. Crowdfunding is. I will still do the same Eldara stuff. Okay, I will still do the same Eldara stuff. However, this is to crowdfund a commission slot so that I don't do work for somebody on TikTok, but instead I do work for you guys in a degenerate way that is depraved and kind of ruins my reputation online. That's what this stuff is all about. So, yeah, let's be honest about this shit. We gotta be real.
Evan,
yes.
It is tradition that every world needs their own Final Fantasy VII beach scene where everyone but Cloud was actually dressed for the beach smile.
Oh God. Okay. Astrolite painting, Eldara beach shoot, and cursed sexy Withers sketch. There you go. So it is decided that people want a cool Astrolite painting, but let's face it. Do any of you who are actually going to throw bits at this and crowdfund it, do any of you actually want the Astrolite thing, or do you just want more heinous fucking cat girl beach art? Let's be honest. Everyone has the opportunity to poll, but only like 7 of you are actually going to crowdfund this shit. Let's just be fully honest about this. Because I'm impressed. You guys definitely showed your restraint there. Only if the astronaut is in a bikini. Okay. 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 All right. I see how it is. Is it too much to ask for a cat girl astronaut? Why not a cat girl astronaut? Okay. Why not all 3 in the same picture? Only, okay. Astronauts, but it looks like the scene in Baywatch.
I like Alf, Evan. They are a genius smile.
Despite the fact that it might look like I'm disappointed right now, I am actually still focused on art. I am actually still getting this done, because I did say that I would not be distracted today. Okay, so we're whittling the next crowdfunded commission slot down, because I do actually have... I am full on commission slots right now. I did say that on a DM response last night to 2 different people, that I am full on commission slots. So this would be for the first commission slot in the spring, which would be around April or mid-April. So just in time for the summer nonsense. So let's be honest. No one's going to be satisfied unless I make a print of this. So I need to make a print of something that I can, you know, actually have a legitimate world-built concept in there for lore and story and characters, and not just a meme like drawing fucking sexy Withers is. So we need to now decide. We need to decide on this. Do you want the non-canonical Astral Knight artwork, or do you want the canonical Astral Knight artwork? Okay. this is the important crux of it. Is this going to be some promo for the summer event, or is this going to be an actual deep, dark night painting full of lore and important things, or am I just going to draw Embra and Charlotte drinking like Pocari Sweat or whatever on the beach? Let's vote for it. Astral Knights. Real lore or Beach Knights IDK I won't, or I don't have bits.
Is essential for all major fandoms.
There you go.
How else would you be able to find Eldera in the tags for AO3 fanfic?
Okay, let's not, you know. Yeah, let's not. Okay, all right, listen. We're not going to find Eldara on AO3. All right, the poll's up. You guys get to vote. The poll is up. What kind of astronaut painting do you guys want? What is the next crowdfunded commission slot going to be? Because I will start the goal as soon as you guys decide on what you want. And look, I'm happy to reserve commission slots for you guys in chat. I'm more than happy to do so. But I just got to know what that we're working for, what I'm gonna have to get myself into. And don't worry, Tari, I actually do want to do a painting of this Twilight Star Woods regardless. Memes aside, that's something that's on my list of about 5 or 6 paintings that I want to do before the end of the like Eldar initial releases. What would you like though, Evan? Because I can make it happen. What do you mean you can make it happen? You can't just you can't just make a God damn it. Listen, everything ends up on AO3 eventually. Dude, is that gonna be like a victorious moment for me, Maggie, when I'm officially on AO3? Random off topic question: do you have any pets? I do, Butterbun. I have 3 fish. I have 1 fish in there, and her name's Oreo. I have 1 fish off camera right there, and her name's Sausalito. That tank has a Harlequin Resbora that's an asshole in it, and then I have a dog.
Do we start the crowdfunding now?
No, I have to start a goal for a full fucking proper commission slot, okay? No, you don't. No. Hold your bits if you want to contribute to this. I do appreciate it. Beach. Is it 25k biscuit? No. So it was initially Alf. It was initially 315. So do you guys want a painting or do you want a sketch version? Because a painting's going to be more for that commission slot. Do you guys want a painting, a full painting with blue skies and shit, or do you want the Eldara style sketch? It's up to you. Sorry, I think I missed much chat. Can I ask what your page settings are for digital art? Do you mean my size settings or like what do you mean for page settings? Yeah. Is your character on AO3 on or you on AO3? Big difference. Okay, is that the difference, Pookie? Okay, yeah. We're talking about character, all right? Character. A sketch would be cute with this. All right, sketch or full color? Because that's the... I guess we'll do another fucking poll. God damn it. Sketch, full color. All right, there you go. This is poll number 3. This will be the final deciding factor. How'd I pay you for the commissions, Elf? When I'm done each commission, I'll send you an invoice. I don't usually bill people I know before the commission starts. Only if I like, I bill people that I don't know off of like TikTok and shit ahead of time. No, but I don't like to bill people until I'm done the project entirely, unless I don't know them or haven't really worked with them before or anything like that. So, no, I like ain't nothing to worry about on that front. By the way, congratulations on the 10k views on the Smiling Bard video. Thank you. Yeah, that video hit 10k views on Twitter or on YouTube. I was a little bit overwhelmed by it. Cause like I'm very used to posting videos that get like 400 or 500 views. And that one kind of went nuclear. I'm really surprised. I'm actually quite shocked. So apparently the internet liked your character, Cow. So thanks, dude. Thanks for the commission. The internet was fond of her. And if you read the comments, a little too fond of her. Cow, do you think that I accidentally captured like a step on me energy with her? Because I thought that I just tried to make a super wholesome looking character and it's other people being weird about it. Yeah. Because that's yeah, Yeah, Monka, Yeah, I don't know about that one. It's your first time working with me, and technically you don't know me, Alf. It's totally fine. I'd much rather. No, we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff together, Alf, for the maps and shit like that. I'm not worried about it at all. I'm not worried even the slightest. So I'd rather it be completed, and then I can send you a proper invoice. So that would make me a lot happier. Sketch version. All right. So do you guys want the full character sketch or just the portrait?
There seems to be a very thin line between
what do you
the
want?
Wholesome character, the sultry look, and the step on me mommy energy, Evan.
Apparently that thin line's too thin. Do you guys want to do a do you want to try and crowdfund a full commission slot or just a partial like mini commission slot? I just need to know what I'm trying to reserve for April. Because you guys will have until April to meme this into existence, okay? I know nothing about her that I could see that, but knowing her, I would say it's just a kind no step on me smile. Right? I don't... Exactly, Cow. People are weird. I'm not going to listen to the internet anymore. I'm not going to listen to the fucking internet anymore, okay? A full? Okay. Alright. Alright. I'll start it. Okay. Create a dashboard, manage goals. I'm not kidding. I will reserve a full slot for you guys to crowdfund this fucking nonsense into existence. I will do it.
But Heaven, you listen to us, sad face. Are we not special anymore?
Okay, what's 315 in bits? 31, I think. Okay. All right, channel contributions will go towards the crowdfunded goal. There you go. That's for a full slot, and I'll even do 2 characters in that one instead of just 1. So I'm not gonna do a fucking charge for 2 characters or whatever. I'll do the second one for free for the memes, okay? I'll match your contribution of time with an equally degenerate contribution of my time. There you go. I'm looking at my studies in preparation for a full piece at the end of the month. Let's see if I can pull this off. What's the big piece you want to do, Flower? What's the big one? What are we working towards? Inspire me. Tell me of your monumentous effort, and I will match it. I will match it. Maybe not the exact effort, but I'll say I do, okay? Given how fast the last one got funded, I suspect it'll be done before Friday. That was a meme, okay? That was entirely a meme. Like I'm legit serious. I will happily let you guys democratically decide on a commission slot or 2 every single month. I am more than happy to do work for you guys, my illustrious chat, than the people on the greater internet, because I've gotten some weird requests and shit recently. TikTok's been really great for some people, but TikTok's been real bad for other clients. I've had a mixed bag, we'll just say, of YouTube and TikTok requests for things. and a lot of weird art bot like scam things going down. It's kind of confusing. I'm not exactly sure why, but TikTok, I didn't know, apparently has a lot of art scams, so you gotta be careful. Either way, I'm always happy to do shit for people, but I'm more than thrilled to do stuff for your memefulnesses.
Here for some suck.
Okay, off to a good start for the sketch smile.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you for the 690-bit contribution. Having a hard time drawing side profiles facing right for no reason, despite doing fine side profiles facing left. Any tips? You're able to do it for one side, but not the other. That to me sounds like a mechanical issue. And not like really an issue, Buttered, but so there's certain things you can do with your arm. Like, you'll see me flip and move my canvas around quite a bit. So doing lines like this are very easy for your wrist, right? It's this arcing motion. Doing this kind of line for a lot of people is very difficult to make it smooth. That's why when you see people draw a circle, it'll kind of like start nice, and then it'll sort of like kind of like get a little weird, and then you try and like push it up. This one's really the worst one.
Get supported, nerd.
Danny, thank you for the 200 bits. Oh shit. Yo, what's up, Danny? Good to see you. Honored by the raid the other day. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. I'm humbled. Thank you. You don't gotta do that. You don't have to listen, Danny. You don't have to encourage these memeing nerds in here to continue to meme things into existence. So thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'd think that if you have an easy time drawing characters looking one direction but not the other, that it's probably an issue of like trying to practice the actual mechanical skills of drawing that way, in which case you can do a couple things. You can, you know, cheat it out a little bit and just like flip your canvas, like that's fine. You can do that. What? Okay, there we go. Or you can, you know, just try these like little like drills where you try and draw like difficult lines and smooth spheres, and like doing still life things like that without moving your canvas at all or zooming in or out are ways of practicing your lighting and obviously, you know, doing all sorts of good art things. It's also a way to practice the mechanical skill. It's kind of like developing the skill of drawing with your left hand. It just requires time. So I'd say if you're getting profiles in one angle but not the other, that it is more of a mechanical issue than anything else. So I couldn't imagine why it would be difficult for one and not the other. Could I ask what your page settings are for digital art? Oh, yeah, Alf. What are you wondering about? Things like my resolution. So I do always work on 300 DPI, and then it depends whether or not you are sketching or painting. So for a painting will be like, I don't know, like 6,000 pixels wide, like pretty big, because I want to be able to print it pretty large as well, you know. So I want to do a painting that's about 20 inches wide and at 300 DPI, you know, that's like what, 6,000-ish pixels wide, so pretty big for painting. For sketches, you don't actually want to have your sketch be super large, so this image is only 2,500 pixels tall, okay? Because if you go too large, then what happens is the texture, the tooth of the brush doesn't actually give you this kind of nice, like pixelated kind of like pencil-y texture. It just, you have to make the brush so large that the brush kind of has it, like, you see how it like kind of gets too small and too sort of micro whatever, like it looks weird when the brush is too large. And so there's some brushes in digital art that you want to kind of always figure out what the best resolution of canvas size is. It means that a picture like this, I probably couldn't blow this up any larger than, let's just say, 20 inches tall. Like if I printed this off at 13 by 19, that'd kind of be the biggest I could probably do it. Probably, maybe, you know, honestly, maybe a little bit larger. But a painting that's like 6,000 pixels wide, you could probably print that like 4 or 5 feet wide and it'd be fine. So it's not, bigger is always better when it comes to painting, but bigger is not always better when it comes to sketching, in my opinion. So yeah, but always just by default use 300 DPI. 600 DPI is not the kind of thing that you need to use. And then obviously like only 8-bit color. If you wanted to use like 16-bit color or 32-bit color, your file size is going to be massive, and you need a actual supercomputer to, you know, render that stuff out in real time. And that's only really matters for print. So if somebody commissions you to do a painting that is going to go on the side of a billboard, and that billboard is 100 feet wide, and you really need to make sure that it's like, yeah, sure, okay, but at that point in time, the budget for the project is so big that like they could probably buy you the computer you need to be able to do that. So I'd say by default, try and make your paintings like at least 20 or 30 inches wide, you know, 6,000 or 300 DPI. And then for sketches, it can be a lot smaller, but not, you know, microscopic. Otherwise, you're gonna run into problems there otherwise. So yeah, that's about where I like to work. What's up, Avail? What's going on, dude? Avail, are you familiar with the illustrious miniful? Is that what I'm taking from this? But I want art too. God damn it! But here's the thing, Duchess. You don't understand what the crowdfunding is. The crowdfunding is not like decent, wholesome, you know, loreful art. It's a commission slot crowdfunded to this chat, in which I will lose my reputation as a serious artist once again. This chat has already purchased the last, I mean, like 3 people specifically have purchased the last slot for the winter, and now they're trying to purchase the first slot of the spring, which I'm more than happy to meme into existence. But let's just be fair. We got to know what we're getting here. We're not getting like, you know, you're on the internet, what do you expect? You know what? That's fair and reasonable. This is a me problem. This is my fault entirely. I should have known better. So, you're right. It's very wholesome. It's community activities, builds bonds. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. I do have some joint issues in my wrist, so maybe that's part of it. It could be. It also could just be that you aren't used to making certain like lines or developing your skill. Because a lot of artists, but a lot of artists will work around certain things. So like my skill for drawing like at different sort of angles is not super built, right? It's not a skill that I have very developed, mostly because I can rotate my canvas a lot. And so I talk about this all the time for art. If you're learning digital art, digital is a tool that you can crutch on and it can mess you up. Now, to be fair, from a drawing sketching standpoint, people move their paper around all the time to draw whatever kind of lines they need to. So paper and sketching, it's like not that big of a difference. But the painting thing, if you're moving your painting around, if you've got like a big digital painting you're doing, and it kind of represents the process you'd go through for like a giant 4-foot long painting of a landscape with like a cool like sun that has like spikes and like wings and is actually an angel from Evangelion. Oh no, okay, anyway. That whole thing, you wouldn't be able to rotate your, 4-foot canvas IRL. So maybe at the very least trying to develop the skill set of not moving your canvas around or anything. If you're painting, and then sketching, you can kind of do so, and you wouldn't be kind of, screwing yourself over from what your traditional learning would be. But I don't know, it's one of those weird things that is kind of like min-maxing art stuff that doesn't really matter all that much, in my opinion. Communities that meme together, shit post together, is that how it goes? Okay, cool. I'll do it, man. I'll do it. If you guys demand it, I will do it. I'm serious. I actually had to turn down a couple projects because I'm full for the winter, but I had somebody ask me on TikTok. They're like, "Hey, can you send me a message when your commissions are open?" Then I was like, "Hey, I appreciate it, but I'll be honest. If you want, like, I'll be posting on Twitter and Discord and shit when they're open again in the spring. I'll do my best, but I'm probably not going to remember to check our DMs to like let you know." And they were so mad. Oh my god, they were mad. They were so mad. Holy fuck. I was like, damn, bullet dodged, dog. Bullet fucking dodged. There's like sometimes these things where you think to yourself like you're kind of like having a bit of an ask on somebody, whatever it is in the process, the artistic process, and depending on their reaction to it, it's kind of like, I'm gonna ask you if you're okay with this, and depending on how you react, this is gonna be a good indicator for whether or not I made the right choice or not, and this was one of them. So I don't know, is that like a thing? Is that like, because there's a lot about commissioning art that I'm just like not aware of because I kind of work in a bit of a different sphere than the general internet. Is that like a thing where artists have this like list of people they'll like go to and message them and be like, hey, my commissions are open, do you still want something? Like, is that like a thing that people expect? Because occasionally people will talk to me about stuff, about projects, and they will say something, and I'm like, is that a thing that like is normal or like properly expected amongst the greater internet for commissioned work? Is that like, because this is a bit new to me. I haven't done a lot of stuff for the greater internet besides or outside of like my sort of Discord and stuff and Twitch chat, like almost ever. So I feel a little bit I don't know, like I'm getting my lessons in, figuring it out. Try working with digital, but seems like what I want to do doesn't quite translate. What I actually end up doing on the tablet also looks at my computer screen instead of the tablet. Pen feels weird. You build that skill very quickly. That's just takes getting used to, and then you're completely good on it. What do you use the undo button on canvas size? What pens to use? How to translate? What I've been learning that medium feels weird while also continuing my own physical medium studies. Yeah, you just have to kind of get used to it. Look, there's even tablets that I'm not a fan of, like the iPad or whatever. You can get used to. You can get used to anything for digital art. Any software, any tablet, anything like that. So just keep pushing at it. That's unreasonable. You're not their mom. You don't have to give them their reminders, right? Like, isn't the kind of the standard basically the artist will announce once they're like open again? And like, if it's somebody I've worked with previously that was really good to work with, maybe I could see being like, hey, by the way, like just before I, you know, announce publicly that I have a bunch of slots, just want to give you sort of like first heads up if you want anything else. Like, I can understand that, sure, from just like an artist standpoint. I used to do that sort of type thing with like design clients, but definitely not someone that's like brand new that I've never talked to before. It's just like, oh, hey, just let me know. That felt a little weird to me. That's weird, right? I mean, artists message you saying they're open for commissions does feel a bit of weird, at least to me. Okay, well, reasonable. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I will, I'll immediately stop feeling bad about it then. So I did feel a little guilty, like I was kind of, you know, not getting the, I don't know, like I'm the one that's like new to the space, I guess. I know a lot of people expect a certain sort of like workflow or whatever with a lot of people when it comes to doing commissioned art, but I kind of like don't know how to work with people on a casual level like that. It's like working from reference. Like a lot of people that I talk to over the last little while have basically said like, I'm going to show up with the exact reference I want and then you just do it. And to those people I've kind of had to say like, oh, you know, so you don't want me to do much design work? They're like, no, exactly this. I'm like, okay, great. Well, thank you so much for the offer, but I don't really do that. So, you know, good luck. We find an artist that you can work with. And they're like, what? What? You dare turn down a project? Oh, that's kind of weird. Kind of fucking strange. It is also funny to be like pursued by the bots on TikTok when you get like messages in your inventory or your inbox that are like art bots trying to scam you, which I didn't realize was a thing until I read up a little bit about it. And then I recognized that I'd gotten a couple of those messages that were like kind of weird and off-putting that were actually kind of bot scams. So dude, who knew, man? Like if I was brand new and I didn't have like the history on the internet to be skeptical of almost everything. Those are pretty dangerous sounding. Those weird art bot commission scams were scary. Social media bots are always cute. Yeah, well, these ones were just very different. I've never seen ones that like pursue you for a commissioned piece of art, only to then reveal the scam later. Like it's just very strange. It's something I'm not like obviously we're all used to social media bots, but this is just a very different evolution of them, specific to TikTok, that I wasn't aware of. This first stream ever I got a bot in my chat advertising view botting. Oh yeah, you have to. So like in my chat, the mods are very good about adding blocked terms. Just go through and like find a common bot blocked term sort of list, and you can rid yourself of almost all of that overnight. You just add this like list of blocked terms to your channel, and then people will attempt to enter the message in and get dumpstered. Next with that encounter for a stream with 0 viewers. I mean, like if you're live, the bots are going to go after you. Especially if you have a lower view count, then the view botting bots will go for you specifically. Got some of those. They're usually written by ChatGPT and don't really make grammatical sense to me. Make sure you're reading them. Yeah, which is a good point. It's all for stuff that I wasn't going to do. Like apparently all the ones where people ask you to draw their kids, apparently those are all bot scams, supposedly. Which is kind of funny because it's like, I wouldn't do that anyway because it's just fucking weird, you know? But Ella was doing some digging on it, and she said, yeah, apparently that's like a very common TikTok-specific bot scam thing. Which is kind of funny, honestly, I'll admit. I like, at least you can have a sense of humor about the whole thing, even if it's weird. It's very weird. What's up, Exo? Blocked terms like, Evan, you're the best? Yeah, those are all blocked. I used to have the term ads blocked because I thought it was funny. But then a couple people got like actually mad. They're like, why can't I complain about ads? It's kind of like, if you have to ask. I don't think you get the joke, so. Art commission bots are fun to get on Discord, as it is interesting to see how long one can draw them along before they reveal their true face. Ah, I see. I get a ton of message requests every week from bots from other people's servers. I hope to God that our server isn't like ever. I know they're gonna sneak through once in a while, but I hope to God that people aren't getting messages from bots on our server. I'll get bot messages on other streamer servers, like bigger streamers and shit. And I always think it's very interesting when I check to see that the DM, like it still says the bot has a shared server like a week later, which means that streamer hasn't gotten rid of that bot. I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? I just like almost never accept any friend requests or message requests or whatever on Discord unless I kind of know I'm anticipating it, which makes it tough because then how does anyone get a hold of me, right, for the first time? Which, you know, fair enough. But it's a delicate balance, I think. Very cool Cleric glass. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm doing this character actually based on a friend of mine's VTuber model, and I'm drawing her as a character in my fantasy setting called the Realms of Eldara. So in my style and everything, which is very fun. So thank you, Orange, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Wait, why did my alerts flip? Oh, no, they didn't. That's just a lot of bits that I didn't notice over the last... Okay, well... See? I said I wasn't going to get distracted, no matter what. No matter the bit, no matter the alert, I will not be distracted today. And I was so undistracted I didn't even notice when I glanced over at my alerts to read Orange's name. That's dope. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I have a great deal of enjoyment in turning my friends into fantasy characters in my setting, so I wanted to do this one's for a person named Miniful, and I'm doing her well, hopefully justice, but I'm doing her as a kind of a healing battle angel cleric type individual, so we'll see if she likes it. She's pretty supportive. She likes any art that I do typically, especially the VTuber pieces I've done of my friends. She's been very supportive of. So part of the reason why I'm doing this for her actually is because she is so supportive of my art and so enthusiastic about it. And there's nothing better than doing art for a VTuber friend of yours that is really excited for it. So That always makes me very happy to do. There's like a big thing about making art that's rewarding for you. I think that we don't talk about enough as artists. Making art that's rewarding for you is like, I think, paramount to your ability to push through the stuff that you don't want to do. Because like, I don't need to tell anybody that you have to do stuff you don't want to do as an artist, right? Because it's like, it's hard to be an artist. Being an artist is awesome. And if it wasn't hard, everyone would be an artist and everyone would like make their fucking career drawing dragons and shit. And it's one of those kind of funny things where you have to like sort of look at it every once in a while and be like, oh, so it's hard to be good at being art. And right now the thing I have to do sucks. And hard things are hard, which means they suck. And so if this thing that I'm pushing through right now kind of sucks, that's just what hard feels like. Proof that it's working. Great. But that can like kind of only get you so far, I think. You need to like have the stronger, more profoundly important your reward structure is that you've built for yourself as an artist, the better you are at pushing through the things that you don't want to do. And so doing passion projects every once in a while, focusing on them a little bit here and there, is I think very good for the art soul to be able to have the stamina to push through the things you don't want to do. And then it doesn't make it so hard, because like, even though hard things suck, those things that suck, you don't have to suffer to them, right? Just because it's hard and just because it kind of sucks doesn't mean you have to be suffering. I think that's like a misunderstanding, maybe disassociation, whatever. But hard things are hard, yeah, sure. But, you know, you see people who accomplish difficult things and you're like, man, how do you do this? How do you put yourself through this every day? And people talk about it as if it's hard, but they don't talk about it as if they're suffering, you know? It's like going through like back surgery. That just sucks. Is it the hardest thing in the world? Maybe not, but it's a whole lot worse than like things that are harder that aren't rewarding. You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing. And so doing passion projects every once in a while is like super necessary for the soul, I think. Mostly I'll rarely get them from World Animal Discord, which feels even better because I can ban them. That's fair. Friends are an unending source of inspiration. Yeah, I agree. I like to look at your canvas though. What software are you using when I ask? Photoshop. Yeah. It's all Photoshop. Every time I start my computer for art, I only advise for Photoshop. The best software on the market, in my opinion. I can't say that in the art category in the D&D, or else someone's going to come rage at me and tell me how great Clip Studio is and why I'm making a mistake by not using it. People are so opinionated over software. Holy man. Astrabilis, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you. Thank you, my friend. Default round user, so you're one of the best I see. No, this actually isn't the round brush. This is a pencil brush that I made. It's textured, so this is what the pencil brush actually looks like. So round brush, but with some texture in it. I used to do sketches just with the round brush, and you can kind of see a bit of a difference with and without the tooth. So this is what a sketch with the default round brush looks like. Scroll back quite a bit actually, but they're there. It is like right here. So this is the default round brush right there. And so I think you can get good results and similar results, but there's just a small like difference in the texture of the piece, just a smidge. And you know how I actually got this to look like kind of similar? Like, I don't know if it'd be that obvious that this isn't the pencil brush that I use. I actually did these at 150 DPI. So the default, what I realized is why I liked working on a lower resolution for the longest time was because it gave me a bit of softness to the brush as opposed to the really super hard, crisp, you know, hard round brush. And I realized you can accomplish the same thing while on a larger resolution if you make a brush that's got some tooth to it and a bit of texture. So I found a couple of pencil brushes online, and then I started experimenting and making stuff out of them. So there's a whole bunch of settings in this one, but you can find almost any pencil brush on the internet and it'll work for you until the point where you decide that you need something different from it, and then you'll know exactly what settings to make to do your specific kind of brush that you want. Me on Procreate. Procreate's lovely. I mean, look, like tools are ultimately at the end of the day, I think that I get caught up a little bit in the people who are mad about software. Like I've kind of stopped getting baited by people on the internet complaining about software or hardware. You know, there'll be someone on the internet who will say something. Faye Live, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'll be talking about Photoshop, and someone in chat will you'll just get like a first-time chatter will just be like, "Oh, use Photoshop, so you like getting ripped off by inferior software?" Yeah, I use Clip. I'm also a Discord mod, which means I'm super cool. And anyway, I guess I'll go off and do my art for a lot. You know, like people be super defensive about their software, and I used to kind of bite a little bit and be like, "Oh, well, like I'm glad you like your Huion tablet, but like." You know, the sensitivity and color on a Wacom tablet's actually still better, and even though it's more expensive, is it worth it? Maybe not, but like you can't say that the Huion tablet is objectively better than the Wacom tablet. Just like I used to kind of defend, oh, you can't really say that Procreate or Clip is like objectively better than Photoshop. It's just different, and they do some things that I don't really like that Photoshop does really well. And so is it worth the extra money for doing Photoshop? Maybe not, but like, you know, I used to kind of defend that and kind of get baited into that argument, but now I just kind of don't care. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what software you use. Your work speaks for itself, and it's like, why bother? If somebody thinks that, you know, I won't let someone shit talk my choices. Like if someone's like, oh, you're like Wacom's a bad tablet, you're a piece of shit. Like I'll obviously tell them off, right? But at the end of the day, if somebody has some like super butthurt reason about, and I've noticed that this is like a thing that people have with art school. A lot of times when we make a decision as to why we do something, we have to make the other decision the wrong choice. So when I say art school is a good thing to do, you should go to art school if you want to be a professional artist. A lot of people are like, oh, art school's a ripoff. And it's like, can you not afford art school? And they're like, absolutely, I can't afford art school. I'm like, okay, that's fine. If it's not worth the money to you, that's totally fine, but it's not bad. You know what I mean? Like you can choose to not engage with something while still recognizing there's value to it. I choose to not use an iPad. I choose to not use Procreate, but I'm not going to say that it's shitty and that you can't make great art with it, right? I think that's the weird thing a lot of people do is they have to like say like, I've made the right choice. This is the right choice for me. And the other choice is not only the wrong choice for me, it is the wrong choice for everyone. It's like, whoa, like fucking chill. So I think I'm trying to get baited into that argument a little bit less. And if someone says they like Procreate or Clip more than Photoshop, I'm like, okay, that's fucking sick, dude. Amazing. Go make cool art. But if somebody says like Photoshop's bad software, it's like, well, now you're just being wrong. You know, just like if someone says Clip is terrible, it's like, okay, you're just objectively wrong at that point. So I don't know. I care a lot less now about defending choices and whatnot. The only thing that I think that I have to defend is if somebody's trying to tell a new artist in chat. Like if someone new in chat is like, hey, I'm a brand new artist, I don't know what to do. What should I do? I want to go, do I use Photoshop? And I give them my opinion. If somebody then tries to contradict me by being like, no, that's wrong, you should use this program because Photoshop's trash. It's like, at that point, I'll put that person down. But besides that, and unless they're giving someone incorrect or bad information, I have no problem with letting people have their opinions, even if they don't like any of the formal choices. Like Photoshop is the industry standard software. The Wacom is the industry standard tablet, and art school is the industry standard education. And look, you can come to your own conclusions about that, but it's really hard to say that these are bad choices then just because they don't work for you. And I think I'm kind of letting that go a little bit. And if people are mad about it, I'm just willing to be like, okay, dude, that's crazy. You know, you're like super cool. Thank you, Faye. I appreciate that. I'm honored. Thank you. That means a lot. Use Kirito, which means I'm super cool, right? Almost as cool as if you use MS Paint. As a Clip, Art, and Huion user, I feel attacked. You aren't attacked at all, Alf. I think Huion's a great product, and I think Clip is a great software. Do I think that the Adobe software is stronger? Well, yeah, that's why I personally use it. But I know tons of artists that are way better than me that use Clip. You know, I know tons of artists that are phenomenal artists that choose the Huion tablet or an XP Pen tablet or even the iPad. Who am I to say that they're making the wrong choice, right? You know? I got absolutely nothing against any of the other software, tablets, whatever. What I just don't like is when people imply that I'm stupid for spending or getting ripped off for choosing Adobe, Wacom, Art School, whatever these things are. And it took me a while to realize that and to not be mad about it, because obviously you're going to get defensive if someone's telling you that you're making not just a choice they wouldn't make, but like a wrong or bad choice. Yeah, obviously you get a little bit like, okay, well, motherfucker, let's, you know, let me tell you about, and then you kind of get baited into something, and then, you know, 20 minutes into that in chat, I'm like, why am I even talking about this still? So I think I'm a whole lot more chill about that than I was even a couple months ago. I'll let people have their opinions, and, you know, as long as they're not stating any facts for anybody, I'll just fucking chill. Starting Photoshop, I couldn't pay anymore, so I switched to Clip, which is a reasonable thing to do. Photoshop is a lot of money, 100%. I'll still be on Photoshop if I could. I don't understand this mentality about software as being better than the others. I mean, I could make an objective case for why I think Photoshop is better. Some of the features, but do I think Photoshop is worth the extra price for a lot of people? No. If someone's brand new to art, I actually don't recommend Photoshop. I don't recommend Huion. Or sorry, Wacom. I'd probably recommend Clip because it's a one-time fee, and I'd probably recommend an iPad or a Huion tablet or an XP Pen tablet. I wouldn't recommend somebody go in the deep end. You know? Absolutely not. If you're like sitting there working as a professional and you're starting to kind of get the itch and you're like, man, I feel like my tablet doesn't quite do this. And you can tell me exactly what it is you feel like your tablet isn't doing, and I can be like, oh, your Wacom tablet can do that. And they're like, damn, hell yeah. Now, oh man, I'm willing to spend the money on that. But until that point, do you really notice a difference between Wacom and Huion or Photoshop and Clip or any of these like things or whatever? Not really. I don't think so. And like, I'm cheering for Clip and Huion. Like, good. Go fight against the marketplace that I spend all my money on for Photoshop and whatever else. Go make them make better products to earn my business. Do you know how much I'd fucking love to be able to spend a one-time fee for Clip or to buy a Huion tablet instead? Do you know how much I would love that? That would be a great day in my life, if I'm being honest. Kirita's great too, and it's free. Yeah, you know, sure. You can make great art in Kirita. Do any of the biggest industry artists use Kirita? No, but obviously, again, in your progression, Kirita will take you super far for a long time. I don't recommend anybody. Like Kirita and Metabang, I think, are both free, and I recommend both of those things. Obviously, I don't think that Clip is that big of an issue with it being only a $50 fee, but if that's even too much and you don't want to do that, then yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of great software opportunities out there for artists to learn on, 100%. For you still use MS Paint and no mouse, just their keyboard and laptop. Yeah, Thorkin, for instance, makes art on a mouse. Bro's killing it. Bro's an amazing artist. You don't need a tablet either, you know? A lot of people get stuck, and like, I understand this because I did it. A lot of people get stuck in thinking that they need to figure out the process or the tool for art before they can like really succeed. When I was in art school, I was constantly trying to figure out a better process for my art. I was constantly trying to figure out a better brush or a better... Brushes are a big thing. I always felt, God, if I just had the right brush, I could do this. I could do so much better work. And sure, good brushes help you fulfill your vision better. I'm not going to lie about that. Good brushes are important. But I think that it's like kind of a meme, but every good artist should be able to paint with the hard round brush on 100% opacity. It's true. Absolutely. Hard round brush, 100% opacity. If you can't paint like that, then you should worry about your fundamentals more than finding a brush that will save you. And so I think we were always trying to find that shortcut of that, like, you know, sidestep. We're like, man, if only I could figure this thing out, then I'd get, you know, and I had to spend a lot of time getting the brutal lesson beat into me that there is absolutely no shortcut in art. And that's something that I would go back. If I was to tell myself, you know, something when I was 20 years old, that I could like drill into my head, I would say the shortcut you're looking for is to start the long path. The longer it takes you to realize there are no shortcuts, the longer it'll take you to actually get where you're trying to go. And if you're trying to get there faster, then the shortcut is understanding there is no shortcuts, and to start the long grind, which would be, you know, some revolutionary shit for me to hear. I'll be honest. When I was like 20 years old and in art school, so. Fundamentals are always the most important and the most overlooked. Yeah, true. That's why I preach it like ad nauseum. Always work on your fundamentals. Anytime anyone asks me how to approach something or how to do something, I'm always like, there's a fundamental that will help you. Studying your fundamentals. Oh, you can't draw faces? Here's the fundamentals you need to learn for it. Can't draw figures? Here's the fundamentals. Having a problem with light and color? Let me tell you about these fundamentals you can practice. And a lot of people get kind of bored of that. They're like, oh God, I just want a tip, man. Like, give me 3 tips to be a better artist. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe there's value in those. There probably is. I think if you can be concise about it, you can probably figure out a way to make general advice in the form of tips. But, you know, at the end of the day, I don't think there is really a shortcut for a lot of your progression as an artist. Certainly not if you want to be the best. If you want to be good, there's lots of shortcuts. If you want to be the best, there's no shortcuts. which is kind of funny because we get like baited into thinking there are just because we see people who are good who've taken shortcuts. And then we're like, oh, that's how you be the best. That has nothing to do with being the best, in fact. Use all default brushes and mostly just 6B pencil. Yeah, there you go. That's one way of doing it. You know, let's go add a folder with a lot of brushes because brushes make all the... one day, the teacher during class doodled something with the lasso tool and a mouse because his tablet wouldn't work, and it was dope. I erased the folder, now I have maybe 10 brushes. Yeah, I like brushes are fun, you know, and they'll do cool things, but you kind of have to like know enough about brushes to know why they're cool and why they're fun. It's why my advice for brand new artists when they're starting out is to not touch digital with any kind of tool in any kind of frequency. Never touch digital too quickly as an artist, or otherwise you'll get caught into all the bad habits you can possibly imagine. 100%. Digital's so appealing because we see everybody doing cool shit on digital and we're like, oh man, I want to do that. But no, there's no rush in the process. There's absolutely no rush in the process. All right. Minnie was very enthusiastic about the idea of me not messing up what is called, I believe, an ombre? An ombra? O-M-B-R-E, which is the gradient of color in one's hair. Now, this is, I thought, a made-up word that Minnie made up on the spot. Apparently, this is an actual hair thing. Shows how much I know. So I'm kind of trying to plan if I want to do a textural change between the gold versus the blue on her hair. Or if I just do it all in the color. And I think the color is going to be better. Which is why I'm going to try maybe like not hatch too much in the as far as the hair or skin goes. Because I don't want to remove too much of the actual painted texture. It's a mistake I think I've made on the last couple pieces that I've done. Is I've gone too heavy in the hatching for the character. And then once I paint it out, there's like, I have to kind of paint over things. It's kind of annoying. I also been making other mistakes, but I never talk about the mistakes I make on chat or on stream for a piece that I've already done, because then people just only see the mistake and they don't actually, like someone can like a piece of art and then you tell them the mistake you made and they're like, oh God, I can't unsee it, you know? Or even more obnoxiously, you tell someone you made a mistake and they're like, ah, yes, I was wondering when you'd fix that. It's like, bitch, you didn't see that. Shut up. Shut up. Stop being annoying. So I want to try and fix a couple things that I feel like I've been doing wrong for the last little while on some of these character sketches. On minis. I want this to be the best one I've done ever. I do feel a bit bad when I improve on these sketches, like sketch to sketch, because it's like, oh man, I feel like I should go back and do so-and-so sketch or this or that person's sketch, you know? But I don't think you can, you know, it's part of the process. You can't really beat yourself up for improving. Because, like, you hope you improve, right? Whenever you do art and you know that you're inadequate, like, I know I'm inadequate with my art. It's like the only thing you can sort of count on or hope for is that you improve. But if I just beat myself up every time I see that improvement and, like, kind of get mad at myself for not doing it ahead of time, then that's, like, not a great way to actually move forward, I think. That's real bad. Learn to walk first. Yeah, skills gained through traditional art translate well over digital, but I find the river doesn't flow the opposite quite as well. So, you're probably right about that, but that's because I think a lot of the temptations are there. You know what I mean? I think you can learn a lot. Like, if you work on one layer and you use a method that is similar to the way you'd actually paint, then it's kind of like how people who do flight simulators can fly a plane, or people who do, like, racing simulators can race. As so long as you avoid all those bad digital, not bad habits, but just digital habits like undoing and layers and layer styles and overlays, and you know, it's like you hear these kind of like tips on how to light a character or how to shade a character. And it's like, if you don't mix the paint yourself and paint it in, then you'll never like learn the skill. You'll just know how to do it with that layer, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that if you don't want to have like, if that's a good enough thing for you, I guess, to master in your career. But Ombre, kind of how you pronounce it. You did it right the first time? Okay. Well, fair enough. There we go. The ombre. I need to make sure that I include it in her. Because her design has, yeah, this cool, like, I thought her hair was mostly blue. Because obviously, like most VTubers, Minnie shows herself, like, at this kind of, like, level or whatever. So you don't really see any of the yellow because it's kind of hiding behind her wings. And then by the time her hair completely changes to yellow, it is not in view for the most part. Because I guess most VTubers are, like, around there. Anyway. I didn't realize how prominent it was until I actually saw the full ref, which I'm glad that I did find the full ref. And actually, Ashy sent it to me because I was talking about doing Minnie's piece next, and Ashy was very excited for me and decided to send that to me as a here you go, here's some help, bruh. But I never want to ask somebody for their reference sheet, obviously, right? I wasn't just going to ask Minnie or Ulner or whoever, like, hey, can I have your reference sheet so I can do art for you? It's like, no. They pay for future use skills, they pay for your skill at the time, which is 100% fair, Flower. Yeah, it's reasonable, but I feel bad about it. That's why I feel bad about for fan art, because this is a piece I'm doing for the love of art and for my adoration of Minnie. So this isn't something I'm doing for her that I did for Ulner, I did for Ashy or Alma or Fishy or whatever, as like a paid for piece that was whatever, you know. I'm not crowdfunding art of a VTuber. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious if I let a VTuber's chat crowdfund art for them. No, it'd be too dangerous. If I let that happen, then I'd be drawing Minnie 3 times a month, which wouldn't be bad, but it would get funny. So I realized when sketching and doing the line art for my Pokemon sketch, I'm good at mons that are more object like or like angular, but mons that are thwacky and like thwacky and Rookidee, I have a hard time on. So do you mean things that are more organic, or do you mean things that are more like derivative and simple versus, yeah? Because I'm trying to figure out what the difference between those ones are. It'd be hilarious. That would kind of be hilarious, actually. Temptation is always there, and when you look up tutorials, there's kind of stuff you are bombarded with. Right, yeah. That's why I think that YouTube Art School is actually really dangerous, because you don't necessarily get taught your fundamentals. There's like certain people that you can listen to on YouTube Art School 100%, but there's certain people that sort of like make more content-y style like videos. Like here's how to draw skin. And if they're talking about the process of understanding how skin works, that's great. If they're talking about like, you're going to start with this color right here, and then you're going to put a multiply layer on and use a soft brush to apply this color. And then you're going to use another multiply layer to apply a dark blue at a 50% rate over here. And it's just like, you're not really teaching anyone how to draw skin, are you? You're teaching how to like ink this specific style you're doing, which isn't really teaching them how to do it. It's showing them how you do it. Right? Like if they learn how to do it and arrive at the same process you do, that's great. But yeah, I always think that that's a bit dangerous. Not that I'm calling out any creators for like giving bad content or bad, you know, art lessons or art tips or whatever. I'm not here to start any heat, all right? But it is just something that I've noticed, is that there's a lot of like education that I think that is more geared to the kind of like algorithm education than there is to the actually improving. And so if you're going to do YouTube Art School because you don't want to do art school, that's totally fine. I think you just need to develop a very good eye for understanding the difference. More organic and soft looking mons I have a hard time with, but stuff like Kingler comes easy, and funnily enough I have an easier time for like Gyarados. So Alf, do you have a problem? Not a problem, let me reword that. Do you have a better time doing like straighter lines and constructing things like that? Because this actually is cool, Alf. One of the oldest things you can do as a figure artist or doing figure studies is compose the human form into straight lines. It's like one thing we're taught to do in art school formally, to develop shadow shapes and things like that. So a cool thing to try and do is try and your mons are more compartmentalized easily. I have an easier time drawing the mons that are more whole in terms of design, that aren't as easily compartmentalized. Right, okay, fair enough. That perfect. So here's something you can kind of do. Think about shadow shapes in general, and try and use non-organic lines. So when you're trying to reference like a bicep and like a shoulder, we're gonna draw an arm. So you try and draw an arm, and you're trying to like, you know, you try and draw the arm, make it all nice, and figure out where the muscles kind of like, you know, how the tricep, and then how your the whole thing kind of comes together, and then you've got like the wrist and all this shit, and you're trying to like figure out how everything kind of fits in, and how it connects to the whole skeleton, and where these all things, like, that's great. You can do this shit. But what I would strongly suggest is one way that we're taught to do this in art school. from the very ancient days, the elder days of art, is to try and draw individual little shapes as straight lines, and to try and kind of like simplify your line work as much as you can into straight lines and sort of basic shapes to understand the form better. And it's a style of sketching that I think is more conducive to improving and to learning, where you're trying to do like individual quick lines. You're trying to build shapes, build boxes, build shadow shapes, find lines that you can kind of derive down even more, and then be in there to find shadows. So find the shadow shape of the musculature, find the reflections, the highlights, the midtones, and then where you can put shadows again. This is like a very old school way of sketching, kind of along the lines of the Bridgman stuff. And then you build an organic feel and flow through that as you go. And it's kind of hard to go really boxy for me, obviously, because I'm not practiced on it. But yeah, it's really cool where you can compartmentalize it by trying to identify individual shadow shapes. So you kind of figure out the individual silhouette, and you don't need to think about all the details inside of it. Then once you go inside the actual like illustration, wherever it is, you can think about sort of how to derive shapes out of all the shadows and lighting, or individual things like if there's scales or horns or whatever that make a Pokemon, then you can kind of figure out how to do that individually as well, and take one detail at a time, as opposed to approaching a weird kind of like a Snorlax is an easy shape, you know, when you think about it, right? But a Charmander, you know, might be like a weirder kind of like kind of shape or whatever. You know, you know what I mean, right? So when you're trying to think about the Pokemon that's complicated silhouette as a whole, you'll have a harder time with it. It's the same reason why we get I think you're getting overwhelmed, and I mean with no disrespect. You're getting overwhelmed by the whole shape the way I get overwhelmed by figures, the way artists all get overwhelmed by drawing figures. So it's so funny that you're having the same like kind of like revelation on your struggles and how to draw like characters and Pokemon, the same way that artists have had that same overwhelm and struggle with drawing figure. And that is actually things you can learn from classical figure drawing to help you compartmentalize, just like you said, perfect word for it, the individual shapes and textures of a Pokemon. You know what I mean? And like it's actually really cool when you try doing it. So you could try, if you want to, building it into blocky shapes and trying to like figure it out. And I know it'll be a little bit too blocky when you first start and you won't really get it, because as you go, you'll kind of cheat a little bit. You'll kind of like make this one smooth and this one a little smooth and make this one a blocky shape. And you know what I mean? Like it's really cool when you start doing it, but you have to start at the very beginning of like doing it as blocky as possible and trying to find the most like direct blocky features to kind of draw out one line at a time. But yeah, no, it's really a lot of fun when you start doing that kind of stuff, and it changes the way you think about figure drawing forever. Classical training, man. Funny, Charmander is easy because I can compartmentalize it, but it's like Venusaur is hard. Oh, I see. That's weird, because I would have thought that Venusaur would be easier because you can kind of like separate it into its elements. The way I see it, you'd separate a Venusaur into like the body, the head, the legs, and the flower. That'd be easier for me. But that's the cool thing about like these tools, is that whatever you sort of like struggle with or do well with, or like whatever your struggles or whatever you exceed at, there are sort of like tools that will help you approach them in an interesting way. Formal book on a figure drawing. That's the homework. That's what I'm sending you guys home with, is a formal book on a figure drawing. We'll see who has the stomach to get through the first 10 pages before falling asleep, so yeah. Proving why I take notes during these streams? Fair enough. See, it's things like that I feel like I should make like into a little YouTube short or TikTok or something. Oh, which by the way, hold on. Real quick cursory glance. Let me see how well, if the internet likes that TikTok or not. Does the internet like my TikTok video? Let us see. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, fair enough. It's a good start for like the first hour or two. Okay, well, maybe not the banger the last were, but fair enough. Good start. Not mad. Maybe it won't go nuclear, but that's fine. Straight line shapes, something like that, Nick. Yeah. And actually, if you want a bit of a hack for how to start doing this, and because you're really not able to decipher what to even start with, I don't necessarily recommend this. It's a bad habit, but if you do it with responsibly, you can do this a little bit. Go take figure drawings. If you can, figure drawings like Michelangelo, and try and see the straight lines in his work. And then if you want to trace over, and listen, I almost never recommend tracing, but again, I'm trying to be very accessible here. Take a picture of the human figure standing there all, you know, dramatically and shit, and go over their muscles and try and figure out the individual shapes those muscles form as straight lines. And then get your like hand in the groove, used to it, whatever, and then try and do it again without tracing over it. So you've sort of done it one time, and then you're going to try and do it on your own the next, and then try and build those like straight line shapes. So that's one of the only times I'll ever recommend tracing anything, because I think it's a terrible, terrible habit that'll almost never serve you. But when I say almost, there are 100% times when it can serve you, and I think that's one of them. It's a bit of a shortcut, and we're all entitled for a shortcut once in a while. I just think the shortcuts are terribly dangerous and should be avoided, because we kind of can't really like protect ourselves against the shortcuts unless we're like really confident that we won't abuse them. And man, if you're not going to abuse a shortcut, well, you probably don't need advice anyway, because you're the strength of character of you as a person. I have no idea how to compete with that. I'll abuse the shit out of a shortcut if I allow myself to take it. 100%, I will abuse the shit out of it, and I will stagnate massively. Remember, I am not like a master artist or whatever. I'm not art dad, I'm art big brother. I've been doing this slightly longer, but I'm not like good at what I do yet, so I'm totally willing to share my downfalls and pits and stuff that I fall into to hopefully help you guys avoid yours, if they're the same ones. And I hope that you never need it, you know, that kind of advice, but I think it's fine that everybody does once in a while. Hydrate, eat a snack, go to the bathroom, get up and do a stretch, take care of yourself, chat. There you go. Good advice. Tracing to train is totally okay in my book. Tracing to sell or market yourself when it comes to be bad is still, or in my book. So the problem with tracing, here's the reason why I say it's almost never good. Because it's too tempting. You don't develop. So the problem is if all you did was like the first part of that thing that I said, where I said to go over it and to trace the lines of the figure. I'm gonna do really small legs. This one, really small arms. There you go. If all you do is the tracing component and you never actually do the actual like trying to do it yourself component afterwards, then I think that you are kind of screwing yourself over, because it's like you start registering the lesson by tracing it, but you don't solidify the lesson until you do it on your own. So sure, yeah, if you want to just like do this and then just do this 1,000 times, that's fine. But I think you'll be surprised as to how much better you'll be if you start by doing the whole tracing thing, and then you make sure that you go and exercise the skill after. So I don't think that tracing is almost ever okay, but this is one of those times when I think like it's almost always better to do it yourself. Almost always. Like 99.5% of the time. And the 0.5% of the time that I think it's okay to not is like right there. But you have to like, again, you have to meet it with the intent and desire to immediately after the study replicate the study once more without tracing it. And it's like almost to the point where I'm like somewhat confident to just say, you know what, never mind, just don't trace to begin with. But obviously I'm trying to be the most accessible. Like if you go to art school, like a real art school, and you start tracing some shit, they're gonna yell at you and you're gonna get like failed. But obviously I don't think that the art school sort of hardcore mentality works for everybody. I think it'll make you a better artist, but does everybody have the stomach for it? Absolutely not. So, and yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody needs to say that tracing to sell work is like obviously bad, because that's like, you know, not your work then. What's the difference between you and AI? So, I was trying to get the res you talked about with the height. What height is it? The height is with this 6K. So, let's see. For like a painting, this one might be a bit smaller, but let's see. Ooh, that's a big file. Wait, it's got a loading bar to load the file. Okay, so this one right here, this painting, which I can paint, like I can zoom in pretty hard at, you know, we can go pretty hard into the painting and not lose all our pixels. It is, in fact, only 6,000 by 3,000. So 6K by 3K. And then pick whatever sort of like aspect ratio you want. So you could do 6K by 2K if you want, and then have something more cinematic, or 6K by 4K and have something that fits more like kind of pages and shit like that. You still need to draw it, but for an example, understand the shapes and stuff, muscles, bones, etc. Yeah, there is an argument to be made that you will still register the lesson better if you have to work it out yourself. That's what classic art instruction would suggest. And then, you know, I'm pretty happy with classic art instruction. I'm a proponent of it. The Internet Archive is a bunch of free access figure drawing books for anyone doing their homework. Oh, really? I didn't know that. There is, I do recommend, when you can, getting the physical book in front of you, because I think that there's some sort of like disconnect we have a little bit when we're viewing it through the screen. There's something about setting up your workspace so that you have your desk and you have your paper and your pencil and whatever, and then you have a book in front of you that you're reading that you can sort of like pace yourself with. I find that screens, there's just something about it that kind of, it's like the screen is like 80% as good as the book, obviously. And like a YouTube video on it is like 20%. Because although, yes, you can pace yourself with the book or with a PDF version, the physical book is just a little bit different. I don't really know why. Maybe for some people it's different, but for most people, I think they're surprised when they actually go to like physical study material. So if you can get the book on its own, that'd be great. Maybe like find one you like in the Internet Archive and then go buy the physical book. Or, you know, if like getting books physically is not like a thing that you want to do, then absolutely you can go grab them from a lot of different places.
Hi, I'm back. Had to talk to the
Hello.
boss's boss about
Welcome back.
Barcelona, as she is asking me for recommendations since she is going. It may also be ready for some goodies for you and Ella. Evan, cool face, care package incoming.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. I'm in eager anticipation, Mel. It's very kind of you to think of us. Welcome back, by the way. We want to get some art books, proper ones, not how to draw anime faces or what, but they're so expensive. No, I mean, they don't have to be. So there's a couple of really good ones. So for figure, if you're trying to look up figure drawing, the George B. Bridgman books are the ones I always recommend. They look like this. There's a whole bunch of them. Bridgman Life Drawing, Constructive Anatomy, Where's the Human Machine? The Human Machine is on here. The Big Book of Hands, Heads, Features, and Faces. There's a Big Book of Hands. Bridgman is one of the best instructors in anatomy sketching in the classical way. By a fucking mile. And all these books, since they were published or initially 100 years ago, these books are $10 to $12 on Amazon Canadian. So like less than $10 US. Very easy, very accessible. You can get the whole series for $50 or whatever. So they don't have to be. You just have to find the right ones, I guess. Yeah.
And be aware, there will be a dragon in your care package too, Evan. Devilish face. Oh, I have one of those too.
Okay.
There is also the Morpho books too I bought.
Okay. I'm a little scared. Thank you, 100 bits, Mel. Yeah, you don't have to spend a lot of money on art books. I get it. There are some that are very, very expensive. There's like a big like anatomy book that came out from like a Korean artist a couple years ago that everybody was losing their minds over how good it was, and it's a great anatomy book, but it was also $100, you know. And it's like, oof. If I was a student, I would not be able to buy that. I mean, I'm not a student, and I still didn't buy it because it was $100. So that's, hey, there it is, you know. But you don't have to spend a lot of money on art books. You can find really great resources for free. And then if you're willing to spend a little bit on them, you can find really, really great resources for a couple bucks. So, Virgin books are also in the archive. There you go. There you go. They hold up. The like wording on them, the English written in them is a little bit awkward sometimes because obviously it was written 100 years ago. And it, you know, language does change a little bit, so some of the way that you would describe certain things is a little bit weird, but it's not like trying to read a 17th century cookbook or anything. It's like pretty easy.
Thrift Books is also a fantastic place where all of my books
true.
for anatomy I got are second hand.
That's true.
Material
you
is the
thrift them.
same, and Thrift Books can also give you free books to smile.
Yep, good point. Good point. You could thrift them. I'm not much of a thrifter, so I don't have too much of a knowledge base about how to kind of go about the used book scene. But that's a good point. There's a lot of people that I knew in art school that were very proud of finding really great books that we would like buy or have to buy or whatever for school at whatever various bookstores they would stop by. So that's totally valid. All right, Minnie. We're not going full knight Minnie here, but I'm trying to give a little bit of a knightly kind of pseudo-paladinly armor to her. Obviously, you know, Minnie feels like a healer to me, so... Which I hope Minnie doesn't take that the wrong way. But I still want to put her in some armor, because I did a pretty cool piece for Ashy with armor, and I think that Minnie deserves the same knightly treatment. And we'll see. We'll see how... I hope her chat likes this too, you know. I hope that people who are Minnie enjoyers are fans of the art as well, because obviously I don't want to... I know some VTuber sort of viewers are very upset at the idea of anyone doing like non-anime artwork of their VTuber in question. So it was very bold of Ashley to change her profile picture to the art that I did of her. And I wouldn't expect any VTuber, obviously, but I just want to not make their chats mad, I guess, you know? There is that. Mr. Pixel, what's up, dude? Public libraries are great resources. I mean, it's true, yeah. I haven't been to a public library in a long time, but yeah, that's a good point. You can probably get a really good assortment of books from there. We have a local used bookstore, so I might have a check for some. Thank you for in chat for the Baroque artist tips. Absolutely. Absolutely. Good luck. But again, it's also only if you want to engage with it, right? You know?
Libraries also have sales too for old books they want to
sell
really? To make room for new stock. Smile.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. I thought they just like donated it or whatever. Like, who are they donated to, right? Besides themselves. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it all kind of changes. Like, all this talk about improving fundamentals and getting better at this and that, I feel like I need to just sort of like take a step back every once in a while and preface with like, the whole grinding at your fundamentals thing is like very important if you're taking your art seriously. But also, don't push yourself. If you're not a professional and you don't have to do this for a living, don't push yourself to the point of grinding fundamentals and studying things to the point where you're not happy. Like, obviously, if you want to improve, like, you'll have the stomach to do it. But if you're sitting here being like, man, I used to enjoy art when I just, like, draw, like, cute anime cat girls and shit all day. But now that I'm doing, like, fundamentals and figure studies and whatever, like, ugh, God, this is so boring. Don't let the studies kind of kill your drive and passion to make art. Otherwise, it's not worth it. Again, if you're a professional, it changes, and I will be a little bit harder on you, and I'll say, look, there's a billion people who want to do this professionally. If you're not willing to put the work in, there's like 50 people that are happy to put the work in that you're not wanting to do, and you got to earn your place in the industry. Sure, there is that. But if we're just talking about also improving as like a hobbyist, because you're just having fun with this and you want to get better at it, like do not risk your passion. Don't do it. It's not worth it. I've known many artists that are very happy to make artwork, that then you tell them the kind of the stuff they have to do to like improve, and they're like, ugh, I don't want to do that anymore.
Buns. I also have a lot of pictures I have of all of my international trips. I am more than happy to send you two for free so you can have a library of your own. Smile. This is for anyone too who wants it. Community
Fair
resources
enough.
are golden for those who are professionals and newbies like me. Smile.
Yep, there you go. We have the Library of Alexandria at our fingertips on the internet. Thanks on a bit, Mel. I do art studies, to draw cat girls better. Exactly, right? For a long time, all I did was anatomy studies, still kind of proud of them. You should be, that's really cool. I mean, like, that's dope. I think studies are awesome. The problem is we put too much pressure on ourselves to get the studies right. And this is why sketchbooking, I think, is important. You should always have a sketchbook or something as an artist that you don't reveal to the world. It should be something that is for you and you alone. And although it's tempting to do a really cool piece of art and to show it off and say, hey, everybody, look at the cool art I made. Look at the cool, like, you know, dragon prince demon wielding the sword of the eternal woes. And I did this really cool piece of art. That's fine, but you can't betray the sanctity of your sketchbook. If you're doing something in your sketchbook that you are doing for you, you need to sort of have this safety and security knowing that you're never going to be judged upon it. And if there's even like a chance, like, oh, I don't post my bad sketches, but I post my good ones, what I find is that it kind of diminishes a little bit your willingness to really push in the sketchbook, because there's a bit of a pressure that there shouldn't be. And sketchbooks should have nothing but... and sketchbooks should have nothing... What's the way to word it? Sketchbooks should never be somewhere that you're concerned about someone judging you. And so if you're needing to practice studies or do anything like that, I think you might have a better time practicing those studies if you did them. If you did them in a way that you were confident no one would see them, I guess, and that you wouldn't be judged. That's important. That is me who's still working on building up the confidence and start learning art, not for a career because I'm at least 20 years too late for that, but maybe some home game or TTRPGs that I could be comfortable with showing. So first of all, Joe, I just, that's fair. You've already got your career and hopefully you love what you do.
Evan,
yes.
Please, my cooked brain can only handle so much. English better than me, please.
Wait, what? Was I not Englishing well? Wait, I'm confused. What? I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I follow. I think a lot of bits though. Yeah, Joe, anyone can become an artist, I think, at any point in time. I don't think the skill is arcane or inaccessible to anybody. I think that if you're very serious, anyone can go from stickman to being employable in 2 years. If you want it. If it's like this like nagging itch just on the inside of your brain, on the back of your mind, this like hook in your heart that you never like invested in your art career and you need to do it, I definitely do think that anyone can become an artist. I don't think that it's talent. I don't think talent dictates it, like, whatsoever, almost. I don't think talent's actually even 10% of what decides an artist's success. There'll be prodigies, always, yeah, sure. There'll be prodigies that come up and you're like, wow, that person has so much talent, crazy. And they go off and they do their own thing. But I think when you look at the industry and you think of people that are making a living on their art, realistically, I think the people who are talented probably make up less than 10% of the industry. Yeah, I have no talent to speak of. I wish I did. For technical art, maybe for design, but not for art. Not for the technical skill of drawing and painting. No, I'm terrible, naturally. And it's a painful realization, but it's a hopeful one, I think. So that's fair. I'm not saying like, oh, you should like feel bad if you aren't like making art, because you can do it. Like you can be like, whatever, it's fine. But I just want to make sure that everyone who does want to pursue that career knows that it is possible, that it's not like some impossible task. But at the same time, yeah, like obviously, if you want to just get good enough where you feel comfortable sharing your art for your TTRPGs, you can do that very easily, very casually, if you're willing to sort of put some effort in improving. I think it's a lot of fun, actually. It's so much fun making art for your games and your TTRPGs. Taking on art, maybe even not as a career, but as a hobby, I think is a very worthwhile, wonderful thing to do, and is really something that is, especially if you're a gamer, a TTRPG enthusiast, a GM, can really elevate your games. I love making art for people, for their worlds, but I love making art for my game even more. It's very satisfying. It's very gratifying to have a story and to be able to show my players artwork, to have an NPC and be able to show them a sketch. And players, just like voices, they don't expect you to be a master artist if you're showing them a sketch or a painting or whatever. You're painting a vibe that informs the imagination. You're not giving them exactly what they hear. So when I port, for doing accents and voices as a DM, I think that throwing yourself into it and committing to the bit is the best way to do it, even if you're not doing a proper accent, even if you're slipping into different ones, even if you're kind of being weird. You know, your players who are kind of dicks or think they're funnier than they actually are will like call you out on it. But 9 out of 10 times, when you do some sort of like fun accent or whatever for a character, for an NPC, your players will just be like kind of like enchanted by the fact that they're like being pulled into the world a little more. You know? And it's great. And so I think the art's the same thing. They don't need your players don't expect you to be a master artist. If you're like, hey, here's a sketch of what you see on the door, and you draw a cool sketch of like whatever the mechanism is or something, or the NPC or whatever, your players appreciate that and they love it, and they really, you know, they really benefit from it as well. So definitely throw yourself into that if you want to.
Joe, I am a scientist in training for almost 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
Because of COVID, I seriously am diving back into creative work after putting it on the back burner for so long.
Hell yeah.
The flame has come back after almost 2 decades and it is brighter than ever.
That's what I like to hear. That, Mel, is what I like to hear. I'm proud of you. I have under 50 pieces that I share. There's an unknown amount of unsaved and lost to time, which is sad, but hey, it works for me. I might drop my progress on the server one day if you want to. I mean, there's also should be never any pressure to share your work, you know? I want people who want to share their work and who find some value in it to have an awesome place to do so. But there's also, you know, take your time, right? There's no rush. My server, my stream, I'll always be here. So, if you ever feel like dropping your progress and whatnot, yeah, the Discord's there. People will be excited to see it. Especially if you just say that. Like people are so not okay being vulnerable with stuff, but like I think like it's something that I try and do once in a while. I'll be like, hey, I'm really not confident in this sketch, or this like whatever. Tried a new style, tried a new thing. Like, tell me what you guys think. Like, where are we? Do we like this direction? Whatever, you know. And sometimes you open yourself to like unwanted or unsolicited criticism, but I try and make sure that's not a thing in our Discord at least. So we have a rule for the finished work category that criticism is not to be posted in the finished work category, like ever. Unless specifically asked for, in which case I would say that that's where the feedback channel is for. So, no, I mean, if you want to share it, and if not, we'll be here. I mean, the server's waiting. Talent as a subject doesn't exist for me. It's just time spent plus opportunities taken plus a nurturing environment. Yeah, I mean, it's. I definitely do see some prodigies here and there where it's like this kid just like is able to understand how to make a human, you know, form at like a super young age that you're just like, god damn. But no, I think that a lot of people think that like art is talent, and because it's so esoteric how someone gets good at art. It's like a magician performing magic where you're just like, and now I will make a character appear on the page, and people are like, I have no idea even how you're supposed to do that. And so like I can tell you a bit of a story of how that progression happens and how it happened with me. So when I was young, I didn't understand at all how people made good art. It was a complete mystery. But I sort of had this dumb, not faith, but love of art where I kind of didn't care if I was good or not, and I just drew for myself. And as I started to need to try and think about art and to think about being good at art, mostly when I was in art school and like high school, because even high school, you don't really have to be good at art, have to care all that much, but you know, you do when you hit art school. And I felt this like, obviously I visualize everything because I'm an artist, right? So I used to visualize this great white sphere of glowing light that I couldn't see into. And it was so wide and so big. You could look all the way, you know, across it and not see the horizon of it on either side. But every time I try and reach up to it and just like try and just touch it, just touch greatness, I was just always a couple of inches, you know, away. I could never quite touch it. And I didn't realize the moment that I did sort of like put my hand through that sphere and like really enter into a new kind of like reality of art, but I can tell you that I did at some point in time. and it's pretty spectacular. But inside of that, once you sort of like get past the barrier of complete mystery for art, you see more mysteries everywhere. And it's so cool because you just kind of figure them out as you go, and it's really, really satisfying. But, you know, with that said, if you aren't sort of able to kind of reveal the mysteries of art to yourself, it's kind of like demoralizing, because you kind of can't convince your brain to do it. And it's one of those things that helps out when you're a kid, because when you're a kid, that reward system in your head is kind of not really formed, and your brain's too dumb to really know if something's worth pursuing or not. You know, kids have this, like, they'll like make a goal, they're like, I'm gonna become the greatest astronaut cowboy ever, and you're like, what the fuck is that? They're like, well, you know, when you have to like catch like cattle and like drive cattle across the moon. You're like, what? Oh, okay, sure. Right? There's just like, there's no sort of sense of grounded sort of like goals and visions. We all have amazing goals when we're young, and before we get too old, you know, we get reality and grounded and we stop pursuing them. And for art, it's one of those things that I think you always have to just have faith in, that no matter what, if you don't understand how to sort of achieve that next level or whatever, that you will still figure it out. You will always figure it out. That the talent that some people have is not what got them there. That it's always this sort of like sense of not knowing what you're doing, and just progressing through and trusting your brain, trusting the process. The term I use is trust your hands. I always say trust your hands. Trust your hands. Your hands know what they're doing. They won't do everything right all the time, but they will do stuff right most of the time. Enough of the time that you'll progress, and that's enough for me. And oftentimes I'm very nervous on you know, the start of a project or whatever, and I'll have to remind myself that just trust your hands, trust your hands, trust your hands. Because, yeah, it's very daunting, you know? So today's Cleric appreciation. Can you say something nice about Clerics without making a backhanded compliment? Miniful's great. There. Yeah. How's that, Garthan? Mini's a great Cleric. Would you say stream topics or finished pieces to drop progress from start to today? Well, if it has to do some... So finished work is like, all the channels in Discord are all with a bit of context. Stream topics is the one place that has no context. Where someone's like, why is this person posting a picture of their fish with a Santa hat on it? In like general, that's weird. You know, stream topics is where you post things without confidence, or not confidence, context. So you can post with confidence wherever, but if you want to post it more without the context for progress, you can post it in stream topics if you want. But if you're feeling like finished work's a little bit daunting, stream topics is absolutely fine. What about it's about where you start out at? Yeah, for sure. Is that a comment to Clerics or a comment to Mini? I said Mini's a great Cleric. What do you mean? What do you mean? I have dyspraxia. I'm not sure what that is. So trusting my hands is not a thing I can really do. The best way I found to explain it is like playing telephone. Sometimes it works. Sometimes you can see the vision. Sometimes it's a mess. Interesting. I don't know much about that. Interesting. Well, I mean, I don't mean like literally trusting your hands. I just mean trusting yourself. Your hands are just where you're actually doing the thing. It's sort of like letting go and just focusing on the process as opposed to focusing on the outcome. So that's more, the metaphor is not literally about your hands. It's more of a mantra than a metaphor, I suppose. That's an important caveat, maybe. Finish work as if we artists could finish a piece. Dude, I've finished so much work since the start of the year. I'm so impressed with myself. Because I am known for not getting anything done over weeks and weeks and weeks. And this year, my goal, oh my god, was to actually finish work. And holy shit. I look back and I see the sheer amount of process videos that I've accomplished on TikTok or YouTube or wherever. And I'm like, all of this since the beginning of the year? Holy shit. You know? Like, it's just, it's crazy, right? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, did I get unsolicited art criticism on TikTok? Oh, I did. Sick. I love that. I fucking love that. When someone's just like, not as skilled as an artist as yourself, but I might make a suggestion. I mean, Sure, I didn't ask, but that's crazy. Like, you can. I'm not gonna read it. Unless I know, like, who I'm talking to. It's like, okay, well... Is there something legitimate there? Maybe, I don't know, but, you know... You kind of can't trust a TikTok comment, I think. Unless it's from somebody you know. That's beautiful. Anyway, yeah, like, I've accomplished a lot of work this year. It's fucking crazy. I tried to break the curse of not actually finishing any work, because, yeah, I think I'm especially guilty of that. Do you get kind of sad when people don't use your comms? I made profile pictures for my friends, they never use it. If so, how to get over it? If it's something that you're doing as a fan project for your friends or whatever, you can't get sad at all, because the project should be entirely in your... Well, first of all, if it's for money, doesn't matter. Who cares? If someone's paying you to do something and they like it and they want to use it or whatever, if they're willing to pay for it and not use it a profile picture, like, okay, if they're willing to use it and use it or pay for it and willing to use it as a profile picture, like, great. Who cares? So if it's for money, it doesn't matter. Stop thinking about it immediately. You're a professional, you know? If it isn't for money, you're doing it for your friends, did they ask you for it or did you just do it? Because you can't expect someone to use something if you just did them art, you know, for whatever character. You just like, here you go, here's some art, and they're like, oh, cool, and they don't set their profile picture to that. Like, you can't exactly demand it, obviously, but also it might be a misalignment of who you are choosing to do art for, right? So for example, this stuff that I'm doing today is fan art for Miniful. Now, I do art of my VTuber friends, so this is Minnie as a VTuber, in the form of Eldara characters. Cool. Why do I do that? Because I like it, because it's fun. It's a fun project, it's very fulfilling for me, very rewarding, and I have a blast. Now, part of that is, why am I doing Miniful? Miniful and I have never streamed together. We've never, like, Minnie's not a D&D streamer or whatever, but Minnie is incredibly sweet, and I love her streams, and she's incredibly positive about my art. So, yeah, Minnie's, like, actually excited about the idea of me doing, like, shitty art of her. And so, part of it is picking who you do art for. There's tons of people I know that are like D&D arts or D&D streamers that, like, you know, would need art for their game or whatever, but I don't think that they'd necessarily care all that much if they got art made for them. So why am I putting why am I giving up a $200 commission slot to do a piece of fan art? Because it's worth it. It's fun when somebody gets the art and they're super excited, and I know Minnie's excited when she gets art. And she's really excited about my art, so I'm very excited to do it for her. And I'm getting a lot, I get a lot of good feedback from that for myself. So I'd say if you're disappointed because people aren't using your art, either one, if they're paying for it, stop thinking about it immediately. You're a professional, like, move on to the next project. If they're not paying for it, did you ask them or did they ask you? And if they asked you for it and you decide to do it and they said it's for profile picture or whatever, like, I don't know, it's a bit specific of an example, but if they say they're going to use it for X and they don't end up using it for X, then I just wouldn't make art for them anymore. I wouldn't be bummed about it. I wouldn't be sad or get into your, head about it at all. I just move on and find people that actually want your art and then do stuff for them. It's pretty straightforward in my opinion, but maybe there's some extra context I'm missing. I'm not good at metaphors. I mean, that's fair. I'm trying to visualize what you're talking about, but the more you finish, the more you want it the more you finish, the more you want to finish. It's a hack. Exactly. TF means shitty art. This is shitty art. We don't have the same standards. Damn. Well, I mean, look, I'm not producing art at a master's level or whatever. I'm still in my learning process. Like, yeah, my standard of, like, what amazing art is like Greg Rutowski, Igor Sidrenko, Kekakotaki, Jamie Jones, Lucas Graciano, Peter Lee. There's, like, the great painters of our generation. When I'm saying shitty art, I'm kind of memeing a little bit, but also, like, I do think that I'm really, really, like, obviously I'm not a shit artist, I'm not, like, a bad artist, obviously. But when it comes to me comparing myself against the greatest artists of our generation and the greatest artists of history, Rembrandt, Jan Matteo, Michelangelo, yeah, I'm pretty far behind. I'm pretty far behind. Got a lot of work to do to catch up. Got a lot of work to put in to catch up. The difference between me and Frank Frazetta is it's a bit of a gap, Dropped progress with a few pieces, realized it's a bit more than expected, but part of what So those are fierce pieces I'm proud of regardless of how they've aged. Okay, on my break I'm gonna check them out. I'm excited. Your first posts. Remind me when I go take my break, when I come back to do a bit of a Discord dive. 1v1 to Michelangelo. For real? Yeah. Came back to sponsor break and missed the answer to my question. Oh shit, what was your question? Fuck, hold on. Let me
Evan,
see.
I seriously am so cooked. I thought you said Mike Wazowski.
Yeah, you need some sleep, Mel. How do you get sad when people don't use? Oh, that was right, Bun. So basically, TLDR is if it's for money, don't worry about it. You're a professional, get over it. If it's not for money and it's just for your friends, if they ask you to do the commission and they don't like appreciate it, then don't do work for them anymore. Find people who will do work, who want your work. And if they didn't ask for it and you're just doing it as a fan art piece and they don't like use it or for profile pictures or whatever, you can't put that standard onto them. And at which point, just find people that do really want your art and are very excited about it. And then, you know, if there's friends of yours that want artwork but aren't like super enthused about it, then you just like, whatever, you just don't do art for them. Who cares? If it makes you feel bad to make art for somebody, don't make art for them unless they're paying for you, in which case then maybe still don't make art for them. Like I turned down a commission pretty deep into the process of talking to somebody on TikTok because I got a kind of a couple of yellow flags from them, and then I got like a big red flag from them. Well, okay, I got enough yellow flags that it turned into a red flag, and I was like, hey, I know we've been talking about this. I'm sorry to waste your time, but I'm starting to realize that I don't think that I can do the best job for you on this one. Understanding the full scope now, I think that you want a different artist to do this for you, and I would feel terrible about working with you, taking your money on this project, and then it not being exactly what you want. So thanks so much. Good luck. I will hopefully, you know, be able to maybe do a different piece with you at some point in time, knowing full well I won't, but I'm trying to be nice. Anyway, take care. And just like make art for people that make you happy and that you want to make art for. It's like pretty easy, I think. You know? Stroked over my last message. Nah, you're fine. It's Monday, bro. Yeah, what are we talking about? We're chilling. We're chilling. We're big chilling. Always make art for people that are made happy by your art and that don't want stupid shit. Like I have a friend who's another streamer and they are very enthusiastic with my art. Very, very enthusiastic. Okay. However, they're a pain in the absolute ass to work for. They're picky. They're micromanagey. They ask for revisions on things that are free. They don't accept fan art with grace, and they're an absolute pain in the ass to work for. And so I would never accept a commission from them, nor would I ever work for them for free, obviously for fan art stuff. Still love them, still my friends.
If you have friends who are artists too, and
yes,
they have their own worlds like Evan does with Eldera, ask for commissions of new characters in their world.
Is that too?
Makes me happy to see people get excited about their own worlds and lore. Smiling
Right?
face with hearts.
Right? Yeah, that's part of it. Thanks that Smell, I appreciate it. What's up, Azalea? What's going on? Yeah, I mean, just make art for people that want it, you know? And then hopefully you are able to be blessed with enough clients one day that you can pick your clients, because I'm very, very, very humbled and blessed to be able to be picky with my clients. When I accept a project from a client, it's usually like because I like the idea, and you know, it's something that people don't want to hear and don't want. So like I wouldn't recommend saying this as an artist. You come off sounding arrogant. But when somebody is considering and you're talking to them and they're considering commissioning you, you as an artist should be equally analyzing and considering them as to whether or not you will accept the commission. Now, I wouldn't go through the whole like from a process and be like, yes, well, I think that you are going to be good to work with, so I accept your offer for a commission. Like that's like chill. Let the power be on their side, just sort of socially, as they are the client and you're the artist. But never approach a commission without the full intent that that they need to please you in the way you're talking to them, so that you are willing to take on their commission. And I think that's something that's very important to do as an artist. Otherwise, you end up in a bad spot where you're working with people that don't really want your art. You know, this is one of the reasons why having a commission sheet's not a great idea for a lot of artists. Now, I do think that I might need to actually have a commission sheet at some point in time, just because I'm getting really fucking tired of responding to like 15 to 20 TikTok messages a week. You know, I found some amazing people from TikTok that I'm so excited to work with, but most people from TikTok and from YouTube and from comments and random sort of like Twitter, whatever, DMs and stuff are people that I'd much rather not work with, and I have to turn down a lot of those projects. So it's kind of a bit of a mixed bag, but you know, having a commission sheet is not, you know, you tend to get better clients without it, because you have people that come to you that want to work with you, as opposed to are trying to just like price out the best art for the worst or for the least amount of money versus the worst artist for the most amount, you know, whatever. And call me out like that. Oh shit, yeah, you were from TikTok, weren't you? Your initial message was yeah, that's right, dude. Well, so that's the thing, like Mr. Pixel, I got probably the week that you contacted me, I think I got between 9 and 12 messages, and I think I only actually accepted 2 people out of that. Like I had out of the let's say 10 people that messaged me, 2 people were great and I decided to work with them. You were one of them, which is awesome because you're fucking sick and amazing to talk to about this kind of shit. One person they were willing to work with me, but I turned them down immediately because of what they wanted, and the other person was willing to work with me and I had to talk with them for a little while to realize I didn't want to work with them. And then the other ones kind of didn't work out for very early on the process for one reason or another. A lot of it was like the price. Like I got skewered by a couple people on my price point, which is amazing. But you know, like if you're mad at an artist because you don't think their art's worth the price point they set for their time, it's like that's totally fine. Be like, okay, cool, man. Like thanks so much for your time. Like good luck. But some people were really mad. Like one person said, how can you justify charging more than $100 for a portrait in an environment where AI art is accessible? And I was like, I can't, like, I will there's nothing I could say to convince you other than your opinion. Like that's fine. I will never be able to convince you anything other than your opinion. That's totally fine. Yeah, sure. I guess, sure, man. You know. The you know 15-hour thing that you want me to do, if you want me to charge $70 for it, like because AI exists, like that's totally fair, and you know, the best of luck to you. Best of fucking luck. I'm not gonna come to an accord with you on this. Let's just wish each other well, and then I just don't get why people are mad about it. Some people are like really legitimately mad. Like, how dare you? Like, I don't know, dude, like you know, like the fucking, like on Friday you guys crowdfunded me to draw sexy withers. It's like, that's, you know, and now you guys wanted me to crowdfund the fucking Aspenite beach scene in April, so that's what that one is for, you fucking degenerate goblins. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, maybe I'm wondering if I do need to have a commission sheet at some point in time just to weed out like a lot of people that are just going to be like kind of mad or whatever, and then they're just like they don't talk to you, they don't want your stuff, and it's like, okay, fine. But yeah, the point I was trying to make initially is make sure if you're an artist, you're working with people that you want to work with and that you like working with and you think you'll be able to do good work with. Don't let yourself be tempted by a project, and or you know, but obviously everybody needs to pay rent, so I say this with a grain of salt and a small caveat. But it is detrimental to work with people that are going to drain your fucking soul just for, you know, one commission slot. The special? Absolutely, bro. Got a dope ass deal on some cards from the shop, and my friend works at all 4 Fall Commander precons and all 4 Bloomberg Commander precons for 150 instead of 400. You got 8 Commander decks for 150. What the fuck?
One of the things with doing
Jesus.
business for yourself, art or whatever it is to set
Holy
serious
shit.
boundaries.
Yeah.
This is for your peace of mind, for your time and your practice.
Yeah,
a lot
for
of
sure.
people feel very entitled and don't understand hard work others put into their work. Your peeps will arrive in due time.
I mean,
there is also the rule of the 100. You build your community of 100 and you will not have to worry about it ever again because you found your people.
Sure, yeah. If you're in a niche, you'll find people who are more supportive of the niche, 100%. There is sort of like one part of it, though, that's a little bit complicated. That, yeah, you know, people don't understand the hard work, but also they kind of don't need to care. If they don't value it, that's totally fine. If someone thinks, like, why would I pay an artist to do this when I can just get an AI to do it? Like, fair enough, man. It's not like that. Then I feel like with that opinion, only that opinion, that's when you start getting artists that are like trying to moralize the AI thing and say like, oh, you're a bad person if you don't spend money on me to make art for you. It's like, you know, you're not a bad person, you just don't care about it. Like, that's fine. I'll never moralize and get mad at people who like don't value the work of an artist or whatever. You just don't worry about it. You just, you know, not everybody's gonna think what you do is cool, and you just move on. That's totally fine. But yeah, you have to be able to kind of like protect yourself and your own passion. Just teasing regardless, but yeah, some people can get really weird lately. Personally, I think pin video on your TikTok of general price range for stuff would weed a lot of them out. You know what? That's actually a good point. A pin video would probably be, ooh, yeah. Because I was thinking I had to point them to Twitter or something. That's a great idea, actually. Yeah, shit. I didn't think about that. A pin video. AI is easy and accessible, but deeply flawed, and there are many professional artists that have been doing professionally 15, 20 years. It's not even about so the problem is, Nick, that if you say that AI is good, it's accessible, but it's flawed, then what does that mean? Does that mean that AI, once it gets accessible and is no longer flawed, which is imminent, I'd say, if you see the progress of it, that now we have the ability to say, well, now it's not worth it to pay artists. Now it's not worth it to support artists. And so kind of, to me, it doesn't matter how good AI is. It does not have the human element, which is a big deal for me in art. Right?
I should also preface with this.
Yes.
I am a very jaded millennial nerd who simply wants to live in fantasy all the time and getting aggressive with self-love for others. Yay team mum lol.
Yeah, there it is. All right. Thank you, Mel. I appreciate it. First thing, AI is dumb and I hate it. Yeah, I think it's kind of cringe and lame and whatever. But like, you know, I'm not here to start any wars against people that think it's cool. You know, I'm not here to isolate anyone to other them to tell them that they're bad or not welcome or whatever because they like AI. Do I care about, like, you know, like here's where I sort of stand on it as far as like what I'm willing to be petty about with AI. I usually do artwork of all my D&D characters that I play in a campaign with. If I have players that play with me in a long-term campaign, I will do artwork for them. If you come to our campaign with AI art, I probably won't do the thing for you. I just probably won't do it for you because you don't need me. You know, you've got your art already. Just the same as if somebody comes to the campaign with art made by another artist. I wouldn't. If Thorkin made art for his character, I wouldn't make art of his character, right? I wouldn't disrespect him like that. And so if you come to our campaign and you're like, here's some art I got from this artist I love, here it is. I would not do art of that because I don't want to disrespect it, obviously. And I just view the AI as the same thing. Some people would say, they're like, oh, it's different because it wasn't an actual artist that did it. It's like, yeah, but it's like, you kind of like, I don't know. It's like a weird thing. So I don't know. I'm just not mad at anybody about stuff. I'm just so tired of being mad about stuff all the time, you know? It's like something in the last couple of years I've just tried to really let go. I'm just like not mad about anything, which makes me unpopular because people are like, oh shit, aren't you mad about this thing in the world right now, or that thing in art, or this thing in video games? I'm like, no, I'm not. They're like, so you think it's good? I'm like, no, I think it's bad, obviously, but am I mad about it? No. Why would I be mad about something?
My goal in life, once I have a house of my own,
yes,
to have an entire wall of nothing but artwork from my friends and artists I truly love.
That'd be sick.
To ultimately have a mini museum in my own home, heart.
That'd be lovely. I'd love to do the same thing. There's a lot of artists that I'd love to have art from. Maybe I should try and do an art trade or something with some of my artist friends. Is that a thing? One thing I understand is people arguing with artist prices. An artist may be too expensive with you. That's fine. You pay them in person what they believe their time is worth, not what you believe it's worth. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable. Yeah. And I think you know, I think Alf, most people agree with you on that. I think that's the sensible take. If someone's like, oh, here's my price, and you're like, ah, it's too expensive for me, sorry. You just move on, right? But it is weird that I do get messages occasionally on TikTok that people are like mad about a price point or whatever. They're like, I can't believe you charge this, and you're like, okay. I'm sorry. Like, that's what I have to value my time at. Like, my bad, bro. It's not like I did it to offend a person. I'm sitting here trying to make somebody mad by saying that I need, you know. I think that one thing maybe that some people are confused about is how long it takes me to do anything. And I've thought about that. I thought, like, am I an artist that works very slow? And the more I get better and improve at this whole thing, the more I realize I don't think I work particularly slow. I think I worked slow in the beginning of my streaming career, and I think I worked pretty slow. I did, because I was kind of like trying to get back into it. Like I was not like dude, when I first started streaming, I was like, I tried to show up at stream with a lot of joy and happiness and whatnot, and you know, like I always want to for stream. But when I first started streaming 4 years ago, I was extremely nervous the entire time. I was like a freshly molted crab, completely vulnerable to the world around me. I was terrified. I was fighting the worst depression demons you guys could imagine, and using the fact that I wanted to get back into where I was and be the person I actually wanted to be as sort of the way to kind of deal with that and try and, like, you know, overcome it. And so I was working very slow because I was terrified all the time. But now I don't think I work that slow. I think it literally just takes me 12 hours to do this. Like, this mini full piece is going to take me probably 15 hours because, you know, I'm doing it on stream. But how much faster do I do it off stream? A little bit, but not that much. Not all that much. It still takes me like 12 to 13 hours to do a colored character portrait. Like, it's color it in, do all that shit, paint it out. Yeah, that's a couple of hours. And then to do a character portrait, I'm around 9 to 12 hours per character portrait now. And so I have to kind of value my time at that and think like, okay, well, if I'm gonna spend 9 to 12 hours on a portrait, maybe more if they ask me for something complicated, it's almost assuredly never less, because if somebody asks me something less complicated, I will make it interesting enough by complicating it, in my opinion. You know? Like, don't worry, if you ask for like a barbarian with no shirt on and just like a sword, that's it, no details, no anything like that, don't worry, I will still find a way to make it interesting and complicated. So yeah, I don't know. And I think people see it and they're like, oh, it's not even a painting, of course it wouldn't take you very long. It's like, what? What are you talking about? This is gonna take me like half the week to do this shit. Wait, what do you mean? Let me clarify, AI is an absolutely amazing bit of technology, just not for art of any kind. I agree. I think it's really cool. Like, it's interesting, but does it capture the thing that like art has, the soul of art? No, I mean, but I feel the same way about a lot of goods. You know, would I rather have a handmade leather wallet or a $12 wallet off Amazon of fake leather? Like, I'd rather have the handmade leather wallet, you know? I think that AI art is just introducing the mass production into our art scene. We need to be able to deal with it. And if you can't deal with it, then you're not going to make it, unfortunately. And I think there's lots of things you can do as an artist to be able to make it. Make sure your art's unique to you. That you're not doing sort of like general kind of generic artwork that anyone can kind of replicate with a couple of prompts. Make sure your art has a design and a soul and a spirit to it that's like, people see it and there's just something about your art. You don't know what it is. One of the greatest compliments I've ever gotten from somebody is they said, I don't know what it is about your art, Evan, but I just love it. And I'm like, oh, thank you so much. That means a lot. Like, thanks, bro. They're like, no. I really mean that. I don't know why I like your art so much. And it's obviously good. And I was like, oh yeah, no, I appreciate that. Like, I'm not saying it's bad and it shouldn't be like amazed at. And I'm like, no, like, I get it. And you're like, no, like, I don't get it. I don't get why I like your art so much. It's just, there's something about it that's, and they use the word enchanting. And I was like, ooh. I've only ever had the word enchanting used at me twice in my life. That was one of them. Another was a girl named Ona that told me that I smelled enchanting one day. And it's like that meme of like, you compliment a man, he'll never forget about it. It's been 12 years, I still haven't forgotten about that compliment. Anyway, it's also kind of a meme, so. But yeah, I think that's important, is that when you inject something into about your soul into your artwork, and you just get something out of it that is intangible, that we know is true and real because it's there and we feel it, but we don't necessarily know how to describe it. And the more I realize, like, in writing that's true with myth and stories, that there's something you can't necessarily point at the exact line in Lord of the Rings that makes it impactful, but you can say that the entire work has a soul to it that is so important. Same with Star Wars or whatever else. The more I realize that exists in art too, in visual arts. So, do you love applause from the audience? Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. You'd head out for a few errands soon? Absolutely, dude. Please be careful in these cold times, as it is currently minus 30 almost where I live. So, god damn, it's probably cold for everybody right now, right? That's how it works? That's how it works? It's cold for me, so it's cold for everybody? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, got it. Oh, wait, before you go, hold on. I want to see your pieces that you're posting here. I'm not taking my break just yet, but. Where do we go? First OC, the oldest piece I have today. Yes, it's around Christmas. Oh man, these are cool, dude. Let's see the progress. Okay. After about 2 years or so. Okay, I'm feeling it. Year 3. Year 4, you moving into color? Oh shit, okay. That's cool. A little wedding piece, that's cool. I like that, man. Azir, the Emperor of Shurima. Obviously going through your League Art arc. Most recent major project, Lily spent almost a year on this piece. Dude, that's fucking sick, man. Like, this is sick. This is sick. I love this. I love this. This is amazing. Like, this is progress. Well, this is Spain, but this is progress. That's fucking sick. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for sticking with it and making progress. These are actually all sick. I'm a fan. This is what I like to see. This is inspiring. This keeps me going, okay? This makes me happy. I am pleased. Look at that progress, dude. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm impressed. Rusty Shackleford, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. It's 1 degree Celsius here. Oh, you spoiled rat. Okay. No, I need to believe it's cold everywhere. If I'm suffering, so is the rest of Canada. Played League for almost 16 years. I started drawing a little bit of it. Glad you like it. Yeah, dude, it's amazing. It is amazing. Next, you need to go on your KDA arc, where you only draw fan art of various KDA skins for characters that aren't in KDA. That's the other. That's after you're done your League of Legends fan art arc. That's the one you do next. So. Yeah, there's that, I guess. What's up, Fano? Don't worry, the roads are black ice, so it's still suffering here too. Oh, okay, good. As long as we're all miserable in the winter. I took my poor little puppy out this morning. It was minus 30, and she just looked at me. I put her down in the snow in her snowsuit with her boots and everything. And you know, I've got like a timer in my head that we can only be out for so long before she freezes to death. So I'm like, okay, hurry up. And she just stopped and wouldn't move. She just looked up at me with this betrayed sense of like, why are we here? Why did you make it so cold outside, human? I'm like, it's not my fault, puppy. I swear I didn't do this intentionally. I swear this wasn't intentional. Well, either way, your progress is amazing. You should be proud of yourself. And I know how like daunting it can be to share your progress, right? Because it's always very personal. And you look at your art and you look at other people's art and you look at your progress and other people's progress and whatever. And I think it's amazing. I think it's inspiring, and I'm really glad you chose to. I am having a better day for it. So, heading out now. Talk with y'all later. All right, bro. Chill out. Be good. I'll see you around. Be careful. There's probably like a 0% chance, but are you on Kara? The only platform I actually use. Kara, is that the art platform that came out a couple years ago, or a year or so ago, with the NFT art shit and whatnot? Is that the one? Because I did make a Kara account to reserve my name, but I saw the platform wasn't very big, and I couldn't find any artists that I really liked on it. So if that's what I'm thinking of, then no. I think I have an account, but I don't think I post anything on there ever. And if it's a different one, then maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. So no, okay, it is that one. Yeah. So I did make an account, which is cool. I like the idea of the platform, but I think creating a new social media for artists, a new art station, a new DeviantArt is very difficult, and there's not really a place for artists right now, you know? Kara is okay, but like obviously it's not enough of a market share to make a lot of artists use it and switch over. Blue Sky, there's not really many people on Blue Sky. The momentum from that has gone. Twitter, the problem is Twitter is just so not favored to artists anymore. It's like mostly favored to text and to articles and stuff like that and video. And then Instagram is just like, I think the best place for artists right now as far as like finding people's stuff and like posting work, but it's just so hard to get Instagram to think what you're doing is cool. And so it's like you don't discover anybody. Like I'll find an artist I like and I'll follow them on Instagram and it's great. But I can never seem to like scroll the Instagram like discovery page or whatever and find anybody new. Instagram has no idea the kind of artist that I want to follow either. They have zero clue what kind of art I actually want to look at, which is kind of annoying and funny at the same time. You'd think they'd figure it out with their big meta algorithms, but They still don't know. I like only ever really follow one type of artist, and also Twitch streamers that I know and friends. So there's that. But Insta just doesn't realize it yet. They don't know yet what I actually want, which is like super annoying. Oh well. Love Kara so much. Help. I only post on there because everywhere else is so toxic. Kara is so supportive. Yeah, I mean it's great. I like the idea of it. I just there's just not a lot of people on there, you know. This is not a lot of people. And you kind of need to be where the people are if you want to have your project seen. And I have to kind of have a bit of a budget for where I actually post art, because if I just posted everywhere where art could be posted, I'd just spend half my time posting art. And I already spend way too much of my time not making art, but making like videos and responding to comments and stuff like that. So the idea of adding more platforms in for that, just because I want to be accessible to people who want to use one platform or another, obviously, because I think that's great. You know, I post like when I drop my social links, I always say that if you want to see process videos, they're on any of those links. Pick the one you want to use. If you want to use Instagram videos or YouTube or TikTok, you can find them on whatever platform you want. But for still image platforms like Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, all that kind of stuff, there's already 3 and I can't like add more, you know. I'm already stretching a bit thin for videos that I can't really stretch any thinner, I think, for images, which I really wish I could. But Patreon Blue Sky is where I'm flocking to for following artists and talking with them. Yeah, it's like, I just wish the Blue Sky was more active and like not so whiny, you know. It's like every time I find a new artist, like the posts that seem to get a lot of traction on Blue Sky are artists like complaining about things. It's like every other post is an artist being like, oh my god, it's so toxic on this platform or that platform, I'm so sick of it, like, oh my god. Like there's just a lot of like complaining on there. I'm like, okay, so what are you doing for your project? Like tell me about your cool art. And someone's like, oh man, my cool art, well, my cool art can't survive on the internet anywhere but Blue Sky. I'm like, well, what is your cool art? My cool art's very cool, and I'm so mad that Twitter was the place that I can't. You're like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, please. I'm just trying to find out what you do. Like, just talk about what you do, not why you're mad. So, I don't know. Maybe people are getting out of their system. I get that totally. Most artists I talk to on here feel the same about Kara being too small for a community, being worth it to post there, which sucks because I love it. I don't know, maybe I should try posting on Kara a little bit and just seeing if I can make some friends over there. The problem is I don't know a lot of like where. So the thing is that the artists that I want to follow, the painters and industry artists, they're all on Instagram, and they don't have any incentive to grow. Right? The best artists of our generation, the best artists currently alive, have less than 100,000 followers each. They probably have less than 50,000 followers, if not a lot less. Because they quietly go to work for a big studio and they make some of the best artwork under NDA, and they post these NDA dumps on the places they always have posted, Instagram and ArtStation. And they never go to any other platforms, they never post anywhere else, because then they just like they dump their stuff on Instagram twice a year, and they go and ArtStation, and then they go back into the hole and then just like disappear for another year. Right? So they have no incentive to give new platforms a chance, because ArtStation is still, unfortunately, the go-to place for industry painters and concept artists and illustrators. And so ArtStation is like the best place still. And ArtStation sucks comparatively to where it was, especially with the AI inclusions. And what really breaks my heart about ArtStation is that even though so much of it sucks now, it is still, unfortunately, the best place to go. So it's like 26 degrees here. Someone help me. God damn it. That sounds lovely. 26 Celsius would be amazing. I'm jealous. I bet the sun rises at a reasonable time in the morning too. My cool artist is Chibi Anime Art. Yeah, okay. There are actually quite a few traditional artists on Kara from what I've seen. Well, I said best painters of our time, not traditional artists. Like, there are a lot of really great traditional artists. Some of the best ones are, like Greg Rutowski has switched over to traditional art. But like when you're talking about Jamie Jones and John Park and like the best technical painters of our age, they still paint digitally because they have to for their production schedule, which is like good or bad depending on how you look at it, I guess. So it's not about traditional versus digital. It's about just like the commitment to classical mastery. And I haven't seen a lot of that on Kara, you know, unless like, I mean, I could go look up some artists actually. I mean, I'm curious. Let's see. Maybe I'll prove myself wrong actually. I'd fucking love to actually. Log in with Google. Where's Evan Blair art? Error? What? Oh, there we go. Why you do this to me? Okay. Let's see. I'm on Kara. Jamie Jones. Not on Kara. Oh, wait. Is this Jamie Jones? No. John Park. Like one of these guys has to be on here. Oh? Nope. Studies of John Park's work. Kotaki. Kotaki likes like weird platforms. If there's anybody that's gonna be on this platform, really be Kotaki probably, or Bertowski. And no. Let's try Greg Ratowski. Greg Ratowski. Are you on Kara? Oh. No. People saying that they use brushes from Greg. So yeah, like none of the artists that I sort of like look up to or follow, that entire scene, they're just stuck on ArtStation. They just don't go over to Kara. It's just, or anywhere else new. It's just kind of a little bit depressing, but hey, it is what it is, I guess. Don't be as 26 in the winter. Imagine what happens in the summer. Oh, okay, good point. Never mind. Yeah. Look, I was in Japan one September when it was like 38 out. And as much as I hated it, I kind of liked it too. It made me feel alive, you know, Alf? It made me feel like I was like I know the meme of summer in Asia being like unbelievable. But I kind of liked it. Maybe it's because I didn't have to deal with it very long, but I'm like, whatever. You just go inside this AC. Yeah, you just go inside. What do you mean? What's the problem? It's better than it being minus 40. I know next something about painting I haven't learned from these streams, not gonna lie. That's fair. Not having to be on a platform is a Chad move, just saying in their lane and making art. I guess, man. I guess. I remember feeling moist while we were there. You do feel like all your clothing is moist the entire time. There is that. There's just this general kind of like moisture on all of your, I don't know, shirts and whatever. And then you got the backpack sweat. I remember that. Yeah, I don't know about that. I thought it was okay. I didn't mind feeling like I was kind of damp or whatever. It was okay. Lived in Ukraine where I was at med school. I've been through 40-degree snowstorms, rather hot or cold than hot. Trust me. Really? Okay. Because honestly, whenever somebody says, "Oh yeah, I was like," whenever everybody says the hot is like too bad, like I hate it, I don't like the summer, I'm like, have you had a winter before? I suppose if you've had both and you prefer the cold, that's fair. That's reasonable. Ukrainian winter though. That's not very dobre. That's not very dobre at all. No thanks. Slavic winter. Oh well. Put on more clothes. There is only so much you can take off before the police pull you in. That's fair. That's fair. The issue is that I have with the brutal cold is that I always love being able to just sort of waddle out to my car in a t-shirt, get in, and go somewhere. The thing I hate about the winter is like having to go and spend 20 minutes putting clothing on before I go outside. When it's -40, I have to put snow pants on, bro, or else it's too cold. I gotta put snow pants on, the big boots, I gotta put the hat on, the fucking scarf, and whatever else, the big gloves, and then I'm ready to go brave the cold, or else I'm not gonna survive. Take the stupid dog out, or whatever it is. Summer in Rome was bloody hot, but as the humidity was extremely low, so it didn't feel that bad when I was walking around. Only got bad once you stood still and the sun just baked. Oh yeah. I remember that in Las Vegas. Went to Las Vegas for my mother-in-law's wedding a couple of years ago, and it was 40 degrees. It was 42 degrees one day, and we had to go like outside for like 10 minutes, and I was like, I don't want to be here. I don't like this. No. Why do we do this? Why does anybody do this heat? So there's that, I guess. Equally hate both. They both have me die the same. That's the real take. To be fair, last winter when we had power outages because we just couldn't hold on to the power when it was -40, it was depressing.
Evan, harsh weather conditions is called character building.
I mean, is it though? No. That's what people say, but I remain unconvinced, let's just say. That's what I've been told for a long time. I don't think, like, us Northern Canadians are any more hardy or characterful than people that live, like, in Vancouver and have, like, you know, decent, moderate weather, mild weather the entire year. But I could be wrong. Row 130T. I'm missing something there. I'm probably not reading your name right. I'm definitely... But thank you for the follow regardless, even though I'm too dumb to read your name. So, appreciate you. My Fahrenheit users, when I heard -40, I was deeply concerned. So, -40 in Fahrenheit and Celsius are the same temperature. Robot. Oh, thank you, Cal. All right, Robot. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, -40 in Fahrenheit and Celsius are the same temperature, bun. So, your concern is warranted, but it gets -40 degrees Celsius and Fahrenheit here. We have such a vast range of temperature. It can get from -40 and it can get up to, what is 35? 35 to it can get up to 95 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer, and it can get to -40 Fahrenheit in the winter. So it's like almost 120 degree Fahrenheit swing. It's a lot. It's tough. It's tough. We got real warm, nice summers sometimes, and brutal winters. But we also don't have any roommate centipedes. That's right. No large insects here. No rats, no roaches. It's pretty chill. It's not like Centipede-san that I lived with in Kinosaki for a week. Very well behaved, but still.
I should tell you about the time a scientist stuck his hand right into liquid nitrogen right in front of me at one of my old jobs. Lol.
That's... I mean, you could do it for a split second, but it doesn't sound like that's how the story went, though. 800 bits. Close to get that in Vermont, but we get a bit warmer in the summer with some 100-degree days. Damn, bro, really? Yeah, if it's above 95 Fahrenheit here, it's like record, like potential record-setting temperatures. So we've only gone above 95, 35 Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit a couple times, and it was like record days. So it was real scary. But Elle and I like houses here don't come with standard with AC. So Elle and I have to actually own 2 portable AC units, one for upstairs and one for downstairs during the summer, because, you know, June, July, that heat can get pretty crazy. So standing outside at -30 waiting for the frozen bus before dawn. No thanks. Do that for 2 decades. Yeah, for real. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because they wouldn't cancel school unless it got, like, dangerously cold here. And obviously they don't cancel work for anything or art school or university or whatever, so you're just kind of screwed, I guess, if you have to wait outside for a bus for any amount of time. Yeah, like, to be fair, where I live, though, in Canada, you have to have a car. You cannot rely on transit where I live. It's just not possible. But, man, if there's nothing I hated more than trying to scrape the windows on a frozen car while I have to let it heat up for 20 minutes before, you know, you have to plug in the block heater so it'll actually start in the morning. Oh, my God. Parking outside sucks. I don't miss it. I do not miss that shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot. Cow, it's pretty hot. Now, we're gonna quench the heat this summer by me doing my crowd-funded project of drawing beach time summer sexy withers for you D-gens. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you're ready. For me to ruin my reputation one piece at a time. One art as we go.
Long story short, scientist from next door came into the office
Yes.
to ask for liquid nitrogen.
Okay.
He was a chemist and said, hey, you know the human body is warm enough you can leave your hand in liquid nitrogen for about 5 minutes. Before I could answer,
Really?
he stuck his hand right into
The horror face to my boss there to live this like. Wait, you just requested the liquid nitrogen? Fuck, man, that's kind of scary though, Mel. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that shit. I don't know if I'd be that trusting of yeah, no, that's a nope for me, thank you. Nope, I'm good. Nope, not today, my friends. No liquid nitrogen for me. Okay, give me a sec. I need to go grab something real quick. Remember the time I've been living in the outback of the east coast of Newfoundlands, not New Zealand's, the other new lands. As a child, winters there were amazing. Newfoundland's crazy. Winters are, yeah, amazing's one word for it. But as far as I know about Newfoundland, the winters there are absolutely insane, especially if you guys get the storms that roll up the coast. So. Yeah. Okay, give me one sec. I need to get some more water. Oh, while I'm gone, here, you can all be amazed by the process video. There you go. You can watch a process video. Okay. That's the newest one. Oh shit, it's doing decently. PogChamp. Okay, BRB. All right, I'm back. We good. We Gucci. I returned. Did you enjoy your TikTok? Did you enjoy it? All right, sick. Like kid whose parents just left her on a show. Yeah, that's right. I just handed you the iPad, right?
Evan.
Yep.
Evan.
Yes.
Evan.
Yes.
Castles?
Hi.
Huh?
Castles?
Huh?
I looked at
Huh?
castles. What are you talking
Smile.
about? We already saw the castles. What do you mean? What castles? You posted castles 2 weeks ago. There's not more than one castle in Spain, is there? What? Wait, what? They have more than one castle in Spain? Wait, what? No way. No fucking way. Did you throw some castles in there? I didn't actually look at all the pictures that you posted this morning yet, obviously. Were there castles? You know how much I like castles, alright? Return to the oven? Yes, Lobster. I am returned. I welcome you back one more. Okay, I need to take this fucking TikTok off my... It's just like playing on loop on my other monitor, and I'm just seeing like... it's just constant video refreshing. I gotta close that shit so I don't get distracted. Okay, let's go to Instagram. That's the window we'll leave it on. Sick. Where are we going next? Let's do Minnie's hair. We have to ensure that the transition from blue to yellow, otherwise known as an ombre, is done masterfully. That's what we gotta do. Stream topics related to today's photos. All right. I probably won't take a look at it during stream because I'm trying to get a lot of work on this done. I'm trying to stay pretty focused. But I will absolutely take a look after stream. I'm very excited. I love traveling vicariously through people's pictures, so I'm ready. Why don't you take me on a bit of an adventure? Lurk? Alright, thank you, bro. Appreciate the lurk. If you like me and do work during streams, don't forget to save your work. That's true. Save your work at least once every 4 hours. Or live on the edge. And don't save until tomorrow morning. Just hope your computer doesn't shut off. You have to live on the edge once in a while with your art. Or you could live on the edge like me and have all of your projects in one Photoshop file. So if it corrupts or something, you lose everything from everybody. Yep. Why do I do that, you might ask? Don't worry about it.
I'm going to say it is definitely not the camera that did the hard work, but I'm pretty happy with the results, lol.
Yeah, it's never the camera, right? That's fair. Thank you 100 bits, Mel. Come on. Appreciate it. Did a little bit of tracing for the Pokemon Koraidon. Since it has the straight lines along with the anatomy you're talking about, I feel disgusted. I generally would have felt better if referencing and drawing something shitty than trace it. Give me very little understanding. I feel like I just wasted my time and accomplished nothing. Oh, no. Well, to be fair, I was talking about the figure, so maybe it's a little bit different. Well, you tried it at least, right, Alf? You gave it a try, and that's what counts, is that you tried something that you weren't sure if you'd like, and now you know you hate it. So perfect. We've learned something important. Useful information. Yeah, easy clap, right? Well, I'm glad you tried it. Something you were uncomfortable with at the very least, even if you don't like it. Like I said, it's not the best way to learn this kind of stuff, but it is one of the ways that you can like see if you can develop that skill or get a hang of it sooner. I still think doing the like straighter lines is a better way of trying to sort of understand and compartmentalize forms. It's how we do it for figure, but it's probably a little bit more different if you're trying to do it with like concepts like Pokemon and designs. So I'll try and think of something new or something else that might work. Something new that you can try that will help you develop the skill. I'll also need to let it mull around my brain for a little bit. My high school art teacher would take manual control of our computers and hide layers when you weren't paying attention to make people panic to get in the habit of saving. That's hilarious. You had computers in your high school art program? What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck? What kind of dope ass high school did you go to? Yeah, what the hell, dude? That sounds kind of cracked, actually, if you ask me. Not doing the twin tail mini full. Her current, like, okay, I need to go to Minnie's page. I need to go to Minnie's page for a reason other than to be shocked and terrified by Alf's sub badge. Mini full. Mini full. Where's a VOD? She has a current hairstyle. It's just one solitary pigtail, right? Videos. Where's the recent one? Where's the recent broadcast? Okay, this one. Yeah, so she's got one. It's like her current one is one singular solitary messy hair bun, I believe. That's what we're looking at. Okay, cool. So I can do one single a mono tail as opposed to twin tails. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sick. I'll close that. Okay. Youngins, yeah. That would kill. Because I think I'd accidentally delete a layer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's dangerous. Specifically in a direct graphic design program. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, we had a graphic design program that was... We called it... What did we call it? I think we called it multimedia class. And then we had a video game design class that was in the same sort of computer lab in my high school in Calgary. That was awesome. I actually saw that instructor later, and I was like, "Hey, man, you don't remember me, bro, but I like went on to be a graphic designer and a digital artist. So thanks, man." I saw him at the mall. It was like close to my art school, and I was there for lunch, and he was there with his family, and I was like, "Yeah, thanks, dude. Like, you really made a difference." And he was kind of like a bit of a surly, like didn't really like anybody, kind of sarcastic, definitely hated his job kind of dude. But he actually teared up, man. It was so sweet. He was like so nice, rather than being like kind of grumpy all the time. He was like, "Oh my god, I remember you, bro. Like, I can't believe that it made a difference. Like, you have no idea how much that means to me." And I was like, "Ah, what a guy." Give me a big old hug. His wife looked so proud of him, you know. It was very sweet. So we did have something similar to that. I actually learned how to use Premiere for the first time and Photoshop for the first time in that class. But, I mean, this is all like ancient rudimentary Photoshop and Premiere, so... Oh man, those tutorials were brutal. Premiere tutorials are like one of the most soul-sucking artistic endeavors I've ever done. By a mile. The multimedia class first used AE in that class. AE? Oh, After Effects. Oh, really? Huh. Y'all can afford After Effects? Man, we can only afford Premiere. Damn, bro. Yeah, what the fuck? What's up, Gork? What's going on, dude? My high school art department used to take people's art that they made in class, but telling them, put it in the literary art magazine and sell it. Good, get bent. Ha! Got 'em, nerds, right? That's kind of weird. That's pretty weird. 2007 wasn't expensive back then? Yeah. About when mine was. I think that's about right. Yeah, I'm just memeing. We had the school plan anyway. I just don't think After Effects was the thing that we ever thought about. The video game design class was so good because if you did multimedia 10 and 20, which is grade 10 and 11, then multimedia 30, you could either do multimedia 30 or video game design. So video game design was only offered to grade 12 students, and you had to have taken 2 years of multimedia. And it was awesome because the entire video game design course was based out of Unreal Tournament 2004. It was based in that editor, and you basically made levels and stuff for Unreal Tournament. And then on Fridays, we just played for the entire class. We just played Unreal Tournament. Oh my god, what a beautiful thing to do for a video game design course. Because you can't just like sign up for it. You had to invest in it. You had to be a multimedia student for 2 years. You had to be taking that option for 2 years before you earned the right to get into video game design. And then once you were, I loved Unreal. Like, especially if it was right before lunch or right at the end of the day. Oh my god, what an amazing way to wrap a Friday. You've done all your classes. You're basically done for the day. Now you go to your multimedia class for video game design, and you just play Unreal Tournament, and just sit there teabagging your friends for an hour, and then you go home. You're like already kind of checked out by that point. Absolute beauty of a class. Until we had to set a no teabagging rule. Which was maybe partially my fault. My friend Madison and I made a bad name for ourselves for that. Yeah. That was a great class, dude. Taught me a lot about level design, too. We never had classes beyond that one. We did flash animation in that class, too. Ooh, flash animation. What a relic of the time, right? That's cool. Honestly, high school art education was kind of hit or miss for me. Like, I don't know, man. Junior high art education was great for me, but my high school art education was, I don't know. Did not love it. Didn't have the best time. My instructor wasn't a big fan of me. In fact, she definitely didn't like me. But that was because she thought I was really good, and I wouldn't apply myself to doing like important things. I just draw dragons and shit. So she's like mad at me. So is that Cobalt? What's up, dog? How you doing, man? Holy fuck! The legend himself, Sir Cobalt. What's going on, man? I haven't heard from you in so long. I feel like you're just in the tank, just getting it. You hung out with us for D&D games, but obviously you weren't playing, so I didn't really get a chance to chat with you, man. But I miss you, bro. Hope you're doing well. Obviously, I'm not gonna like poke my head and be like, "Hey, what are you doing? You busy still?" That's weird. But no, I'm thinking about you, man. Hope you're doing okay. Hope the family's all happy and healthy. Didn't take any of the art classes in high school. Too busy taking college courses to have fun. Oh, Papega. Yeah. Too much going on. Been too busy. Yeah, I get it, man. I know you're kind of underwater with a lot of stuff, so you know, cheering you on from the sidelines. Looking forward to your triumphant return to having time to talk about stuff, game design shit in the evenings. Looking forward to that greatly. But keep at it, man. I know you're pushing for the sake of your family and whatnot. You're a fantastic dad, a fantastic all-around human being, and you're doing it all for the right reasons. So I know it's tough. You know, you got a lot on your plate. Rather than telling you to take a break, relax, chill out, I know it's not an option for you, so I'm just gonna say keep going, bro. I believe in you. I'm proud of you. So your chat session, we should schedule some time. Yeah, man, I'm around. I'll make time for it. I don't make time for anybody. I don't schedule shit for anybody. Like, poor Ash, she asked me to play Monster Hunter with her on Saturday, like, understanding that I just don't schedule anything. And she's like, hey, if you're around, you're not busy, no pressure. Like, she just had to, like, preface it 4 times to not scare me into my little, like, turtle shell. The idea of planning literally anything is kind of funny. I was aware that she was trying to be very gentle with me. And I appreciated it. Still was kind of funny, though. But, shit, man, I'll make time, bro. I'll schedule. It's so unlucky with sponsor breaks, I swear, because as soon as I send a chat, I want to hear your response and get one. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I hate the ads on Twitch. I wish I could do anything about it. And I really wish I could, and I'm so sorry. I really wish I could do something to kill the ads on Twitch. I mean, Twitch Turbo's always there. If you watch a lot of streams, it can kill the ads for you. Streamers still get ad revenue, but you don't have to watch the ads. I don't know. I wish I could do something about it. Some people say that some ad blocks still work for ads on Twitch. I don't think I'm actually allowed to talk about ad blocks as a streamer on Twitch, but actually I don't know what the rules are for me. Parents were like, low-cost college classes in high school, go. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's that's the thing, isn't it? Well, I mean, yeah, I didn't really take any college classes. I knew a lot of the kids. They took like STEM college classes, but I was in the gifted program, so they all got offered that opportunity. I wasn't smart enough. I was in like the gifted program for dumb kids. There was like the gifted program smart classes and the gifted program dumb classes, and I was in the gifted program dumb classes. Not like dumb classes, but not smart classes, which if you're in the gifted program are basically dumb classes, socially anyway. Regardless, I knew I was going into art, so I knew I didn't have to try that hard for my STEM courses. So, was it a good decision? I don't know. It's hard to say if the path was the right one. But yeah, my high school art teacher did not take kindly to me doing dragons and all sorts of made up nonsense. She thought that I was that I had potential to be a great artist one day, to be a great painter. And don't get me wrong, I'd love to be a gallery artist that shows at galleries, because those people, like, listen, those people make so much money off of money laundering, it's not even funny. Do you know how much rich people love to launder money in fine arts? And if you could be the artist that gets paid $1 million for your painting that helps a rich person launder their money, oh yeah, it's great. If some rich dude wants to launder money by buying my artwork and then donating it to a museum, air quotes, then I'm so down for that, it's not even funny. But I don't think that I could, like, count on that for a career like she wanted me to. She also didn't like me wording it like that. She didn't like me when I'm wording it like, oh yeah, I'd love to. She's like, you can show your art in galleries one day. And I'm like, yeah, I can like help rich people like launder their money. She'd be like, what? Yeah, you know, like when rich people buy a painting for $1 million and they donate to a gallery once the, like, and as the, like, they let the painting appreciate to be worth, like, you know, 10 million or whatever from like some like arbitrary, like, whatever metric. Because like the painting sells for that much later, and then they donate it to a museum and have a tax write-off for $10 million and only have to pay $1 million to get a $10 million tax write-off. Yeah, that's what you want me to do, right? And she just looked aghast. She was like, oh, that is not the way that it works. I'm like, it absolutely works that way. Are you crazy? It's just, what do you mean? I mean, that may not be the only way it works. That's the main way it works. What are you talking about, dog? I'm okay with the ads because I want to support creators without actually spending money, but I just wish it was luckier with it. So if you get Twitch Turbo, that kills the ads for you across Twitch, it actually still pays the creators out for the ads. Obviously, an ad block, I have no idea, but I wouldn't worry about it. If I wouldn't be offended if you wanted to block the ads in my stream to be able to be part of it. I'd feel very bad about someone wanting to be here and not being able to participate because of the ads. I do feel terrible about it, actually. It's the worst. Wish desperately I could do something about it. But alas. I don't think there's anything I can do. I also feel bad about the timing, you know, because I don't get an alert or whatever when they're about to fire. They just sort of go. And I know that you can time them, but I just, like, can't be bothered to try and figure it out and time it and whatnot. Well, get our mini full halo. I fucking love Minnie's character design, dude. It's so sick. Stuff like this is like stuff that I wouldn't normally add in a design too, so it's kind of cool, you know? It's one of the reasons why I like doing these sort of like fan art projects for my friends. Turning them into a D&D character in Eldara. It's obviously not, you know, a big formal project, but it's still fun as shit. Okay. Merge it all down. There we go. Sick. Sick. We're getting there. I want to see a timeline where EBA is a scientist working on a string theory and black holes. Listen. If I was a scientist, I wouldn't get stuck in string theory. I wouldn't get stuck in relativity, man. I'd be working on actual interesting physics. I wouldn't play the fucking university grant game and work on something safe like string theory. The biggest detriment to modern physics. Oh, Evan's got physics opinions. What a crazy take. They've gotten so much worse, you know, like 10, 35, 15, 30-second ads in a row is torture. It is, and it's the only way to avoid like a lot of pre-rolls and shit. It's crazy. It has gotten worse. Twitch, the ad experience when I first started streaming years ago to today is so much worse on Twitch. It's just, it's so annoying. Ironically, your stream is one of the 2 streams that I disabled my ad blocker for. Really? Damn, Azalea. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Well, please don't feel like you need to. I'd be more happy with people having fun and hanging out and being able to participate, excuse me, than the couple cents I'd make off of the ad. So please feel free to reactivate if that's not going to get me banned on Twitch for saying. If it does get me banned on Twitch for saying that, then the opposite. Yeah, the exact opposite. Evan, it's gotten worse since I started watching you this summer. Really? The ads? Even from the summer? Seriously? Okay, well, I guess it's going downhill, man. I don't know. I could also stream on YouTube, I guess, as well. Simul stream. Once I'm much bigger, if I ever grow like a partner or whatever, I could stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Then you can just watch on whatever platform you want to for whatever ad viewing experience you prefer. A lot of people have like YouTube Premium or whatever, and then you don't have to get ads over there, or Twitch Turbo, you don't have to get ads over here. It's just something you have to do when you're a bit bigger of a streamer. You can't like split up your stream like that when you're small and a nobody like me. So maybe one day. Maybe one day. Okay, I'm kind of liking this. Wasn't sure if the hair would turn out okay. But I think it's good. I have an easy way to disable the ads? What's the easy way to disable ads, Alf? That I can talk about on Twitch without getting banned. Because I already covered Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo's pretty good. They don't advertise it. They never advertise Twitch Turbo, and I don't know why. They never like talk about, you know, Twitch. Jesus Christ. Forgot about
gifted 6 months of tier 1 to Izalia_Fox. They've gifted 72 months in the channel.
I just forgot. I'm just dumb, Alf. I never mind. Just forgot. I forgot the power level. I forgot. Listen. I was so focused on art. I forgot who I was talking. Thank you for gifting 6 months of sub to Azalea Fox. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that very much. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, you're funnier than me. I get it. Dude, 6 months though? That's a long time. Okay. Okay. I will not be distracted today. No matter what, I will not be distracted. I will not have a heart attack. I will not I will not. I will not. I'm good. I'm focused. We're getting Minnie's art done. I am progressing. See, look at how I didn't even stop drawing. Thank you, Al. Though, thank you for gifting a sub to Azalea. That means a lot to me. Like, gifting a sub to someone is super meaningful to me because it's not only like it's supporting the stream and the streamer, and that's fantastic, and it means the world to me. But gifting a sub to somebody also is like an extra added level of like, you think there's value in the stream and you want to share that with somebody and say like, hey, you get to be part of it. You get to like skip your ads and whatnot and get your emotes and chill and hang out and whatnot. And that's pretty damn meaningful to me. You know, that I don't know, is it dumb? Do I overthink this thing of like gifting subs? But that's the way I've always seen it. So I appreciate it. Thank you. That means a great deal to me. He disabled ads for Azalea? Yeah. Hey, have a heart attack? I did not have a heart attack. Okay, I'm chill. Just because my composure was unbecoming of an artist on Friday doesn't mean that I haven't thought back and regretted deeply my actions of allowing myself to get sidetracked from what people were here for. To which I am not sorry. No. I'm good. All right. God, I hope Minnie likes this. Fuck. I need to do a little star somewhere. We need to do a star because that's like part of Minnie's branding. Or stars and moons and shit. I love everything about VTuber branding. It's so fun. I'm never doing art of Project Evangeline though. She can get bent. Can you give me the elevator pitch of this art piece? So Cobalt, this is a fan art piece of Miniful. So my friend Minnie, who's another streamer in the fan art VTuber series, where I take a VTuber that I know because I like VTuber character designs. I think they're dope, and I convert them into a character from Eldara. So this is Miniful, who is part of her lore. Don't quote me. Is that she is in fact the lowest ranking angel. That's right, the lowest ranking angel. To which I decided that I'm going to use that to draw a cool Cleric Paladin inspired battle angel artwork and create a character that has wings and armor and is hopefully fit to represent the glory and grace of our dearest Minnie. So that's the pitch. Now I gotta have new art of Evangeline. I do not need it. Yep. I do not need it. What are you talking about? I am perfectly content to live the rest of my life without doing more fan art of Project Evangeline. Project Evangeline needs no fan art, and certainly none from me. She is good on her own as she is, so... No, stop! Why is it a command? Since when is that a command? What the fuck? Shit. God damn it. No, not in front of the new viewers and subs. They can't know, Nick. They can't know. They can't know about Project Evangeline. They'll never understand the meme, and I'm not explaining it again. I explain the meme once a year on April 1st, and then again on Halloween, when I cosplay as Project Evangeline. All the art? What do you mean all the art? Alright. I gotta avoid doing too much metal sort of like shading because we're gonna do some of that with the painting. So I gotta be a little bit disciplined right now. Okay, I'm recording. I almost... Okay. Dude, I have this moment where I have this, like, small heart attack. Terrified that I might not be recording. I'm good. Good. What should I draw today? You should draw...
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Nope, I'm not distracted today.
I am back.
Nope, sorry. I put my pen down. That's my bad. Nope, not putting my pen down. Welcome back, Mr. Pixel. Welcome back. Hello. Thank you for that 1,000 bits. Jesus Christ. Dude, you don't have to do that. Come on, chill. I don't deserve it. I'm just chilling. I'm happy to have you back. Welcome back. Ha. I didn't falter. I briefly faltered, okay? I will not be distracted today. Welcome back, my friend. Hope you are well erranded or whatever you're doing. Okay. We're cruising. I'm actually gonna get this done today, I think. I actually think there's a good chance we get this done today. Where's the front of her armor? There's the front of her armor. I also think I have to do an Umaru variant of Mini. I did an Umaru variant of Ulnar, by the way. Oh, I didn't show you guys. I did based on the last art that I did and the fact they're playing Monster Hunter. Here, check it out. Here's my next fan art I didn't post to the internet. There's Monster Hunter Ulnar right there. Yep. So I think I have to do a mini full Angel Umaru variant. I think that needs to be like an accompanying feature that I do with all of my dumb VTuber fan art that nobody wants or nobody asks for or nobody likes. I have to do an additional piece of art that nobody asked for, which is a dumb Umaru variant. I just thought of that. I was looking at the armor and I was like, wait, can I do armor? Like Umaru armor for Ulnar, or sorry, for Mini? Would that be something I could do? Is that a thing? I bet I could. I bet it'd be dope. Okay. Gloves, armor, gauntlets. Personally, I love that. I think I should, right? Because then I'd have like a whole collection of art of like these little chibis that are all based off of this one pose from this one dumb character from this one dumb anime that I adore. I don't know. I'm always so nervous, man, when I'm doing these like pieces for people, because like I always feel like especially when doing fan art for somebody that's like a personal, like a person that I know and not just like a giant IP. I always feel like I need to like get permission from them, and you know, it's like a big thing. Like I'm always so anxious about it. I know it's kind of dumb. Like nobody's ever been like mad at me about it or whatever. No one's ever said like, oh yeah, please don't do any fan art of me or whatever. But I just feel like it feels disrespectful to just do fan art of somebody, right? Especially if you're changing their design. But still, regardless of if you're changing design or not, I feel like I always need to ask like permission and shit. And then I'm always nervous if somebody's just like, oh god, like I don't really want some shitty like non-anime fan art of me, but I'll like agree to it because I was in a stream or whatever. You know, I think about these things or whatever. Before you had bits chucked at you, terminal velocity, you were telling me what to draw for today. Oh, Lobster, I want you to draw I want you to draw a character for a D&D campaign you've played in that you never made art for, but always needed art for them. That's what I think the project for today for you should be. A lot of YouTubers have fan art Twitter tags. Yeah, which I guess you can see as like an endorsement of fan art. The problem is, obviously, if I'm doing a project where I'm doing a bit of a redesign, like a design inspired by, I know that not every VTuber would think this is cool. I know that not every VTuber would want a redesign. especially because there's a lot of VTuber fans that don't want anything non-anime related. It's like D&D art, classical fantasy art, all that stuff. Nuh-uh. Out of here with that shit. I want my anime VTuber waifu. Get out of here, you weirdo. And so I'm just very conscious of that, but it's kind of like you have to be respectful of someone's design. Because it's not like my redesign here is like a critique of anybody's design. It's like a fun like redesign project with like a different condition that wouldn't be necessarily required as a VTuber. So, what's up, Jess? What's good? It's chilling today. I'm moving. I'm shaking this. We're getting it. Woke up today, had a productive morning. So I'm always in a good mood after that. And then I released a new video on YouTube and TikTok, so that's always fun. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm like actually chilling and cruising today. Hope you are well. Oh, you got hit with one of the subs that Alf threw? Hell yeah. It was incredibly generous of Alf to bring a bunch of people into the guild. I'm still a little stunned, you know, after what Alf and Mr. Pixel and Azalea and Entities and everyone did. I'm still just a little bit stun locked and kind of can't believe that happened. So still trying to process it. But I'm glad you caught a sub. It looks like some good progress has been made. Yes, I'm trying to make up for the fact that I spent most of Friday as a sniveling mess. I made a promise that I would not put my pen down for any reason today unless I was taking a break and stretching. There was nothing that could distract me. No meme, no bit, no TTS that I would finish this art for the good people of the Dragon's Claim. Be a small thing that's saying thank you for commissioning me, have this little gift in the world of Monster Hunter or other IP that person is into, you know? That's fair, actually. Yeah. It's kind of a fun little thing. Yeah, I suppose that's kind of a good way of thinking about it. That makes sense. Could be just a small where was I? Oh yeah, I think it's good to be conscious of this sort of thing, but the fact that you're thinking about all this and worried already is probably a good sign that you're being respectful. Well, there's also just a lot about like VTuber etiquette that I'm always worried about. Like every VTuber is different, you know, and I always want to be respectful of the etiquette around like art and stuff of them. But even like big things like other people's artwork or whatever, I don't know. I know I'm overthinking it. I just don't want to I don't want to make someone feel awkward by making art for them or whatever. Or like, I kind of felt bad when Minnie like got her, like, I don't know if she added her Discord or what, but she got a bunch of her like chat to come stream, hang out with me or whatever while I was doing this piece. It's like, I'm not doing like fan art of, like I joke. Okay, to be fair, I made a joke with Ulner that I was doing art of Ulner to farm clout like the entire time, but I know Ulner personally and I'd say decently well, and like I feel like I can kind of make that joke or whatever, and it's like kind of funny, but I'm not like, I felt bad or whatever. It's like, no, I'm not trying to get clout. I'm just trying to do something fun. You know, which is why I don't know if I'd want to ever do VTuber fan art of people I don't know, because I kind of feel like if you're doing your friend or whatever, someone you know, it's like fine, but there's just like so many people that try and get noticed or relevant off of doing like Shy Lily art or whatever, even though it'd be fun to do big VTubers like that as well and turn them into medieval character designs. Like maybe I'll do it one or two at some point in time, but yeah, I just don't want to like mess around and make anybody feel uncomfortable or whatever getting art they don't necessarily want, or I don't know. You're right, I probably am overthinking it, but I just know that this is like a weird thing you could step on, a weird problem that you could like make for yourself, make someone feel uncomfortable, and then you're just like that's not the point whatsoever. Do I break him again, chat? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Alf, you please, dude. I'm just happy you're here. I'm just happy you're hanging out, dude. That's all I could ask for. Is that anybody takes a little bit of time of their day to hang out with me. You don't need to do anything. Just chill. You're already at the top of all the mountains that you can set for the month, okay? On the monthly, you said you don't like to lose as long. Hey, look, you're at top of it. You climbed every monthly mountain possible. Ignore the fucking leaderboard below the whatever. Please chill. Fuck. As long as the art isn't sus, you're probably safe with VTubers. I think so. I mean, a lot of VTubers are like, you know, as long as like not NSFW or loot or whatever, it's like fine. Yeah, as long I don't know, as long as it's respectful, you're probably okay. But still, I just still worry. I still am cautious and anxious about it. Unless it's like Fishy or or someone I know very well, in which case they can get bent. I'll do whatever art I want of them. I'm kidding. Relax. Oh, man. Chill. I'm kidding. Come on, man. Would never do anything without the approval of the Senate. I'm very Newt Gunray like that. What's up, yo? What's going on, dude? Thanks, you got the gift bomb. Oh, yeah, you got one too, you on? That's awesome, dude. Making people happy, man. That means a lot. Bimboff the OC redeem when? Wait, what? No, stop. I know what that means. I just saw the word OC in there, and I don't want to know what it means. Yeah, wait, who's that? Every time I see you draw armor and hair and stuff like that, makes me want to draw. Do it. Do it. Get after it. I appreciate that, yo. Been drawing for 55 days already? Hell yeah. Dude, we got some artists in chat today. Holy, you guys are committed. Mr. Pixel's posting some progress. I saw on Discord this morning the studies that from the Nuzlocke challenge that Alpha's doing. Maggie was doing art earlier. You're doing some art, yo. I'm impressed. You guys are actually killing it. Y'all are impressing me quite a bit. I like to be surrounded by my peers as artists. Bimbo fee redeemed when? What does that even mean? You clarified it. I still don't know what it means. I don't know what bimbo is, but what's bimbo fee? I'm so confused. I'm too dumb for this. You gotta speak slower. I don't have my helmet on. I think too hard. I'm gonna hurt myself, bro. Wait, what? Listen, a lot of the times that I don't seem to get a joke that somebody says in chat, it's intentional. But when I don't get something, sometimes it's just literally me not getting it. Make him into a bimbo. Oh, I see. Okay, make it like bimboify. Oh, bimboify. I see. Okay. I'm dumb. I can't, no, not Minnie. Maybe Ulmer, not Minnie. Minnie's too sweet. I can't, there's no stretch goal for this piece of art to no. I love Turtile? I probably didn't say that right, but thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Honored to have you, my friend. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we don't want another Sexy Withers event here, okay? We don't want to... You guys already made that happen. The next crowdfunded goal that was set by you guys this morning was for a Beach Astral Night summer piece. For one of my April slots. So there you go. I don't know what a bimbo is. Other people call him a himbo. Okay, dude. What if I commission you for it just as a hypothetical? For a character, maybe, but I couldn't do Minnie. Because this is fan art for her, so I can't bimboify Minnie. She's too sweet and wholesome. I'm sitting here talking about how I'm trying so desperately to be respectful. That would be a bit much. that would cross the territory to being a problem for me. So different character, you know, everybody has a price, but the Beach Astral Snake piece can have Dead Sea Snakes, right? Maybe. For other people? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I thought we were talking about Mini. Okay, yeah. No, I'm on the same page now. Yeah. Why do you need dead sea snakes and astral knights? Currently, the enemies, the creatures being scared out of the deep ocean are krakens in Eldara in the current Tolarian storyline. If that's what you're getting at, Atari. Krakens and other deep sea creatures are being scared out of the depths. Something is hunting them. They're making their way even into the relatively shallow Fortress Sea. There's some lore happening in Eldar right now. There's some storyline happening if you are listening carefully. The fuck was this? Oh, right, more cape. More cape. More cloak. More dots. Wait. That's the wrong game. Without there's just an each. And then a Kraken tentacle laying behind some rocks is fine, sir. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine too. Kraken tentacle laying behind rocks. Got it. I can do that. Yeah. Did I have an idea for a potential gimmick commission then? Yeah, okay. It has to be funny. And it has to be within reason, unfortunately. If I can't work on it on stream, then I can't post it. So, I had some people ask me for some pretty heinous things recently. I told somebody that I had a modifier. I'm like, oh shit, I probably won't be able to work on that on stream. So, yeah, I don't think I can probably take the commission unless I, like, add a bit of a modifier on it. I have a modifier for things that are out of style or NDA or things I can't, you know, post on stream or whatever. And they were like, what? What? How dare you? They're upset. They were mad. I've had a lot of people be mad from TikTok recently. I don't know what it is about that site. People are just mad over there. You post a cool TikTok talking about your cool art and somebody's mad. Like, what are you mad about? What did I do? I'm like, you know what you did. Like, I really don't. I gotta stretch. I gotta stretch. Oh, man. I'm gonna take a break. Gotta get the good stretch. Think I spin something? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Always listening in for those Eldar clues, putting together puzzles secretly. Yeah, something is chasing the Kraken out of the depths. They generally don't roam. They don't attack ships. They don't really, like, the deep sea. Sometimes a Kraken will come up and attack a ship or something like that, and it's a big deal. And sure, it's a bit of a danger. But as long as you're not too big of a ship, you probably won't attract attention. And if you are a big enough ship, you probably have the defenses to ward off a creature of that kind of ferocity. But the Krakens have been moving recently. They've been found in shallower seas, going closer to land than they usually do, away from their lairs in the deeps. Something, and Krakens they're not natural creatures, you could say. That they are inherently corrupt or tainted creatures in Eldar. They carry an evil scent to them. And so, those Kraken washing up are kind of a big deal. It's sort of very peculiar for a lot of scholars. Gotta do your arm stretches at least once every couple of hours. Isn't a himbo or bimbo a person with big thighs? I think it's more of a derogatory term for somebody. Yeah. Offensive word for a young person, usually a woman who is sexually attractive but not very intelligent. There you go. You put 10 out of 10 scholars have capped that, crapped their pants already? Yes. Exactly. B-Town. B-Town gets it. Thanks for the lurk, dude. Appreciate it. I gotta stretch my eyes too. I gotta look out the window. What do I see? I see a tree. I see another tree. I see another tree. This is gonna get boring, isn't it? It's like why I tend to look that way when I'm stretching my eyes or just talking. So like people used to think that I was talking to someone. They're like, "Oh, who's there?" I'm like, "No, I'm just talking while looking this way because, not even because my microphone's right here, but just because I'm usually looking at my hallway, like out the door towards the furthest object I can see, which is my sword of Harrogrim, or sword of King Theoden, King of the Mark, Harrogrim." Excuse me. So that's what I'm looking at. Give my eyes a break. A sword? Yeah, I've got a couple of Lord of the Rings swords up in my house in that hallway. I've got Harrogrim, Theoden's sword. I have Glamdring, the Foe Hammer, Gandalf's sword, and then I have Andúril, Blade, Flame of the West, Blade of Aragorn, King, Son of Numenor, Gondor nonsense. And then I've got a couple of other ones. I've got two Iaitos from a sword shop in Kyoto called Tozando, which is a kind of Budo supplies, Kendo, Iaido kind of supply store. So an Iaido is a non-sharpened zinc alloy katana used for martial art called Iaido, which is an old man's like kind of like Tai Chi for Japan. It's like memed out of existence like that, but it's actually pretty cool. It's pretty fun. If you're into Kendo, Iaido is kind of like a complimentary thing. And those are probably the most expensive ones I have, because even though they're like a zinc alloy, you get really well made ones. They're still like $600 or $700 each. So they're just chilling in my bedroom, collecting dust because I haven't done anything Kendo or Iaido related for fucking years. But they're special. They're special because they were measured properly for Ella and I. So they're specifically fit for the two of us. Which is awesome. They're measured and fit and customized for both of us, and we got them one of our trips to Kyoto in Japan, which is pretty cool. The problem is you can't bring any sort of a sword on stream that looks anywhere uniquely like a katana, otherwise you get weebed into oblivion. People just call you a weeb and then tell you to get back in your locker and to shut up, nerd. So I can't bring it on stream. Yeah, I can't be called a weeb. All right, it's very dangerous in a D&D stream, or a D&D art stream here. Share a pic of them at some point, I beg of thee, for the Iaidos. I mean, whatever. I could just get one. Let's get mine. If you want to see it, I'll show you. It's not, like, it's not anything crazy. It's very well made. Yeah, so I mean, this is like, it's a zinc alloy, so it's not sharp. It's slightly lighter than a lot of steel, because the martial art Iaido is not this like some kind of like crazy fucking thing, but like it's a really nice, like, well made,
Oh my God,
you know.
Erd.
What a nerd.
Also,
Yeah, okay, what's up, Mel?
Whether you like it or
So yeah, it's fun.
not.
And then I have like the whole hakama and everything that you wear when you're doing like kendo and whatnot, and it's pretty cool. It's like really special. It's like really important. It was all made specifically, like everything. Kill the wave. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. But it's very nice. Like it's very well made. It's very important to me. But it is pretty weeby as far as like how, you know, people are like, oh, I want to go to Japan, buy a katana. Oh, bought a katana off of Temu. No, you didn't. So yeah, I don't know. This one's cool because Ella's is a little bit longer because she's taller than me. So like the handle, some people think like, oh, why is the handle so short? And it's because like typically like it's measured for you, and so a lot of people like handles that are way longer, but you can't actually, like, you know, if you're fighting, you don't want it to be like weird and too long or whatever. But obviously this is just for like a silly martial art that you do when you're in Kyoto. You go to some classes and have fun, and then you don't have any problems getting across the border when you're taking it to or from Japan, because it's not actually steel. It's like I said, a zinc alloy. So no, it's cool. It's really special, I guess. because we got them there together, and so we got them like matched up to us and at the same time, and you know, actual like ray skin through there and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty special, I guess. Cord wrap instead of leather, obviously, also was an important thing too. I don't know. I'd kill to go back to Japan for a couple more classes in Kyoto, but obviously that's travel expensive right now, you know? It's just expensive. Joke side looks sick. Thanks, dog. It's bad that whenever I see a shiny nice sword, I want to put it in my mouth. Wait, what? What? Not supposed to unsheath a samurai sword unless you plan to kill an enemy, right? No, that's not. Well, that's not. I mean, you can. I mean, if you want to talk about an actual samurai sword, like an actual katana, that's like a weird like Meiji, like pre-Meiji kind of like fucking whatever superstition that isn't actually true. You can pull your sword out to like, I mean, the rhetorical you as a samurai in the 1400s, you could practice and stuff with it as you would, but also it's not a samurai sword. It's an iaido. Like an iaido and a katana are very different things, and so that's iaito. That's an iaito, not a katana anyway. So, it's not. I guess you could say even a proper samurai sword at that, because it's used for practice, specifically for practice. It's not used for. It's not like I said. It's a zinc alloy. It's not like folded steel, because it's supposed to be lighter and used for training as opposed to keeling or whatever. But there are still certain etiquette things about how to store it and whatnot. And if it was an actual hand-forged katana, I wouldn't have put it on the ground. That's also a thing, too. So. If a katana and a warhammer, an actual one? An actual, like, $12,000 folded steel katana from Japan? Or a sword that looks like a katana? Because those things are very different. Yeah, katana, like actual katanas are very, very, very expensive. I saw like they only had like 3, I think, at Tozando. And I got to hold it, and it was pretty impressive, actually. You know, it was pretty fucking cool. But it was like the entry level one, and it was like $15,000 or whatever. They just don't get cheaper than that. If it's cheaper than that, it's not like an actual katana, but you know, whatever. Weeb sword is weeb sword. Two replicas, one is the Yamato from Devil May Cry, and the other is Robert Baratheon's hammer. Well, there you go. We'll distract you further. We're going to spend time with the wifey for a bit and have a good rest of your stream. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Thanks for the bits as well earlier. I'm unworthy, but I will endeavor to be such one day. Enjoy your time with the wife. Have a wondrous rest of your Monday, and I'll catch you later this week, probably. Yeah, what's up, Edities? What's going on, dog? How you doing, bruh? What it is. I think, okay, if we're doing this in color, I need to start planning for not doing too much hatching, but also these like dark areas, I need to do more of them to help push the entire thing back a little bit more. So where do we want to go for those? I kind of lost my like momentum when I got up to go to get water earlier. Not momentum, but just like flow. Not even flow. I don't know. I had to like sort of move on to the next thing after I got up the first time. So he's not having a roommate. Wait, to having a roommate. Oh, well, I mean, you said your friend was there all the time anyway, right? Now I've just brought their stinky laundry with them, right? Roommates sound cool. I never had a roommate. I basically started dating Ella when I was 17, just did that. So never lived with a roommate before. Never got to play Call of Duty with the boys or whatever you do with a roommate. Dude, having a roommate, I think peak roommate time period would have been like the early 2000s when Xbox Live was the thing. Holy, could you imagine? Could you imagine being 23, having no responsibilities, and having a roommate when Halo or Halo 2 had just come out? He doesn't do laundry. There you go. One for real flambers, but those get really expensive. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, they're cool though. I don't think I'd ever buy, unless I was sort of buying something for the express purpose of, I mean, whatever. I don't think I'd ever buy an actual sharpened sword that's like, you know, proper steel, whatever, even if I had the money, because there's a lot of like legal problems with it. Like once you have an actual sharpened sword, especially in Canada, it's like considered a certain classification of weapon, and it's like a whole fucking problem. And cost aside, I think it's a bit of a nightmare, a bit of a headache where I live anyway. Even going through the process of buying like bear spray, you have to like basically sign a waiver and do all this bullshit as if you're like purchasing a serious firearm or something. So even bear spray, but that is necessary where I live to carry bear spray. If there's like bears in the region as well, whenever I take the dog out, I have to bring my bear spray with me. Never had a bad encounter with a bear, but had some spooky ones, you know, some reach for the old bear spray kind of encounters, but nothing really crazy. Bears are pretty chill. But still, anytime you have bear spray on you, like you can't like go certain places if you have your bear spray in your backpack or whatever, and you decide to stop at McDonald's, you know, on your way out to the mountains or out to the backwoods. And that could be a very big problem for you if you got stopped for any reason. 23 as a teacher, you mean like 19? Well, I guess maybe you were doing stuff at 23. I certainly wasn't doing anything important at 23. I was working in a game store at 23, so yeah. No. But it's cool, just been chatting and hanging out more since we were sharing the space now. That's fair. That's kind of cool. Hope y'all are having fun, bonding. Have to head off to catch some sleep. Gonna have to catch you guys in the VOD. See you tomorrow. All right, Joe, be good. Take care of yourself. Have a wondrous morning tomorrow, and I will see you later. Q7, when you are drawing a chest, do you try and do the details, or do you simplify things? When I'm drawing a chest, like a woman's chest specifically, are we talking about the taboo of a woman's chest? Or are we talking about the pec muscles of a human in general? Because those are different questions, and it's not an awkward question. We talk about this kind of stuff in artwork. We're just talking about anatomy and obviously the drawing of it in general. So in general, no, I mean like it. All my style is a bit of a simplification, a bit of a derivation, I guess. I don't really know what I'm specifically trying to simplify. If you're talking about like when you're drawing like a man and you're drawing like his pec or whatever, do you draw all the like the striations and stuff that sort of, you know, like form across the muscle group that kind of tie into the other muscles? Like if that's the question, then no, I don't draw any of that stuff. Obviously, it's always about more or less thinking about the lighting. So if you're thinking about like a pectoral muscle, you're kind of thinking about it like in perspective, like this in some way. I guess I'll put the arm back in there of our jacked dude that has a visibly defined pec. So the thing is, like trying to think about drawing in where the light is kind of hitting, because you know the lower pec really does most of the heavy lifting. So honestly, there'll be much more the pec if it's like laying on a guy like this, or even women, but you see more on guys because we don't have a collection of fat there.
Trip a few years ago where I pulled into a campground with the BF and friends. We didn't see it immediately, but I was the first to see a brown bear.
Oh, a brown bear? That's scary.
At a general store at the campground, and I just went, oh.
Yeah, I know they're pretty chill, but I don't know. Things sound a bit. Oh, you can't see. Oh, sorry. No, I'll zoom out. There you go. Like this is up, and this is down. So most physical activity actually increases the size of the lower pec. So you'll find the lower pec to be more defined than the upper pec. The upper pec you have to do a bunch of like very specific sort of like chest base exercises before it sort of becomes defined. So you're not doing a lot wrong by just sort of like when you're drawing or communicating the upper part of the pectoral muscle, you are more communicating the bottom part of the muscles above than the top, like the divot that goes in, as opposed to communicating a highlight of the top of the muscle. And then you're sort of sketching and shading the bottom and kind of like building a whole shadow shape of the, you know, the bottom of the chest mixed into the abdomen and how it kind of goes down on our character here. And then you can do a little bit of like kind of, you know, maybe if the dude's super jacked, you could do like a little bit of an indication of some striations, especially if he's like really flexing his arms forward or whatever, then you'd see a bit of striation in there. But if he's just sitting there, he's not going to be as jacked as you'd think. And then for women, women are different because obviously you're drawing sort of more of an organic shape, and you're not drawing much musculature at all. When you're drawing a woman's chest, you're typically drawing kind of like from the collarbone down. You're just sort of drawing usually a softer shape that you don't need to put a lot of detail into, but it'll catch more light obviously on a woman's chest than on a man's chest, and they form very different shadow shapes. So it kind of depends on what you're doing, but it's different. It's also how jacked is the person versus how, you know, average, normal are they. In general philosophy, start up simplest form as a shape, then you work your way up, all boxes, then boxes that twists, etc. Yeah, it's a good way of doing it. I mean, the problem is like at a certain point in time, you stop thinking about it like that. So it's kind of hard to like go back into the basic, I guess, because you just sort of once you do it enough, Guapo, your brain just sort of does it automatically. Boxes and boxes and cylinders and spheres and twisting boxes. Yeah, you get it. Gotta show those ligaments and tendons. Yeah, well, to be fair, I mean, we all draw. And there's also like an idealization of characters that are, you know, so for instance, I'll show you like here's an idealization of a character. Right, so we can talk about this. This is fine. So this is a character that somebody asked for, and they wanted her to be very muscular. They wanted her to be very muscular, but they also wanted her to have certain like feminine qualities, right? And so you talk about idealization and non-realistic sort of qualities. Obviously, you don't get this much of a collection of fat around the chest and the butt to actually have that kind of proportionality in a character that has such a low body fat percentage where you can see why am I using my mouse? Where you can see their abs. Like generally, if you can see their abs, you're not going to see a natural collection of fat kind of in the places that you want them for that like idealization. But that's part of it for, you know, people want what they want in fantasy, and you know, they like, you're not going to have, you might have some of that sort of shapeliness with somebody that has like that kind of size of thighs or whatever, but absolutely are you ever going to see that kind of like that kind of shape with that kind of collection of abs? No, it just doesn't happen naturally. So you take liberties. You take liberties based on what people want. You take liberties based on kind of what you are doing, and then you think about it as a different shape. As there's almost no like almost the only like show of a pectoral muscle in here is just like the extra sort of aggressive little kind of pulling of muscle, the hard shadow line that you see indicated to imply that there is under here a pectoral muscle that is like well developed and flexing for this character. But obviously you're not going to see that when you're, you know, covering a character with let's say desirable qualities for the client or whatever. And that's probably, I mean, that's fine to idealize in fantasy. We have dudes that are all like jacked and women that are all shapely, and it's just like part of the fantasy, the old Frazetta kind of thing, depending on what your vibe is for fantasy art. And it's something to consider all the time, but no, it's not something that you want to show too much detail or not that much detail at all. It's just like what you want for that piece specifically. Front delt and clavicle. Yep. What's up, Thorkin? How's it going, bro? How you doing, homie? What's good? All right, we should get the staff done. I don't really know if I want to keep this, like, we don't really have a lot of room here for a staff design, and I don't really know what what kind of staff or whatever we would do for mini. Something just kind of a general cleric staff, maybe with a star on it. Problem is, if we make it too complicated, You know, I could try something complicated, actually. Let's try it. Hold on. Let's try something dumb. Let's try something kind of dumb. Why not? Some, like, magical girl shit. Some card captor Sailor Moon nonsense. There we go. There we go. And then we're gonna do...
I mean, are you even trying if you don't try something dumb? Smile.
Man, you're right. For commissions and fan art pieces, I always feel like I need to sort of try to be more safe, right? New layer, new layer, new layer. For commissions, I always want to be a little bit safer. But absolutely, we can try something dumb now. Again, I'm trying to reference design without being too crazy about it. So, and obviously, you know, try to do some Eldar and stuff, but also a little bit of the whimsy that anime and characters and VTubers have. You're not going to find the kind of like card captor Sakura style wands and shit through Eldara, but can I do it for like an Eldarin non-canonical character like Minnie? Like, absolutely. Farah, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Honored to have you. Pretty? Yo, thank you. Appreciate that. Is this character an Asmar? Some race from Eldara that looks like an Asmar? So, not really a descriptive, there's not really a custom race for this character or anything. It's based off of a, I do these fan art pieces that are kind of like Eldarin character exercises once in a while, where I base it off of a friend of mine that's a VTuber, because they have really interesting character designs. And so Minnie is an angel, so I guess you could say we're just doing something that's like kind of angelic. And not really anything super specific. I'm not doing any like special like kind of world building or whatever to make Minnie's like character canon in the story or anything. So it's something a little more just kind of like a fun design exercise that's like sort of like what would it be like if it was, you know, as a character, what would a character concept be like if it was a character concept from Eldara, and then try and like blend it with a lot of sort of my style things, as well as how thick is this staff? Oh, it's not too thick. So yeah, I'm not terribly worried about trying to like make it work. For some people, like that care more about Eldara, not to say that Minnie doesn't, but obviously like Minnie's not like a deep D&D player that's been here for like, you know, 3 years like Ashy has or whatever. Like Ashy, if I was going to try and do a new updated piece of Ashy art, it would be something that I'd try and make more canon friendly, because like that would mean more to Ashy. But I think that for people that I like, you know, hanging out with and whatnot, that are not necessarily deep D&D nerds like me, it's more like kind of a general kind of like fantasy aesthetic of their character that I'm trying to capture, as opposed to worrying about the specific details. Me's 100% can. You think so? At the age of hell yeah, let's try it. Will it work? Maybe. Yeah, that's fair. And like, I want Minnie to love it, and obviously I'm not worried too much about specifics of Eldara, like, you know, the staff and shit. And I want Minnie to, I always want, like, whenever I do a fan art piece like this, I want the person to love it, and I want their viewers to love it, like their chat basically. Because I don't want to do something that's like too much of a departure from them, or too much of a departure from what they're used to, that it feels like it's just like not them. Like a cool version, stylized version of them, but I want people who are also a fan of the streamer, like I am, that's the reason why I do it, to also like it. So I think if I try and like stick to like too much of a grounded like thing in Eldar, try to explain away too much about it, that would be too like kind of weird, and no one would understand what the fuck I'm doing. So yeah, these are more like kind of canon adjacent, like kind of what if pieces. So we'll see if we can just do some perspective nonsense here and see if it works. And if it does, great. If it doesn't and it looks dumb, that's fine too. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then we keep the star in there. Okay, cool. No, I like that. I like that. We keep the star in. Minnie's very flexible with her branding, so... But I did want to keep the star in there. Make sure that we have at least some reference to Miniful as... You know, we know her, so... Looking good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I don't mind that. It's pretty dope. No, we gotta do the staff. The rest of the staff. Shit. Just have a proper straight line in there. Gotta line her up. And that should be good. Obviously, we're gonna mess around with it a little bit. Expand it out a little bit. Ooh, it's gonna be good. Gonna fit it in as close as we can for the initial concept as possible. And I think that's pretty good. All right. Neato. I don't draw characters with like staves and kind of like those kind of weapons all that often, so I'm happy to do it. When I get an excuse, I am happy to do it. We'll do the top one first. We'll focus on that. That's what we'll do. King Manny's character, an NPC guarding an Eldar realm gate high up in some mountain somewhere. That'd be kind of funny, actually. I think it's the curve of the wings and the staff and hand pose, but she looks very dynamic, like you screenshotted a character select screen. Ooh. That's a good vibe to obtain. Yeah, shit. Thanks, Guapo. I'm glad you like it. Definitely trying to communicate more personality in portraits recently. Something I've been not doing a very good job at as like a concept focused, like concept first kind of artist. But I think that there's a lot of personality that doesn't get communicated in concept art sometimes when you're thinking about the just straight up designer's dilemma of it. So yeah, man, appreciate that. Wield a mighty stick to wield against the forces of evil and bonk them back to whence they came. Also look the amazing Evan. Alright, chill. Our D&D session about 40 minutes, stuck in a dungeon crawler because the DM is a freak for traps and puzzles. Damn. I mean, do you like being in a dungeon crawler? Because I love dungeon crawlers. Maybe not for too long, but obviously, you know, the years that I came up in D&D, that was it, dude. We're going in the dungeon. We're in there for weeks. Back when you'd have like actual mega dungeons and stuff. I did so much art for those like dungeons and shit. My players had no idea how good they had it. Man, I do art for all of my D&D characters and for other my friends and stuff like that. They had no idea that this is what I'd be wasting my life on is making with imagination dragon game stories and shit like that. They thought that I was gonna go be a real person with real artistic endeavors. Like a person that draws old people's dogs. They thought that I'd be like somebody famous like that, or whatever you do as an artist for a real career. A real career. I suppose I left that behind when I quit the graphic designing. Demon Vizirac, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Honored to have you, my friend. Honored to have you. Spent a year in Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Hey, that's a year well spent. For the money laundering, exactly. Yeah. Exactly, the money laundering. That would have been a much better career to have, right? You draw a painting of some, like, I don't know, red dot, and then somebody pays you $1 million for it. Fuck yeah. Just so they can clean them or wash them or their ill-gotten corporate gains or capital gains. Great drawing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. It was very kind of you to say. I appreciate that. It's a quick thing, sure, but knowing my DM, it's probably going to be a CBT session. Okay. Okay. Ah, yes. Cognitive behavioral training. Yes, that's what you're doing. Cool. Yes, nice. Nice. Agreed. Kind of crazy good at pet portraits, but digital artist is basically useless. It's a solid thing to do for traditional artists, though. Yeah, maybe. I just... So, yeah. I'd be surprised to find out if people, like, do that for a living that don't make social media money off of it. Because maybe it's just me, I'm not good enough, but I've had a lot of people, like, ask me to do stuff, and the amount that, like, they're willing to pay is just so little. It's like, it's funny, it's adorable when, like, an old person's like, oh wow, you're an artist, you should draw my dog, and you're like, oh really, like, thank you, I don't draw people's dogs, sorry. You know, and they're like, oh, it's a shame, you do a good picture of Tucker or Sandy or Bucko or whatever your fucking dog's name is. And the thing is, they always are willing to pay like $65. Like, I'll give you $65 for... It's like, that's gonna take me 6 hours. So, sir or ma'am, that you'll have to quadruple that price. I'm sorry, you know. I don't know. They just have this idea that it's gonna take you like 20 minutes to do a painting or a sketch painting or whatever. So there's like a serious disconnect in like time spent on it or whatever, you know. Maybe if you're like really good, you start making like big bucks at it or some shit. But I don't think I could be good enough at it to. And I think everybody wants like, yeah, like an oil piece or whatever done instead. Opening horse portraits in my area are pretty big. I guess horses are a different game. Ooh. Yeah, people love their horses. If they got horse money, they got money. You got some show horse or whatever that you bought at an auction for $80,000. Yeah, you'll pay $6K for a painting. Yeah, for sure. Okay, that makes more sense. Like bigger, like kind of portraits like that. 100%, I could see that being a big revenue source for artists. Yeah. Equestrian art would be a solid income earner. Be a good stream. Yeah, that makes more sense. I mean, I had a friend who was like I grew up in Alberta, man. I grew up in the countryest place in Canada. Oh man, you have no idea. I had a friend who was a rancher's son, and he was in art school, and he dropped out after a couple of years because he just wasn't like having fun with the kind of nonsense we did at art school. And it was so funny because he he always wanted to be like a, what's the term, a silversmith, and he just said fuck it, and he just went and did that. Like, his mom was a very well-known silversmith, and she'd do like all sorts of cool shit. Oh, that's an empty layer. Whatever. And so he went and did that. He said screw art school. He just dropped out and went and took on the family business, I guess, of silversmithing, for drawing built buckles and making them and all that kind of shit. It's pretty cool. He made like some pretty big like prized buckles for some like rodeos and shit around here. Him and his girlfriend, they got married and just lived making, you know, Western style jewelry and shit, and painting horses and stuff, and grain elevators and mountains and whatever you do in Alberta. Like, all right, man, fuck yeah. As a horse person, horse people are nuts. Yeah, I think so. A lot of pseudo grifters that just do photo modification for digital pet portraits. Yeah, I see that a lot actually, not just for pets, but also that's like a big thing. That it was funny because there was this streamer or whatever who like got gifted a painting on stream, and his friend was like, "Hey man, I got an artist to paint this painting of like this person," and it was like a big meaningful moment, and they're like, "Oh my god, it's so cool, thank you." And I'm like, "Oh, that's just a filter on top of the Photoshop, or on top of the photo." Oh, printed on a canvas. Oh, I hope you didn't pay for, you know. I saw that years ago and I was like, oh no. Oh no. Okay, well. Yeah. Also horse person myself, but don't get the big bucks. Horse poor for life, yeah. $8,000 for a show horse, that's like the lower end of it, at least for a good one. Yeah, look, I don't know how the extent of what they go to. The only people I've ever met that bought like fancy horses at auction bought them for like below 100k or around there. I know that like you start getting your like oiler money and shit in and there and buying race horses and shit, and now you're getting into the millions. But I guess I'm trying to talk about like accessible sort of things, you know. Mentioning horse painting just made me remember all the 19th century livestock paintings that are just furry rectangles. Hey, they liked that shit back then, alright? That was good shit. That's what they wanted, man. Government phone call, but I'm back. Welcome back, Jess. Welcome back, my friend. Good to have you. Back with fun drama at work. Uh-oh, Steel. You're not starting nothing, aren't you? Come on, bro. What are you trying to start at work? Yeah, what are you doing, Steel? Well, I mean... I guess whatever you do to make money as an artist, as long as you're having fun. I'm still not drawing people's dogs for 50 bucks. Honestly, that's something I had to do. Like I've just started saying no to everything I don't know exactly what I'm going to do on. There's an argument to be made about like, oh, you should always be willing to take on new projects and push yourself. But there's also an argument to be made about like, unless you're getting like paid in a way that you're like okay spending that time doing discovery, it can be exhausting. And so I just started saying no to like almost everything. There's one kind of dumb project that I agreed to do with for another streamer friend of mine. But besides that, I'm like, if I don't know like exactly what to do for a project, I'm just not accepting it anymore unless people are actually like offering me like a substantial amount of money for it. There's one guy that offered me, like, he said I have a budget of 3,000 euros for a project, and I was like, I guess we'll see how long it takes. And he's like, great. And that's going to be a big substantial project that I'm not going to even be done for months probably. But besides that, when somebody asked me like, you know, like I had a friend ask me to do like a print thing for her sewing patterns, where she like makes sews and shit and then sells it at conventions, and she's like, can you make a pattern for this? And I'm like, I guess, sure, probably couldn't be that hard. And then I look into it, I'm like, oh, this is actually really hard. And rather than just saying, hey, this is way more difficult than I thought, like, no, sorry, I can't do this, like whatever, to tessellate something and whatnot, I'm just kind of stuck in it. So I have to do that this weekend, or this week. Shit, I was supposed to do it this weekend, you know. But I'm just like, now when somebody asks me to do something and it's like, I don't know exactly how this is going to work out, I'm just saying no. Can you draw my dog? Nope. Can you draw my fish? Nope. Can you draw my anything? Nope. What the fuck brush did I switch to? Okay, weird. Yeah, and I'm just like hard passing on basically everything that I have to start saying no to more things, especially things that are like favors and stuff like that. But also projects that I'm not sure if this is going to take me a long time. I'm just like so in a mood where I just don't want to be stressed out by art right now. I know it's not the best for like growth, but I'd rather the growth be in a place that I can like kind of stretch and not feel like somebody has like money or time tied up in. If I have a painting that I'm just like not liking the way it's working, I can just be like, okay, that was a cool experiment, and I just like walk away from it, rather than thinking, oh god, I gotta finish this for somebody, you know. Do some dogs for $200 once. That's pretty good. Yeah, shit, dude. That's damn. Okay. Hungry, but I shouldn't eat. It's like 12:30 p.m. I'm gonna get fat, dude. Yeah, I know. Come on. What are you gonna do? You gotta be careful. I lost 100 pounds not eating after 12:30 p.m. I still got more to go. Resist. Chewy sent me an acrylic painting of my dog randomly once. I think it's actually painting and not just a print. Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. You put puppies and Chewy send me a painting of them. You draw my fish as a mermaid? Listen. Listen, Steel. Listen. Lesbian Sloth. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. Honored to have you. Never realized how far I've gotten the piece. It looks sick. Really? You think so? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Glad you like it. Do you think I'm capturing any of Minnie's vibes here? Because I'm trying my best to capture Minnie. I'm doing my absolute best to try and capture a bit of her vibe. And hopefully it'll be more like obvious and apparent with the color once there's like blue and yellow in here and stuff like that, and golds and silvers. But I hope that I'm at least capturing some of Minnie's energy. No long-term projects? What do you mean no long-term projects? No, I mean, I'm happy to do long-term projects if I kind of know what we're going to do. But if somebody asks me for like a big project that like I don't know exactly how it's gonna work, like, hey, can you try this painting of like I don't know, a black and white painting noir style or something like that, like something just like a complete departure from anything I know right now. I'm just not accepting commissions for or projects for that. And commissions are one thing, but I'm just like not accepting projects from people I know that are asking me for something like different and weird. Because it's like, I don't want to sign up for something that then I'm stuck to. And if I agree to do it as a favor for somebody, and they think it's like they asked me for a 20-minute thing, but it's actually like a 3-hour thing, it just kind of sucks, you know? I ain't fat, yeah. Come on. I feel like without the color, the best I can say is that it has wings. Looks sick though, don't get me wrong. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about the V-tier pieces, is like for Ulner, even it was like, I think easier because Ulner's hair was a little bit easier to reference than Minnie's hair, I think. But, I don't know. I have a plan, I think it'll look good. Even if it won't be like standard mini full. Kind of like style. It hopefully should look like standard mini full. Colors, which will help sell it. I don't know. Yeah, fish mermaid. I don't know about that steel. The one color hits is going to be so apparent that it's Minnie. Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. Oh, I'm so nervous she's not going to like it. No, faith. Faith, 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 faith. I don't want to be like Ashley's, where Ashley was mad at me for weeks for not getting the exact details of her right. She said, "Where is the cake, Evan? I don't understand this. Where is my cake?" And I said, "I'm sorry, Ashley. Jeez." Sure, loves it. What do you mean? Well, I mean, here's the thing. Minnie's very nice. And so, you know, there's like a part of me that's kind of like, does Minnie love it? Or is she just being super nice? You never really know. You never know. You can hope. You can hope. You never really know, do you? Yeah. Maybe hates it. I don't know. No, I'm sure it'll turn out okay. I'm always nervous, you know. I'm always a little bit anxious with pieces. I still have that like this kind of that buzz of nerves whenever I do a piece for a commission for a client or whatever. That kind of like, I hope they like it. I hope it turns out, and I kind of don't want to lose it, you know. Worked more on my drawing than you gave me a prompt on. I'm liking how it's turning out, but I've also been turning my largest piece pixel-wise at 9,000 by 6,000. That's pretty big, dude. You sure it needs to be that big? Are you going to be printing it large? If she didn't like it, she wouldn't hype it up so much. She would just say, OMG, looks nice, thank you so much. And the fact that she's constantly hyping it up should tell you how much she loves it. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't, to be fair, it's not like I've heard her, like, in her stream or whatever. Besides when I'm there, and then she just, like, talks shit, and then, so. Alright, if you say so, then I'll trust. I'll trust. I shall trust. You need to also merge these layers together. Can I merge them, or is that a problem? I don't think it's a problem. It's not a problem, right? I hope I don't regret this. Merge down and save. All right, we're all on one layer now. No more going back. There's no turning back from here. No more trepidations, all right? We've merged our layers. I swear to God, all my artist friends are the same. No self-confidence. I mean, listen. I mean, no self-confidence. I have tons of self-confidence. I know I can be good one day. I know I can be good one day. I have so much self-confidence. Yeah, what do you mean? I mean, the moment you're like, oh, I like this piece, people are like, a little arrogant, aren't you? And you're like, ah, shit. Yeah, shit, you're right. Yeah, my bad. My bad. No, be good one day. What do you mean? You can't put my art next to Greg Rotowski's and say that we're in the same realm. You cannot put me next to Greg Rotowski. Greg Rotowski's a great artist. And I'll be a great artist one day too. And as I'm growing and learning, I'm a lot better than I was. See? I can be realistic. Look at all that self-confidence just seeping out of my words. And that day will be dope. This note has surprise. Wait, has surprise I wasn't expecting. Which one? Oh, that. I never actually noticed that. Is that just people leave? That is people leave. I never noticed that. Oh shit. Those people you smite with the band hammer? Well, I won't ever say I'm a bad artist, okay? Because it'd be disrespectful to people that commission me and buy my prints and stuff. Like, actually. But I do have a lot to learn, a lot to practice, and a lot to get better on. The only place that I will never admit to needing to get better on is fucking TikTok. Holy shit, the amount of unsolicited art advice that comes from TikTok. God damn. Nero Dragon. Nero Dragon. I'm sorry, my brain's a little slow moving today. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. We chose the wrong people to leave. We chose the correct people to leave. That's what it is. That's, yeah, I don't know about that. I think we chose the right one. All the more indicator that we chose the right one.
Glad to see you have accepted the old Korean proverb, Evan, smiling
yes, what is
face
that?
With hearts, the frog forgets he was once a tadpole.
There you go. Yeah, see? Listen, I don't think I'm pretty tough. I'm like, Thank you, 100 bits. I appreciate that. I don't think that I'm like particularly toxic to myself or anything like that. I think I have a very realistic standpoint of like I used to be a lot worse. I like my art now, but like let's face it, you put me next to Rembrandt or Michelangelo, like nobody looks at my art and questions whether or not like heaven exists. Right? Like no one looks at my art and thinks that their life has changed because of it. And that's just like, you know, something that you'll hopefully get with experience and mastery, is to make true art that really, really impacts and matters to people. And I'm more of like a storyteller and a concept artist right now than I am like a actual painter or like artist. But one day I hope to have that kind of like control over the medium, to be able to actually create things that are truly and ultimately beautiful, that make people like actually really inspired and hopeful about humanity the way that great art does. The standard is just so unbelievably high, I think, for what great art and great artists can be, that I just don't know how I'm ever gonna match with it, you know? Compare yourself with the greats all the time, you'll have a hard time appreciating your growth and self-worth. It's good to be realistic and look at the greats, but compare to them, learn and get better. But constant comparison is poison. Well, I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, I the things I looked at it as optimistic. It's like one day I could be like that. And I think that for me, one of the more damaging things is mediocrity. Mediocrity is something I'm terrified of, Alf, because I spent years of my life just completely mediocre and drowning in it, and it almost killed me.
Well, you are a beautiful being of a human being. Evan's smile. I
Thank
sadly
you, Mel.
have to prepare to go home, so I will bug all of you tomorrow's smile.
All right. I'll catch you later. I hope you're feeling better and a little bit less jet lagged tomorrow. So
Maybe you need to do a Van Gogh to get to the next level.
Do a Van Gogh to get to the next level? Grow a awkward red goatee, or cut my fucking ear off? The problem is I don't think Van Gogh is really transcendent. I'm not that high on Van Gogh as far as painters go. I know a lot of people love Van Gogh, and that's great, and I'm glad they love him, but I'm actually not that high on Van Gogh. I don't think that he's like I think he's a bit overrated. But obviously subjectivity is like an important thing. So there is that part of it. Thanks for the 100 bits, Moose. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks for the hype train, guys. Appreciate it. That's so funny that when you guys decide to microtransact the Withers on Friday, that it wasn't even a hype train, that it didn't even fucking shatter the channel records like it would have had there been a hype train active during that. Twitch is hilarious. Twitch has a sick sense of humor. If you don't like him and I'm happy for them, yeah, basically. I mean, what is? Yeah, I mean, hey. Starry Night's beautiful, but like, it's not my jam. And I refuse to be held hostage at gunpoint as an artist, that if you don't like the popular artist, then you're not a real artist. No, it is important. I think definitely you're right, Alpha. It is important to sort of like not necessarily compare yourself with that kind of like tragic levels of never possible obtaining of, you know, whatever riches and jewels are awaiting you at the top of your quest. Like, that's fine. But for me, I spent a long time, Alf, in mediocrity and letting myself down. And I thought that because I wasn't going to get there as an artist, I thought that I shouldn't even try. And so now for me, it's aspirational to think that I can be that great of an artist one day. It's aspirational for me. And that's big for me. That's really big. It's really important for me to sort of remind myself that it's possible. And although you're right about something that's important, is that I think you need to ward against the comparison that turns into poison, which is very wise. And I'm glad that I have people like you guys around to remind me of that, and to help celebrate successes. But that comparison, I will say, does bring me a lot of sort of like hope. But maybe I do make it a little bit toxic sometimes. I don't know. I hope not, but I guess I'm not the person to know that. I suppose that people who care about me, who will like observe how I talk about it, will know that. And I will sort of be stuck in whatever judgment they place on me and how I'm sort of speaking about the whole subject. But I hope I'm not being toxic. Would you consider yourself a mediocre now? Or do you feel like that this is a mountain you haven't reached yet? Do I think I'm mediocre now? me think about that. Do I think my art is mediocre now? I'm trying to be very careful to separate my ego from it. Let me think about that. How to word it.
When I see the terrain art you've made, I can easily imagine my D&D character sit in the fields and have a nice and relaxing
Hell yeah.
time.
Hell yeah.
You can ask Minnie. I'm super selective when it comes to my artists. When choosing my VTuber, Minnie was trying to help me find 2D artists and she wasn't able to for so long cause I'm super duper picky.
That's
if
fair.
I choose you for maps and other art, then for me your art inspires feelings, so no, at least there is one more person who loves your art.
That means a lot. Thank you for the 100 bits. That means a lot. Because that's what I'm trying to do with my art. I'm trying to inspire adventure and to inform quests and adventure and story. So especially, like, not just the compliment of saying I like your art, but to say that you like my art for the reasons I try and make my art is the extra level of something that means a great deal to me. So that does mean a lot. So I appreciate that. Do I think I'm mediocre? To be honest, no, not anymore. I don't think I'm mediocre anymore. So I have to like kind of we have to put this in its like right slot and set some context for that idea. I think that the difference between me and a master and really one of the true greats, which are a lot of a narrower margin than a lot of people think. My vision of who the masters are of our generation, who the greatest painters of our time are, versus what I think a lot of people's are, is vastly different. A lot of people will say, oh, the masters, and they'll give me like 1,000 names. And I'll say, the masters, I'll give you 24 kind of thing, right? I look at those people as being really the ones that are changing, evolving, and forwarding the nature of art in the modern age in a classical way, not just sort of a temporal, I don't know, simulacrum of interest, which is what a lot of trendy art is. It just exists in a moment as this sort of thing that we sort of mistake for mastery. But not to say there's anything wrong with that. If you love art, and that's beautiful. But when I really think of the masters of the age, I don't think of like the trends. I think of the people who have mastered the art, and where you feel something different than that is somewhat inexplicable. I think those are the masters of art. And I think that the vast expanse between me and that mastery is terrifying. It's terrifying that I can spend my entire life doing art and I don't feel like I'm even 10% of the way to those guys. But having said that, I think that there was a time that my art was what I thought was very mediocre and very not interesting and very not good. And I'll tell you, actually, the piece that changed my mind is not so when I was trying to figure out what my answer to the question, do I think my art is mediocre now, the answer I was trying to conjure was basically, do I associate the question with, do I like my art now, and can you like mediocre art? And I started to like my and where I came down to that in my head is that no, with my standard, the day I started to like my art was the day I stopped making mediocre art. And I can tell you that the piece that I did that I started to like my art on, the first piece that I actually looked back and said I kind of like this was this character, was Natalie Landris, squire to Amelia Hearthwood. And I was trying new sketch style, I was trying some new stuff, I was like really hard on myself, having a difficult time doing stuff. And this was a piece that I did in 23 or whatever, that I sort of hit something different, a different quality, a different sketch style, something that was like, wait, there's something of value in this. And although I don't think that this is a great piece of art comparatively to what I can do now, it was the first time I feel like I reached out and touched that, like, that actual like standard of art that I wanted. And I didn't dive straight in, sure, you know, and I still feel like I'm not kind of doing that. But this was the first piece. This was the first piece that I said to myself, you know what, I actually really like that. Yeah, wait, that turned out good. That was pretty cool, wasn't it? All the art I did before that, I had problems with. This isn't, by the way, in chronological order, my Instagram. It kind of is to a small extent, but like this piece is posted before that, but was made after. You know, a lot of the stuff was made after. Like this is the stuff that was before it. This kind of stuff. And that's why I redid Amelia, because when I painted Amelia Hearthwood, I was like still trying to find my way as an artist again, back like recovering from my failure as an artist where I basically gave up because I couldn't bear the weight of the pressure and pain of being bad, right? And it broke me. And so I stopped being an artist for a long time, right? And I stopped making art for years. And this was the most important character in the game because this is Ella Blackwood's character. This is my wife's character. And the reason why I say her character is the most important character that I've ever done, or the most important characters that I will ever do, is because without Ella, who grabbed me out of the water and pulled me back onto land, like, I wouldn't be doing this. Like, she had to have unshaking faith that I would do great things and could still do great things long after I had given her any reason to believe in me. Not just long after I had stopped believing in myself, but long after even a reasonable person who loves someone would say, yeah, they could probably still get their shit together. You can love someone, but at a certain point in time, you kind of have this moment where you're like, they probably aren't going to do that. It's fine. And I hadn't given Ella any reason to believe that I could actually do anything art related or be the person that I wanted to be for a long time. And I tried to make this character out of love and passion for that, you know, belief and for Ella. And that's why I had to redo that character. That's why I had to redo Amelia a couple years ago, and I had to redraw. Where's the color version? I had to redraw Amelia Hearthwood years later because I knew that I was better, and I needed to redraw her every couple of years to make sure that I had an updated, beautiful, like high standard piece of art for Amelia. And I'm kind of looking at this and feeling like I kind of need to go back to it and redraw it, but I still like this piece of art, you know. And so the day that I started to like my art, I think, is the day that I sort of hit a standard. Like people often say that, like, if you have high standards, you're just moving the goalposts. And people say that. People say, oh, when you're just moving the goalpost, you'll never be enough. Like, today you want 10 likes, and next you want 1 million likes. And it's like, no, I just want to be like able to feed myself and feel like I like my art. And that was a goalpost for me, was to like my art. And so I finally got there, and it was like this moment of like, it wasn't this immediate moment of relief, but it was a bit of a moment later on when I looked back at my art and I was like, I think this is actually decent. Like, this is actually pretty good. And so that's when I started really feeling like I could actually like take commissions and be trusted with people's characters and stuff. And it wasn't a charity they were doing for me, but people were actually seeking me out to do something for them. And that was a big moment for me. So yeah, no, I think I do like my art now. I think it is. I think it isn't. I don't think it is mediocre. I think it's actually pretty good. I think I do something pretty unique and pretty good, and I'm pretty confident in it. I just also am always very aware of the fact that there's a big difference between me and Greg Rutowski, you know? So I had a piece recently that I had the same click moment with that made me start liking my art again. That really resonated with me personally. Yeah, that's awesome. I hope that every artist gets a chance to look at their artwork and say, wait, this is pretty cool. I like this, you know, for whatever reason. If it's a quality to it, you know, doesn't matter why, but as long as you like your art, it's like pretty fucking sick, you know? Pragmatic, realistic take is that your art can improve, as it always can, but there are elements of yourself that are not mediocre. Namely, your ambition without compromising ideas, your artistic vision, and their spark. Interesting. Type of spark that goes by many names, but you got it. People who are built to identify the quality can see it. You think so? You're on a journey, but if the road goes to bigger places than most people's road, if that makes sense. I hope so. I mean, that's like that. It's so hard for me to talk about certain things like AI art. Because it's kind of like, if you want to be passable, AI art should terrify you. If you want to be the best, you should never even think about AI art. You know? And so it's the kind of thing where it's like, if you want to be at the top of your game, then the fact that there's going to be a mass-produced alternative shouldn't even be a thing that bothers you. You know? But if you're okay just like skirting by, then, you know.
No, it's okay to move the goalpost. The imaginary goalpost that people mention is fake anyway.
You think so?
There is no end goal in terms of human progress.
Right.
There also shouldn't be in terms of personal either. No one should be stagnant water. The people who are stagnant in every aspect are people who are bored, boring, and have given up in the face of difficulty.
Yep. Yeah, no, true. And so that's why, so it's interesting that you say that at the same time as Guapo just said that, Alf, because maybe if there's something quality that I can kind of respect about myself or not completely hate about that time, is that at no point in time did I ever forgive myself and want to get comfortable in mediocrity. And it was very painful, but I was constantly ravaged with suffering over the fact that I wasn't making things and progressing to where I wanted to go. And then, because like you said, it's boring, and if you have something in you that you really need to do, and there's something that you're just not doing it, it's like, it's not even choice at a certain point in time. Do I want to be an artist? I never chose to be an artist. You know, people say, how long have you been making art, Evan? I'm like, I have a picture in my safe that my or my fireproof thing that my mom had at her place that I did when I was 2 years old. It was my first time holding a pencil and doing some shit. And my parents were like, oh God, he's going to be an artist. There's never been a question in my mind that I was going to do this, because there's no answer. Like I'll like this or death. That's kind of the way it is, because I've seen what it's like to live not fulfilling your vision. You know what I mean? You sit there as an artist and you know you have something to communicate. You know you have something to do. You know you have something to sort of like give to the greater artist scene, community, whatever it is, to tell your story, to make your art, to do whatever it is that you're born to do, or whatever, you know, whatever kind of you believe in that case. And for me, it was just so unbelievably painful to let myself down and not fulfill that sort of like goal. And it really meant a lot that one day that Ella said, like, no, I think you can still be great. Like, it's not too late. Fuck you. So it's when people's telling me, like earlier, I think it was Joe said that he's worried that it was too late to start getting like going at art and start making a career of it. I'm like, no, don't say that in my chat. And I wasn't mad at him. I was just like, it just hurts to hear people say that they think that it's too late to build a career, because it isn't too late to build a career. I don't think for anybody. I really do think that you can become passably good and hireable within 2 years. And then obviously you spend the rest of your life attempting to obtain mastery. Covenant Feathers, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, and welcome. Good evening to you too, my friend. We are but mere mortals in this chat. Little peepos talking about art, but good evening. Honored to have you. The scary thing about me is that I really can cut corners and do less. At more core, I'm completely okay with being mediocre, so I've really gotten to catch myself countering my innate instinct. But I don't like, I do the same thing. Is like I'm okay cutting corners sometimes in a way that like terrifies me, where I'm like, whoa, wait, what are you doing here, man? Why are you not putting everything into this? And yeah, man, like Jesus, it can really devastate you if you think that you're sort of like built for something, that you have something you want to get out, but you just like aren't fulfilling that. I thought that I could just quietly settle into a graphic design career, and I remember I told Ella one night, basically, I won't get into the specifics of the conversation because that's for her and I, but I basically said, as long as I have like what we have now, I'm happy. I don't need anything more. And I didn't realize how wrong that was, how wrong I was. She looked at me and was basically, you're not gonna be happy. Like I basically said, I don't need to be an artist. I can give up on that dream. Like, it's fine. I don't need to make my Star Wars. I don't need to be my generation's George Lucas. I don't need to make my world and build my thing and tell stories and make people happy, inspire them to adventure and do great things and have fun and learn about themselves and make friends. I don't need to do any of that shit. And Ella basically said, like, okay, Janet, she was very supportive at the time, but there was a little bit of an eye roll I could tell from her, of like, not like I don't know, not an eye roll, but just a little bit of like a, you sure about that? You tell me that that's not important to you. We'll see about that. And she never let me give up because of that. So when I'm sitting there, on the fucking floor, wanting nothing more than to actually like do what I wanted to do for my entire life, and being like in all this pain because I gave up my dream, she was the one that was just like, yep, and it's gonna be tough. So let's get up and get after it. You know what I mean? Exo Noodles, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. It's been good to have you here today, my friend. I'll be honest, it may come off like a trauma dump, but no. I gave up trying to become a better version of myself around 5 or 6 years. Went up 160 kilos, stopped being imaginative fun, hated myself, and hated life for reasons I won't get into. I'm still trying to pack up the mess. What I turned in my life, finished med school, started being creative again, lost around 40 kilos the past year. Life is hard, hits everyone. I fell down, not ashamed because I got back up. You know what, Alf? I get you. Failure didn't exist when you move forward. Totally. And that's a lesson that I had to learn, that from an artist standpoint was like so painful to learn. So like, legitimately, dude, I'm proud of you, because that's like to pull out of a downward spin. I get it. Very, like, I can relate to that story 100%. I didn't do anything important like finish med school, but I went up to 300 pounds. I don't know what that is in kilograms, but I went up to 300 pounds, whatever, did all this stuff, got unhealthy, sad, gave my art career for years as well. And then that was when I was like, okay, I gotta try this again one more time. Not gonna give up, not gonna go, And so I slowly try to get back into art, try to get back into the groove of things, try and move forward, basically try to try again, And then like same thing, like I've lost 100 pounds in the last 2 years, trying to get back into health, and I got a long ways to go, but I probably got another 60 pounds I gotta lose. I'm still a bit of a big boy, but you know what I mean? So it's like, but once you feel like you have that just like injection of life back into you, you feel like you breathe again, you're like, God, what the fuck? And you know what the day, maybe you can relate to this, Alf, but the day I was mad about the way things were was such a good day. It was so good to feel mad about the fact that I wasn't where I wanted to be anymore. Because it's like, you know, when you sort of get into it, you're just like kind of like, you know, you're kind of sad about it. You're like, I gave up my dream of being an artist or whatever it was. I gave up on this. I gave up on all that stuff. Like, you know, it kind of sucks. And you sort of just kind of like accept it because your brain needs to, like, your mind kind of needs to accept it. Otherwise, the constant turmoil and torments just like it tears you apart. But the day I woke up and I felt mad about it, I felt like some sort of forward momentum energy in my life. I was like, I literally felt like I just like breathed for the first time in like literally 5 or 6 years. Like that was how long I kind of stayed underwater, where I was just working as a graphic designer, doing corporate layouts for oil companies and whatever, and making okay money and playing video games and whatever and eating snacks and shit like that. And it was like whatever. But then the day I sort of just like woke up and was like, oh my God, wait, you know, I can still do this maybe. That was such a big moment for me. And it's necessary though for artists to kind of, you know, process failure and process setbacks. And I couldn't. I had so many setbacks around the time that I graduated art school. So many things happened to me around that time. And, you know, I was in the hospital. I had surgeries every summer for a couple of years. Wasn't sure if I was even gonna make it through art school, like literally live through art school. And so, you know, you get told that you're gonna live and you're like, okay, cool, that's nice, but also, you know, whatever, and family shit and everything happened, and you're like, fuck, I guess I'll never be an artist, you know. And you gotta, like, I don't know, you gotta just push through. You gotta believe. That's why I'm so, if you guys are wondering why I'm so like aggressively certain that anyone can do it, whenever people say stuff along the lines of like, oh, I wanted to be an artist, but like I couldn't get there or whatever, like I couldn't make it work or anything like that. The reason I'm so aggressively like, no, you're wrong, everyone can make it, and like it's like I'm like desperate to tell people that if they wanted to build a career as an artist, that they absolutely can. The reason I'm so certain and so like about it is because like I'm literally the model of the failed, like the person. If you look at 10 people and you're like, here's a life story of 10 people, which one of these people do you think is actually gonna be successful at being an artist? Or they're gonna build an art career and become an artist that can make stuff that makes people happy and whatever. 5 of them are gonna be in, 5 of them are gonna be out. You'd have looked at my paper and been like, oh, this guy, he is tough luck, man, but sorry, you're not gonna get here. Right? Sorry, bro, just go to that pile. And so I had to have this stupid belief that I could actually still recover and salvage my dreams as an artist with no evidence. So that's why when almost like I almost won't entertain anyone's reasons for why they think they can't do it. Not to say that like reasons aren't good for why things are tough, but like if you want to tell me it's tough, tell me it's tough. You want to tell me it's unfair, tell me it's unfair. I'll agree with you. I'll throw my hand to the sky and say, this is unfair and tough. Why does it have to be like this? But I won't ever let anybody tell me that that's the reason why they can't do it. Because I think that's the key moment, is when you stop believing in that, which is like so dumb to say. Like everybody says that shit. That's like some fucking football NFL, you know, coach yelling at the locker room kind of shit. But like, I don't know, man, it worked for me. It changed my perspective in a way that I just don't want to hear people say they can't do it. If they want to be an artist, you can be an artist. If you want to be an artist, you can be an artist. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how poor you are. I don't care where you're from. Somebody older, poorer, and worse off than you went and did it. And if you don't want to do it, it's fine. But if you want to do it, I'm gonna help you and we're gonna fucking do it. You know, that's always my thing about it. So I think I got mad at myself. I don't think I'm allowed to feel mad at myself for my decisions. That's reasonable, actually. Those decisions were bad, but at the end of it, was the only one who made them, no one else. I can only feel sorry for myself. I was very spoiled to the degree I finished med school without student debt. That's awesome, though. Have my own home and a car, I feel, because of one person, that's myself, because no one else can trip me or to fall if I don't let it. That's interesting, yeah. That's a great mentality, man. That's important, you know? The other day, the person who failed me was me, and I can't be mad at me. I can only hope to be better. That's such an important lesson to learn. When I stopped it, like I was mad that things weren't the way I wanted them to be, but I wasn't like, yeah, I don't know, it's weird. You're just like, I don't know, you kind of like finally get in your own corner. You know what I mean? You finally like, okay, we're gonna fucking do this, you know? I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy to think that there's a lot of like. It just breaks me up my heart that there's artists out there that want to make great art and want to have a career, but just think they can't do it because of whatever reason. I don't care what the reason is. And I don't mean to demean or to talk down to anyone's like struggles. I just think that if it's important to you, that you should just keep pushing, keep fighting, keep make it fucking happen. I don't know, man. Don't let your fucking art career fade away. Because it's so painful if you do, man. It's if you really care, if you're like, yeah, I kind of want to be an artist, but like whatever, I'll go do something else. And it's not that big of a deal to you. Sure, not that big of a deal. But if you really want to be an artist and you give up on that, it's so painful, man. You can't even sleep. You can't even stand up straight. Our instructor is known for saying, "I can teach anyone to draw. I can teach a dog to draw if he could hold a pencil." Basically saying anyone can learn. I believe it. I believe anyone can learn how to draw. I think that if you're a stick figure enjoyer and you are brand new to art, I think within 2 years, if you literally put in, okay, let's break it down. If you put in, let's just say 20 hours a week, I think in 2 years of 20 hours a week of dedicated studying, I think you can be employable. 2 years isn't a long time either. 2 years is not a long time. But it's hard to like find that kind of time, You find 20 hours a week for 2 years? Ugh. How are you gonna find 20 hours a week when you work, 60 hours a week? And it sucks. And it's like, yeah, that sucks. But don't let your dreams be memes? Yeah, you get it. Yeah, he gets it. God, my eyes are having a hard time reading paragraphs today. Ugh. I've had a migraine for the last couple of days, and I like woke up, my eyes, I'm just like blurry. Showing more than people do. Yeah, exactly. You just show up. I've never seen an artist I've never seen an artist out talent a consistent artist ever. Not even once. They don't exist. All right. This is as far as we get today. We've got the recording down. I'm not sure if we're going to finish this tomorrow or if I'm going to be moving on to something else. But I'm not sure if tomorrow's going to be painting mini or if I'm going to do that later in the week and let it sit for a couple of days while I kind of like, go. Sometimes I like to let line work sit for a couple of days before I go back and paint it because I need to like not look at it for a day or two to like notice certain things about it. Excuse me. Change certain things about it. Whatever. Inza Dervim. I didn't say that right, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Honored to have you, my friend. Thank you. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'll finish the line work tonight and then do the rest of it, like paint it later in the week, maybe. I don't know. So I'm not quite sure what we'll work on tomorrow. Maybe we'll work on a new character if I can get Azalea in maybe a Discord chat for a little bit. We might start on Azalea's character, or I have some characters for entities that both of them are now up on the block for doing their commissions. So I might do one or more of those tomorrow, as it were. But for today, okay, let's check in on, hold on. Vertical, whatever. Let's check in. How did the TikTok do? Did the internet like the TikTok? Let's see. They were okay with it. Yeah, all right. Yeah, they kind of liked it, I guess. That's pretty decent for the first couple of hours. All right, well, there it goes. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I think I have to go. I have to bounce. I gotta bounce. I gotta do cool stuff that are artist things that are arcane and esoteric, and you wouldn't understand even if I described them to you because they're so advanced artistic things. Ooh, like take my dog out. Oh, YouTube Shorts? Oh, YouTube Shorts, I'll check. The YouTube Short did. You have to check on YouTube Studio. You can't check on the website. Not that well on YouTube, but only 180 views in the first couple of hours. But the thing is, YouTube goes crazy at different times. So like the last piece I did, the last video I did about like 100 or 200 views in the first couple of hours while I was streaming. And then it's at 11K. It's the only video I've made that's gone over 5K on YouTube, and it went all the way up to 11,000 people that saw it, which is pretty crazy. So I guess the internet might like this one. I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? If the internet decides that it's good or not is not up to me. But Thank you for being Inspirational Worlds. Listen, y'all inspire me. All right, I'm just happy that you can hang out with me for a little while I'm trying to work. But if you're inspired by it, Labby, that's awesome. You're amazing. Check my chat when you are done, please, and thank you. Yes, okay, sure. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. Have a wondrous rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. If you want to see the process videos, I'm probably going to upload a new one tonight. Well, you're right there on those links. So wherever you prefer to consume your process videos of Evan Blair art, they'll be up there. And yeah, you guys are amazing. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. I'm not forgetting anything. Don't worry about it. Cool. Until next time, my friends. Until next time. Farewell.